Test, test. 1, 2. Test, test. Test, test.
Hey, good morning. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Law&Crime's live coverage of closing arguments in the United States versus Sean Combs. I'm Chris Stewart. This is a big day. Diddy's defense team will make its final stand. The defense's closing arguments are beginning as we speak, or at least any minute now. We'll start to get some updates coming in from the courtroom shortly. We are already getting some questions from you in the chat, which we really appreciate. Keep those coming this morning. We have a panel of experts standing by. We'll get those answered for you live on the air. We'll be live all day here on Law&Crime. My colleagues Jesse Weber, Sierra Gillespie, and Jeanette Levy, they're all going to be standing by throughout the day, bringing you live coverage. And again, we have a great team of experts. We have a panel standing by right now to keep us posted on everything that we're hearing coming in from the courtroom in this historic trial. Let's start today by going out to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. That is where Sierra Gillespie, the host of Law&Crime's YouTube channel Scandal, joins us live once again. Sierra, here we go. This is a big day. Sean Combs' defense didn't call any witnesses, but they are going to have their chance to make their case to the jury. As far as outside, I do see a couple cars behind you, a police car there as well. What are you seeing? What's the scene, especially compared to yesterday?
Yeah, good morning, Chris. You're right. This is a huge day, especially since we didn't hear much from the defense previously as far as calling any witnesses or exhibits or things like that. So now they're going to be coming in strong with the closings. And I mean, the people here can tell. Yesterday, I reported, there wasn't that much going on. I thought maybe that there would be a bigger crowd. Today, we got that bigger crowd. I think a lot of people are anticipating that these closings are going to be pretty fiery from Mark Agnifilo. So I think people wanted to see it. And already, right when I got here, it was probably around 7:45. There was already a line out the door of people who were, ready to go into the courtroom, maybe even the overflow room. And Diddy's family was arriving early too. Yesterday, they arrived a bit later, maybe around 9 or 9:30. But today, we were just showing some video I noticed on the live stream that we had captured from around 8 o'clock. So we saw some of Diddy's family coming in multiple cars going into the courtroom. So you know that they're there to support him today during this really, really important set of arguments from the defense.
It's so important. And again, I mean, the prosecution called nearly 40 witnesses over 7 weeks. Diddy's defense team didn't call any today. Those closing arguments expected to begin really any moment. Typically, they'll debate some stuff at the beginning of the day in court, and then they'll get started. So we'll wait and see for those updates to come in. Sierra Gillespie outside the courthouse live in Lower Manhattan. Thanks, Sierra. We appreciate it. We have a great panel of experts today, as we always do here on Law&Crime. And a big part of this trial has been trying to understand, for those of us on the outside, what it looks like during this trial, during the testimony, during when things, at those moments that things are so emotional. And Susan Constantine has done such a great job. She's joined me multiple times on my show On the Case to talk about some of the body language and what we can read into that. We're also joined by Tyler Bailey, criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney, who's also been great covering this trial. Thank you both for taking some time this morning to talk with us. Susan, I'm going to begin with you because yesterday, as we saw the prosecution lay out their case to the jury one more time, it was described, and our Elizabeth Milner, who's been in the courtroom every day, said Diddy wasn't really looking at the prosecutor. He was kind of just staring off into the distance. It was described that he was pushed back from the desk. As a body language expert and a jury consultant, what does that tell you?
He's distancing. So when you're actively involved, you're leaning forward. When you're thinking and contemplating, you're leaning sideways. When you're leaning back, you're now distancing. So when you see somebody leaning back, it's also considering that it's finished, right? It's kind of like the words, it is finished. So he leans back. A lot of times we see this when there's like in a business negotiation or deal, when a deal's been reached or when there is a finish to something, the person will lean back. The fact that he's actually staring out into space is a little bit different. You add that to the leaning back, and he's going through probably deep reflection, right? He's pondering all of these things and thoughts and feelings that he has throughout the trial and listening to this prosecutor. So there's a combination of emotions that are going on, but he certainly has distanced himself from it and disengaging.
Now, there's a picture that I want to bring up, a sketch from yesterday, and it was when Sean Combs returned, I think, after lunch. The prosecution went for 2 hours, then they took a lunch break, and then they finished up in their closing arguments. And it's kind of a sight that we've seen before with Diddy. He's got this huge smile on his face. He's making the heart hand symbol. Members of his family, they were in the gallery yesterday, as they've been for a good portion of this trial. What does that type of emotion tell you as you take a look at a picture here of him kind of waving at his family members? But more importantly, seeing him do that, what kind of impact can that have on a jury, just kind of observing Sean Combs?
Sure. So we know that he's very demonstrative. He sends nonverbal signals throughout the trial. There was facial expressions, his hand movements, his eye lifts, his eyebrow, raises, his leaning, his hand, and all of a sudden yeses and nos, right? So he's using a lot of this demonstrative gesturing when he's doing that. But when he's giving that heart signal, he's motioning over to other people, right? I got this. And he feels like he's being loved, and he's sending and receiving love, right, from either people that are out in the gallery. And there's also with the jury that is seeing this, he's sending the message that he has emotion, right? Because a lot of times when we see these horrible allegations, we often see a very flat affect. Now he's showing this big smile. He feels very empowered. He feels like things are going well for him. He's happy about it, and he's sending love, giving and receiving.
Tyler, for you as a criminal defense attorney, when it comes to body language, as we're taking a look at some video here of members of Diddy's family arriving in court here in Lower Manhattan, you can see the media surrounding them as they make their way into the courthouse to go into the courtroom, where they will see their dad, who's been locked up in a federal, the MDC, and then in New York since September of last year. Tyler, what type of body language do you try to send when you're giving a closing argument that can be effective with the jury?
One thing is, if the prosecution seems or presents a case as if it's open and shut, it's an easy case, it's easy for them to make a decision, is to show that you're serious in your demeanor, in your closing. Let the jury know that this is somebody whose life is on the line, that there's a chance that he's going to spend every day in jail for the rest of his life if he's convicted. Although you can't get into the sentencing and things like that of that nature, but you can raise the stakes to the jury by your body language, by your voice inflection, by your demeanor, by the speed of how you walk. Things of that nature go a long way in presenting a strong closing for the defense.
Now, Susan, yesterday it was reported that Christy Slavic, who is the assistant U.S. attorney who gave the closing argument for the government, she and she had to go for 4 hours. And she really, I think when you read the transcript, it was kind of fact, trying to lay out and streamline the past 7 weeks of testimony that these jurors have heard. She read off of a prepared statement. She was reading from a lectern. When you see the way that attorneys and everybody involved with this case is a very successful attorney, prosecution, and defense, but what are the most effective ways to communicate to jurors in key moments like this?
Sure. The main thing is that your nonverbals are in sync with their verbal language. So that's the main thing too. So what I look for, and I think the jury also will be able to pick up whether it's genuine or not, is that are they in sync? Do the gestures match up to the words, to their tone? Like as if my colleague was saying, your tone, your rhythm, your pace, your volume, all of that all sends a signal. So if you want to make a point, then you need to also use your pauses and hesitations. There's a lot of vocal techniques that you can use to be able to really seal the deal or seal the message. So the main thing is that I look for is the synchronization of what they say and what their body language says. The other thing is that you want to keep their body language within their frame. When a person is very confident what they're saying, and they're very poignant in it, then their gesturing stays within that frame. When an attorney starts to flay off, is basically kind of going off the grid, it can look a little bit disjointed. So the main thing is making really good eye contact, not piercing on eye contact, but on the other hand, make sure that everything is in sync together, and it'll naturally flow, Chris, when you really believe it. So that's the big thing. You can't fake it to make it. Either you believe it or you don't believe it. But if you try to push it, it's going to come across as being inauthentic, and the jury's is going to be able to read right through that.
Yeah, and to Tyler's point, and especially in this case, if you're a juror and you think of someone, the profession that sticks out to me is the juror who's a deli clerk, and they're 30 years old and they're about to decide whether or not Sean Combs, who's someone I'm sure they grew up, watching, whether he could go to prison for the rest of his life. So to Tyler's point, you got to be authentic in that moment in laying out the stakes. I want to bring in the third member of our panel right now, Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney. We just got an update from the courtroom that the judge has said that the judge has entered and confirmed that deliberations will start Monday, which is what we were expecting. And I want to take our first question from the chat. This is from Show and Tell Knitting. And Aaliyah, I'll let you get started for us. What do attorneys look for in body language of prospective jurors during voir dire when they're picking the jurors, kind of interviewing them and determining whether or not they're a good fit for a jury in a trial?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I think that when you are picking a jury in voir dire, you want to make sure that they're leaning in and paying attention. You want to make sure that they can actually hear you, what they're saying. They're not looking down. They're not looking at their phone. They're not looking at their watch, trying to get out early or trying to have an excuse to leave early. You want to really look at them leaning in, really focus on what they're saying, really attentively listening. And that's how you can pick a good juror, because you know that they're going to actually be listening to you when it's time to present the evidence. And in this case, specifically, when the last day with closing arguments.
And Tyler, we'll dive into what Diddy's defense team is saying once the closing arguments actually begin. But as far as a timeline of how long it could take to present that closing argument from the defense, earlier this week, they said he was going to take a little less than 3 hours. Compared to the prosecution, they went all day yesterday for roughly 4 hours. Why would the defense not want to, especially when you don't call any witnesses? You didn't call any witnesses in this trial. Why go shorter than the prosecution?
Well, the defense's theme is clearly that the prosecution has not proved the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. They're probably going to hinge on the fact that most of the interactions between Mr. Combs and the victims was consensual. They'll try to nail down facts to show that there were no criminal enterprise. The difference between the defense is the prosecution has to prove these things. The defense just has to point out how the prosecution has failed to prove their case. And I think that's what the overarching theme has been this entire case. When they've cross-examined witnesses, they try to attack little small facts to show things may have been consensual or it wasn't a real criminal enterprise. And on the closing, I just see them trying to reiterate those things and bring them to the attention of the jury one last time.
Susan, we don't have any updates as of yet of what Sean Combs, what he seems like, what his demeanor is today. But there was a big moment heading into closing arguments earlier this week, that moment when the judge asked Diddy how he was doing, and Diddy said fine. And then he went a step further and said, Judge, by the way, something along the lines of, I think you're doing a great job. When you compare, you take that moment, you kind of line it up with, he was nodding at the jury, he got scolded for that. Or Elizabeth Milner has said that he also was making eye contact with each juror when they enter the courtroom throughout the trial. What did that moment earlier this week tell you about Sean Combs?
Well, he's trying to build rapport with everybody, right? He's trying to build rapport with the judge. And the thing is, it's patronizing. You're doing a great job, but the judge doesn't need the pat on the back, right? It's going to come across as a bit condescending and inauthentic. And the fact that he's making eye contact, he's basically saying that I acknowledge you, I see you are present, I'm present with you. How often do they actually get to meet eye to eye with a huge big celebrity like him? He knows that power. He's using it to his advantage, and it can work, especially if the other person is actually looking at him straight in the eye. But leaning forward, telling the judge, you're doing a great job is really shows can for the judge can appear as biased. So in other words, you're doing a great job. It's almost like the law of reciprocity. If I tell you something good, you're going to send something back good to me. And the other thing is I want to mention about the jury. The one thing that you really want to look for is the low eye blinking, right? Because that's concentration. I'm listening. When a person's feeling anxiety or cognitive load, you see a little flutter. So when you, just like my colleague said, leaning forward, and you want to see low blink rate compared to their baseline, that's saying they're paying attention.
Aaliyah, I want to get another question coming in from our chat, and we appreciate everybody who's dropping questions in already. We'll be asking them throughout the day here on Law and Crime, as we're going to be live tracking Diddy's closing arguments. September Everything asks, would there be any issues if the jury came back within an hour of being handed the case? And now we know for sure that the jury is going to be getting this case on Monday.
I don't think there would be any issues. No, I think that if the jury comes back in an hour, that means that they had already made up their minds very early, even though they listened to the rest of the evidence. Maybe they had all agreed that at least some of these charges were proven by the prosecution, if not all of them, and they had enough evidence to make that decision within the hour. I think that if they came back within the hour, I'd be concerned about a not guilty verdict as to a guilty verdict. But I mean, jurors, are finicky, for lack of a better term. Jurors, they're people just like us, especially knowing they've been doing this for 6 weeks, right? It's about to be the 4th of July holiday. They want to get in and get out. So no, I'm not concerned about an hour. I would be concerned if, it was 30 minutes, but an hour might mean they have all that they need.
Susan, as someone who works with defendants and you're a jury consultant as well, when you think about how Sean Combs has acted in court, what's typically your advice to a defendant, and how does that compare to how you've seen Sean Combs act and try to use, apparently, even if it's in subliminal ways, his celebrity status to try to have an influence on this case?
Yeah, so the thing is that I work with my clients is to creating a more of a neutral expression, not a stone face, not an overexpressive expression, but a neutral facial expression, showing genuine micro gestures or micro facial expressions, but not the overt ones that we see, the ones that are what we call illustrators or emblems. This is an emblem like I love you, eyebrows raised, consent, all of that's appalling, and all those kind of things, these nonverbal signals. I shut that down right away. So when I am working with a client, I put them on camera. And what I do is I take them both through their testimony and then cross. And then I show them the video and I let them see what they're doing. And then we work on changing some of the behavior. So my belief is to make small tweaks to make big changes. But if you try to alter them too much, again, it's going to be considered being inauthentic. So you want them to look as if they're being humanized and they have a neutral expression, a more softened expression, but also that they understand the seriousness of it, and they do show concern.
Tyler, as we're awaiting the beginning of Diddy's closing arguments in this case, if you were to, in that 3-hour time span, try to convince this jury that Sean Combs, even though they've seen that 2016 video, they've heard some very emotional testimony, how do you, in that 3-hour period, get a jury to believe that Sean Combs is not guilty of the charges that he's facing?
I would try to point out some of the best facts that came out for the defense throughout my entire closing. For example, I would say and probably play the audio, if I could, of Miss Ventura saying that she was going to kill somebody if they didn't give her access to the tape that was allegedly out there, showing that this is somebody who's willing to even kill somebody to get what she wants. And now she's doing the same thing to Mr. Combs. I would try to paint out the prosecution of being overzealous to try to take out somebody and had their eyeball on not just putting Mr. Combs away for one offense, but building a RICO case to act as if he's some master criminal enterprise operator. And I also try to hinge on facts regarding the victims maybe consenting to their relationships with Mr. Combs, whether it's being paid $10,000 a month or reaping other benefits from lavish trips and other perks from being in a relationship with them, and say, look, all this, maybe he wasn't a good guy, but did he commit crimes here? Has the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? And leave it to the jury to make a decision. I think that's the only thing they can do.
And before we get started with what Diddy's defense is going to say today, Aaliyah, what stood out to you yesterday with how the prosecution made their final case to the jury?
I think my takeaway specifically as to the coercion element, right? I think the prosecution did a great job of saying, yes, consent can be revoked at any time. It just takes one time. It takes one opportunity. Maybe they were consenting to certain freak-offs, but not all of them. And that one that they did not consent to, that in and of itself is coercion, coupled with the fact that, we have this arson, coupled with the fact that we have the video, coupled with the fact that there are instances of Mr. Combs threatening Miss Ventura's family, threatening Jane Doe to take away her housing if she didn't comply, things like that. I think that speaks to the coercion element, because I know there's a lot of back and forth from just the polling here on Law and Crime as to whether or not it was consent versus coercion. So I think that's a really, really good thing that they did yesterday, of just pointing out it takes one time, right? And that one time that I said no, and then I no longer had the right to say no, that in and of itself is coercion. So that stood out to me yesterday.
We're getting some updates to come in from, starting to come in from the courtroom right now. This is an interesting one because closing arguments haven't started, but it seems like they're trying to figure out how to set up the closing arguments. This is Combs' attorney Garagos about Mia, which is a pseudonym. Mr. Agnifilo would like to show an exhibit on an easel. We redacted her name so that no one in the gallery can see her face. The government wants to put a Post-it note over her face. The judge says, how are you to place it? And then it was kind of a lighthearted moment and they laughed a bit. So it seems like they're trying to figure out how they present their visual evidence. Tyler, how much, when you prepare for a closing argument, is already planned out before you walk into the courtroom where, here they're just trying to get things together before they actually begin speaking?
Mostly everything, especially a case of this nature. You have to have all your T's crossed and all your I's dotted. I mean, from the moment you get up, what exhibits are going to be used, where evidence is going to be placed, what facts are going to be brought out, what diagrams are going to be used. All these things are thought of very thoroughly when you get to closing. And you're thinking about your closing the entire case. I always say you're preparing your case from the time opening's in. Every witness that gets up, you're thinking, okay, how am I going to bring this up at the end? How are we going to bring this to further our theme and present it to the jury during closing? And a case of this nature that's been going on for so long, this is probably highly thought out of, and they're planned and ready to go.
Just got another update from the courtroom that there's a juror with some transit issues. They're inquiring, so the judge says, well, wait. So we're going to wait a little bit. New York traffic, even if you're a juror in a high-profile trial, is going to give you some problems. Susan, I want to talk about the profile of this jury. And it's an interesting jury because you have people, the oldest is a 69-year-old massage therapist. The youngest is this deli clerk who's 30. You have someone who had worked, they're retired. They worked in finance. There's a logistics analyst, a field technician, a social worker. What stands out to you with the background, the ages? And I believe it's 7 men and 5 women. As we take a look here on the screen, you can see the layout of this jury. What stands out to you when you look at this?
Well, it's very male dominated. So I assume that their strategy is they're going to connect with Diddy Combs because they're, of their gender. But on the other hand, we're looking at the age demographics from the very young, the hip hoppers that will love Diddy Combs. But then we also have the more conservative, the older people who are probably more astonished and shocked with what they're actually seeing, and especially hearing about all the sexual stuff. So we have a real split. It'll be interesting to see how they work together in group deliberations because there is such an age gap. And they bring, jurors bring in all their life experiences, their belief systems, their religious, how they think about sexual relationships versus whether it's intimacy, whether it's just a sexual experience. I think that they're going to kind of struggle around that one because of their age gap.
Right. And Tyler, I mean, how do you, when you look at this jury, an investment analyst, 31 years old, a scientist, 51 years old, what Sean Combs is accused of in this trial, even with just a lifestyle that his defense has argued was kind of more of a swinger lifestyle, how did the defense, do you feel, present Sean Combs to this jury and try to get them to understand what was going on, even though they all have completely different backgrounds?
I think the defense has done a good job trying to really divert the attention off of Mr. Combs and more so on how the prosecution has not met their burden in their case. I think that's what the prosecution has to focus the attention on, because all these jurors have seen the video of Mr. Combs dragging Miss Ventura in that hotel room, acting in a way that no man should treat a woman. But I think they need to just really focus on how the prosecution has not met their burden. And then with it being overly a male dominant jury, I think that does favor the defense some. I mean, you can make there could be some assumptions that men may think that some of these women who were in a relationship with Mr. Combs for so long were consenting. But that's still going on a limb, because the actions that Mr. Combs has exhibited that has been brought out through several witnesses, whether it's rape, whether it's abuse, whether it's drug use, coercion, all those things I think hurt Mr. Combs personally. You got to shift the burden on the prosecution on proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
And then Aaliyah, once voir dire is done, you know that the jury's been seated. How much during the trial are you thinking about specific members of the jury as you put together your case?
The whole trial. From the minute that the jury has been selected, I'm thinking about the jurors the entire time. I'm looking at them. I am seeing if they're paying attention. I'm seeing if anyone's looking at their watch. I'm watching if their eyes open a little bit wider at something, especially if I was in the actual courtroom. You know, when the freak off tapes are happening, are your eyes wider? Are you kind of into it? I'm trying to figure out and engage any type of emotion that I can get from the jurors very, very early, and also trying to engage how intently they are paying attention to one piece of evidence over another. How often are they looking at Mr. Combs, right? There's been a lot of conversation about witness intimidation and him using his status to manipulate individuals. There's no way that he wouldn't be able to do that to a jury. So I want to make sure they're not staring at him too much, right? But from the moment that the jury has been selected, I'm paying as close attention to them as I can the entire trial.
And Susan, just finally for you, because I know you're going to leave us here at the bottom of the hour. I've seen some comments in our chat this morning as far as people who are somewhat suspect about body language and whether it matters. And I've really enjoyed our conversations during this trial because I've learned a lot. And body language, I think, definitely tells a story. Why does, in your opinion, your experience, body language, especially in a trial like this with someone as high profile as Sean Combs, matter?
Well, it means everything. You know, that there's research that says that 93% of how we communicate is nonverbal. And so I want to really speak to your person out there. And I think that's a wonderful question, because there is a lot of what we call pseudoscience that's out there, that this gesture means that, and they start to assign a meaning to it. That is not what behavioral sciences is. You know, I have a master's degree in behavioral sciences. And so I look at things more from a forensic point of view, what has been proven in research that is clustered together. I teach programs, it's called SCANS, which is a 6-channel analysis. So I always tie things together. I am always looking at the 6 channels and how they sync together. I also look for timing of when their responses are and what their gestures are, based right at that moment that they respond. So it's a 7-second window, you know, that I look at. You know, I'm looking at what is being spoken, what the probe is, and then I'm timing it 7 seconds, and I'm looking for a cluster. So I'm looking for over 27 points of interest that are associated with deception. And I know a lot of people don't do that. That's what I do. And it's the only forensic type of training and methodology that has been vetted and has been accepted in the academic community.
No, I've really enjoyed our conversation. Susan Constantine, body language expert, jury consultant. Thank you for giving us some of your time this morning ahead of these closing arguments. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks.
All right, Tyler and Aaliyah, I'm going to continue on with you as we're waiting for these closing arguments to begin. One of the jurors is stuck in traffic. Hey, it happens. We can all relate to that. I'm sure they're sweating bullets, though, on that bus or train or however they're getting to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan this morning. A little stressful on a Friday for them, I'm sure. Aaliyah, Mark Agnifilo is going to be making the closing argument for Sean Combs. What are you expecting from him based on what you know about him?
I'm expecting it to be short, sweet, and to the point, but very, very inflection with specific things. I think we are highlighting Sean Combs might be a bad guy. He might not be your favorite guy, but he's not a criminal. These were all consenting adults. These were all individuals that reap the benefit in the lifestyle. I'm expecting him maybe to be a little performative, right? Because in comparison to the prosecution that was kind of very methodical in the way in which they delivered things. They didn't do a lot of inflection of their voice. I'm expecting the opposite from Mark Ruglo, Diddy's Diddy's defense attorney. So I'm really, really expecting a show, but a short show. I think that it is beneficial to you to go after the prosecution, because you can kind of, from the defense side, because you can pick apart what they had said. And also you can see how long they went, right? So it's like, oh, they went 4 hours. Let me see if I can do it in 2.5 to 3 hours. Because then I can say, look, I didn't waste your time. I said what I needed to say, and then I sat down.
And Tyler, what did you make of how the prosecution went about their closing arguments yesterday?
I think the prosecution did a good job during the closing arguments. and the prosecution has a different burden. They have to prove all their charges and beyond a reasonable doubt, and they need to prove every element of the crime. So logically, it's going to take longer. There's a lot of facts. There are a lot of underlying crimes that are needed for a racketeering charge. So the prosecution had to be very methodical and take their time to go through and prove each and every element and bring that to the jury, especially after there being such a long trial, different witnesses who testified in several charges. So you had to remind the jury of all those things and make sure they're putting everything out there to meet the burden. So I think they did a good job in doing that.
Another update coming in as we're waiting for closing arguments to begin. Sean Combs has been taken back into a holding cell by U.S. Marshals, and then he'll be brought back out before the jurors are brought in once a juror who's in traffic makes it to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. I want to bring in the third member of our panel riding with us this morning, William Corman, criminal defense attorney. William, it's great to have you. What are you expecting today from Diddy's defense?
Some fireworks. And I really think that they are going to put on quite a show. I anticipate it's going to be dramatic. I anticipate it's going to be masterful. They have a tough road to hoe here. I think the prosecution's done a great job from the beginning to end of this case. I think the closing argument was clear and methodical, perhaps not as dramatic as the jurors would like. And I think that the defense attorneys are going to seize upon that and put on one heck of a show.
Aaliyah, I'll turn to you just kind of as we're waiting for Diddy's closing arguments to begin. And again, if you're joining us, great to have you. I actually got a question just coming in. This is from Benoit 4904. If you had to rate the chances of the defense winning the case, how high would you rate them, Aaliyah?
I just want to clarify, when you say winning the case, you mean no convictions across the board? Because if that's what we mean, I do not think that's likely at all. I think that Sean Combs is going to be convicted of something. It's just a matter of how many convictions he is going to have, not a matter of if there are going to be any convictions and how long he's going to serve, not a matter of if he's going to serve at all. There's been too much evidence that's been proffered by the prosecution to get not guilty across the board, in my opinion.
And for Tyler, turning to you, what's going to be the most difficult charge you think the jury's going to have convicting Sean Combs of if they do find him guilty of anything?
I think the most difficult charge is going to be sex trafficking in regards to victim, I believe, number 2, which would be Jane. I think that's the hardest one because of the complexity of Mr. Combs' relationship with Miss Jane under the pseudonym that she testified under. I think that's going to be the hardest one. I mean, he's still allegedly paying her rent today. There were several facts where she was helping arrange the freak-offs and seemed to be a willing participant in those freak-offs. And then it seems like she really changed up after she learned of Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura after the lawsuit that she filed was made public. So I think that's going to be the hardest one for the prosecution. The racketeering charge, I think there's going to be some predicate fact and crime, whether it's arson, whether it's kidnapping, that's going to lead to possibly there being a racketeering conviction. The only way I see Mr. Combs not being convicted of racketeering is if this jury really doesn't believe the government met their burden and that the government should have never charged Mr. Combs. I think if there were some facts of a sloppy investigation that came out, or some officers that really were, or agents that really just crossed the line, that would help the defense. But I haven't heard that during this entire case.
So we have another, this is the big update that we are finally underway here in closing arguments. Mark Agnifilo, his first line, there is a trial set forth by text messages. Then there is the trial out of the prosecutor's mouths. They are different. Text messages, to Tyler's point, seeing those moments where you have the victims in this case where it seems like they were willing participants in things like freak-offs, that has been, I mean, just the crux of the government's case, or excuse me, Diddy's case in many ways. How did the government do, in your opinion, William, in laying out text messages and sending the message to the jury that this was consensual?
So I think the best thing for the defense in this case has been these massive digital footprints that nearly every witness has, right? I mean, they've gone back, they've pulled text messages. We have text messages from Cassie Ventura. We have text messages from Jane. We have text messages from Mia. And each and every one of them, there's something the government can use there. But more importantly, from the defense standpoint, there's stuff there as well. There's I love you. There's I love the freak offs. Anytime you want to have a freak off, I'm ready for you. LOL. And I think that's what the defense will highlight in order to cut against this notion that these weren't consensual acts. I think the digital footprints are the defense case. They've almost always been the defense case since Jump Street.
And we're waiting for a couple more updates to come in, and we'll let you know what the defense is saying. Aaliyah, I do have a question just as far as part of what the prosecution said yesterday, Attorney Slavic. There was part of when she was making her case about the sex trafficking charge. She said the line Astroglide, which is the baby oil, was brought across state lines, where when someone says something's being brought across state lines, you think of cocaine, maybe weapons. Baby oil is not. And you think for Astroglide has had a heck of a couple of weeks as a company. But why does baby oil matter in this case, especially in the context of it being an issue being brought across state lines?
I think I will credit to what my colleague said here on Law&Crime yesterday. It's not so much the Astroglide or the baby oil, it's the amount. It is the massive amounts of Astroglide and baby oil that were found. It's not 1 or 2 bottles being transported across state lines. It's 10, 20, 30 bottles being transported across state lines. So that is indicative of it's not just an intimate one-on-one type of encounter. We are planning some large-scale type of sexual encounter, right? I think that's why it's really important about the quantity of the Astroglide and the baby oil. Not just that they have 1 or 2 bottles, but when you're taking this amount of Astroglide and this amount of baby oil across state lines, it's indicative that there's a lot happening. It's not just an intimate encounter at this point.
And Tyler, I'll get your reaction to some of the most recent lines I'm getting in from the courtroom. Quote, this is Combs attorney Mark Agnifilo. The trial from the evidence, what is it? It's personal use drugs. That's all it is. That and swingers, a lifestyle, but the prosecutors have charged one of the most serious statutes on the books. They called threesomes and drugs as RICO. How compelling of an argument is it that Sean Combs, he's got an interesting lifestyle. It's not one that a lot of people maybe on the jury would condone, but it's not illegal, and it's certainly not the type of lifestyle that you would charge a gang leader or a mob leader with.
Well, I said earlier, I think that the defenses would need to paint this prosecution of being overzealous, and they went above board, or above and beyond, in trying to say that Mr. Combs was a mob boss, that his sexual deviant lifestyle equated to sex trafficking and racketeering. So I think that's what they're doing here. He's saying, look, the prosecution saying that because he had consensual sex with women in different states, that amounted to sex trafficking and this being racketeering. I think that's what the defense has to do. They need to say that the prosecution here has it out for Mr. Combs, and they're trying to convince this jury that just because he does these things consensually, that equates to this being a crime, one of the most serious crimes that's on the books, and his life is on the line if he's sentenced.
And then another line here, William, I'll have you react to. Mark Agnifilo says, Sean Combs is a self-made Black entrepreneur. He has built real businesses that are so outstanding that others create partnerships with them. We heard that from Derek Ferguson. It is hard to be Sean Combs. How many witnesses said they were moved? And I think back to there was kind of just an interesting thing I kept picking up, even in some of the lesser known witnesses in this trial. George Kaplan was an assistant who said that he had to clean up after some of these freak offs, but still after all of that, you have people who would, at the end of the day, when the defense would cross-examine them, they would say they still had some sort of admiration or complicated relationship with Sean Combs. How do those non-sexual relationships factor into the argument the defense is trying to make?
Well, look, we all know that Mr. Combs is a self-made man. He has been very, very successful, not just in music, but in all these other businesses that he has. I mean, there's no way around that. And it's important for the defense to highlight that, right? Because one of the things you want to do in your closing argument, especially if your client doesn't testify, and especially if you don't call any witnesses on your client's behalf, is you want to humanize your client. And you want to remind the jury that this isn't just some guy off the street. This is an individual who has done very, very, very well in life. And I think that that's what those witnesses were referring to. And it cuts both ways, because we also know that as part of the the sex trafficking, there is this idea of coercion and intimidation. So it does cut both ways. But I think it's incumbent upon defense counsel to do their best to humanize Sean Combs, especially in light of the prosecution's closing argument.
Some good questions coming in from our chat. We really appreciate it. Keep them coming. We'll make sure that we'll have our panel answer them as we're live on the air following Sean Combs' defense team's closing arguments. This is from Steph Frank 1234. Aaliyah, could the jurors not be paying attention if they have already made their minds up?
Could they? Yes, because we are humans and sometimes we tend to look off into space sometimes. I hope that they are not, because if they were, that means that they were not listening to all of the evidence from an unbiased standpoint, as a juror is supposed to do, right? The whole purpose of a jury is to be unbiased, to listen to all of the evidence that's presented from both sides and not make an opinion until all of the evidence has been presented. That said, this has been a case that has been, very, very highly publicized. The famous 2016 Intercontinental video came out long before this trial, right? So it would be hard not to, from the human standpoint, not to have an idea of who you think Mr. Combs is based off of seeing that video, one way or another, right? Again, we hope the jury has not done that. We hope that they have listened to all of the evidence, and then only after all of the evidence has been considered and applied the law to the facts that have been presented, will they make a unbiased decision.
And Tyler, here's another question that I think would actually end up being probably debated in a law school class if this is a guilty verdict. Kelly Bees 6578. If prostitution is legalized in the US, can they then appeal the charge of transporting across state lines to engage in prostitution if Sean Combs is found guilty of that?
So, great question. I do not think that under federal law, prostitution is going to be made legal in the U.S. I could see maybe a state like Nevada allowing brothels in certain areas, but I don't see any way in federal legislation that prostitution will be made legal. For example, marijuana is able to be consumed in some states recreationally, but still in federal law, it's still a crime to engage in recreational use of marijuana. So therefore, I don't see it happening. And that would be some lofty, more so of a plea for some pardon if he's prosecuted under a crime. I think that becomes legal maybe in the state of New York or other places.
Yeah, and if we're dealing with a guilty verdict, the pardon conversation, I'm sure, will be coming hard and fast right after that, as far as on the news. Here's some more updates coming in from these closing arguments. Quote, the assistants were moved by Sean Combs. It was like Harvard Business School. He pushed me hard. Did they always like him? No. Let's not even go there. Did they like him? No. But they loved him, even the ones who are suing him. Mia, I'm not going to call her Mia because that's not her name. I'm going to call her the witness who testified as Mia. Remember Derek Ferguson from the Bronx? He said, there were not many hiring people like me from the Bronx. There's something more to these businesses. Sometimes the real things in life are hard. No one remembers the easy days. These people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI, Combs was doing it at 24. William, what's your reaction to some of the lines that we're hearing from and the approach that Diddy's team apparently is taking?
Again, it's an effort to humanize Combs. It's an effort to remind the jurors of everything that he's accomplished in his life. It may be an opportunity to reach out to some of the younger jurors and essentially say, this gentleman, this superstar isn't, again, just some random criminal. And perhaps, just perhaps, the government is picking on him because of his success and because of his success as a black man. I mean, race does factor into these things. Race is something that has come up during the course of this trial. We had the issue with the juror that was dismissed, and race is live. Race is a live issue. And every single thing that goes on in this courtroom is important to the jurors. And to point out, as the defense counsel did, that, Sean was involved in DEI before DEI was a thing, that's reminding them of where Combs came from, what he's done, and what he's accomplished. And I think it's important to do that. Now, whether or not that holds sway at the end of the day is a different story entirely. But at this point, in the very beginning of defense counsel's closing argument, again, it's important to humanize who their client is and remind the jurors of everything he's done prior to being charged with these crimes.
Aaliyah, another great question coming in from Benoit 4904. Your second question, we really appreciate you dropping those into the chat. If Diddy's found guilty and sentenced to 10 to 25 years, is there a chance he could be released before serving the full sentence?
Yes, there's always a chance that you can be released for good behavior, for time served, that he'll be credited for the amount of time that he's been in jail leading up to the trial. And there's always an opportunity for individuals to be released early. Yes, of course.
And then Tyler, Game of Tunes 2947, with a question I frankly asked myself a couple times over the past 7 weeks. When does this trial end? I heard possibly today or Monday.
I think closing arguments are going to end today. The jury will start deliberating on Monday. And if I was a defense, I would like a longer deliberation period than a shorter deliberation period. I think the fact that they're going to take the weekend off and start deliberating on Monday could lead to there being a quicker deliberation, because these jurors, there's going to be no way they're going to go home and not think about the case at all. They may be thinking about some facts that came out during closing, and they'll finally be able to talk to each other as a group on Monday. But this case, I think, is going to be over possibly on Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday at the latest. The longer deliberation, I think that means the jury is struggling to convict. If it's a quick deliberation, I think it means that they are quickly leaning with the prosecution.
And it's interesting, too, because we officially know, we learned this morning that the jury will, which is what we were expecting, get the case on Monday. But it's a short week next week because the 4th of July is on Friday. William, how could that short week factor into whether or not we're here a couple weeks from now still going on? I mean, how long could this theoretically go once it goes to deliberations?
I mean, that's always the $64,000 question, right? We never know how long jurors are going to deliberate. They can deliberate until they have a verdict or until they reach out to the judge and say that they don't. I don't love the fact that it's a short week. As a defense attorney, I don't usually like jurors to get cases right before either a long weekend or a holiday, simply because you want jurors to be able to take the time and to go through everything. So I don't love the fact that it's going into the holiday week as a defense attorney. I think that jurors may unfortunately rush a little bit in order to not have to come back after the long holiday weekend. Realistically, I don't know that the jurors get the case on Monday. I think it's more likely they get it on Tuesday. I'm not sure that the jury instructions are going to be that quick. I think that today is almost entirely going to be made up of defense closing argument. And then, of course, don't forget the prosecution has the opportunity to give a rebuttal argument. We know the prosecution is a little long-winded. I think their closing itself was 4 hours and 45 minutes yesterday. I mean, that's a long argument. So I think that Monday would be optimistic for the jurors to get this case.
Before I get to a couple more of the questions that are coming in fast, which we appreciate, update again from the courtroom. Mark Agnifilo says, the prosecutors call his business racketeering. That's the fake trial. What happens? He gets arrested. They destroy his property. They have an SRT, special response team. They're clandestine, can't follow with a camera, rampant. They ran. His kids were there. And here, 6 or 7 in the second row. So he's pointing to Sean Combs' kids. He has 7, believed to be 6 or 7 of them who are there. And of course, he has a young daughter who's an infant. So kind of bringing the family into this. Tyler, first off, I guess, is it a stretch? Because when I think of RICO, I think of Al Capone, Whitey Bulger could have been probably charged with RICO, John Gotti, Sean Combs, bad boy records. I mean, this is the person who we grow up with. Is it a challenge for really the prosecution to link something that we all kind of consumed and loved in a lot of ways with people who are mob bosses?
It is a challenge, and this is, I believe, unprecedented for a RICO charge of this nature, especially with there just being one person at the top on this case, and that's Mr. Combs being charged with racketeering all by himself. And I think that's what the defense is showing here. They're showing the overwhelming power of the government with these special teams, how they brought this case and how they've charged him with racketeering when they're saying this is really just Mr. Combs having sex with people consensually and pushing his team members very hard as he's a successful person globe-trotting across the world doing business. That's what the defense is trying to show this jury. The question really is, does the jury believe the defense position of this case, or they believe in the prosecution's position of this case? And we won't know that until there's a verdict. But I think the defense is doing a good job showing the power of the government and showing that they just went above and beyond and put a zero target on Mr. Combs' head and went all the way with racketeering that has a penalty of life in jail.
Yeah, it seems like just based off what our conversations were starting at 9 o'clock this morning, the defense is taking that approach. We're going to take a quick break. Tyler Bailey, criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney. It's been great to have you. I know you have to head out. Aaliyah Roberts, William Corbin, thank you for sticking around with us throughout the morning as we continue to follow these closing arguments. When we come back, we're going to talk to Sierra Gillespie. You know her as the host of the Scandal channel here on Law and Crime. She is in Lower Manhattan outside the courthouse. We will go there live right after the break. All right, welcome back, everybody. Live stream coverage here on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. I'm Chris Stewart. We are following closing arguments in the United States versus Sean Diddy Combs. Diddy's defense team is in the middle of giving their closing arguments in the sex trafficking and racketeering case. We are bringing you live updates from the courtroom as we get them. Of course, if you've been following this trial, you know that cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. So we think that we're the next best thing, and we thank you for joining us this morning. We have a great panel of experts with us. William Corman, criminal defense attorney, and Aaliyah Roberts, a trial attorney, joining me to break down the updates we're getting. We're also taking your questions, so drop them in the chat. We'll be sure to read them on air. Also want to give a quick shout out. We started 9 o'clock this morning. A lot of you have been tuning in. We have people joining us from Japan, Sydney, Australia, Montreal, Canada, Oregon, London, South Carolina, Ontario, Texas, and the great state of Connecticut. So we thank you all for taking the time to be with us. Nat Lee also says she joins us from her computer. Me too. So thanks for taking the time to be with us today. I want to begin before we get to our experts. You see Tyler Bailey, a criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney, also with us right now. Let's go to Sierra Gillespie, host of Law and Crime's YouTube channel, Scandal. And she's live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So closing arguments are underway, Sierra. We saw the defense just in the last 15 minutes or so reference Sean Combs' kids. He has 7 children, pointing to them. They're apparently sitting in the second row of the courtroom listening to Sean Combs' defense. Who did you see go into the courthouse today?
Yeah, Chris, I think his family is so important in all of this because I know many of you have been watching the live streams with us since the very beginning, which I think, Chris, you said this at the beginning. I do think we're the next best thing, right? If we don't have TV inside there. We've been following this since the beginning with all of his family going in day after day, and it's something that jurors are paying attention to. So who did we see this morning? We saw Janice Combs, his mother, that was going in. It honestly is kind of a jumble, the amount of people that are all there at once. A lot of his children, which, by the way, he has 7 at this time. And I think it's really important to highlight the defense talking about this because they do pay attention. And the jurors are paying attention to the amount of kids that Diddy has there. And, the heart symbol that we've shown a lot where Diddy was doing that to his family, where, he mouths words to his mother like Janice Combs, love you, mommy, things like that. And I do think that this is things people pick up on, that this guy is a family man. And perhaps that's what Mark Agnifilo is trying to include.
Yeah, and you see him really trying to humanize Sean Combs because, and at the same time, not just humanize him, but try to remove him from the person that these jurors saw, and they saw it yesterday in the 2016 video. We're getting some updates coming in from the courtroom. The first person to say this was about domestic violence was Cassie Ventura. She made an Instagram post. She said, "Thank you for your love and support. Domestic violence issue." She could have said anything on her phone or tablet. She could have said this was about sex trafficking. She didn't say that. She said it was about domestic violence. Believe her. Believe Cassie when she says domestic violence was the issue in that moment, watching that video. Imagine that. But then also saying that this case, once again, and they've said this throughout, that you can believe that Sean Combs is a domestic abuser, but that's not what he's on trial for. For you standing outside the courtroom today, Sierra, we haven't seen a lot of people kind of thinking of Cassie Ventura as one of the high-profile witnesses in this trial. We talked about Kanye West making his quick cameo appearance that one day, which was super random. But other than that, there hasn't really been a lot of high-profile people, maybe Kid Cudi. I mean, as far as the crowd outside today, is there anyone there?
Honestly, the answer to that is no. I love how you refer to the Kanye West situation as random because I think it was just that. It's like he showed up, people took a bunch of photos of him, he goes into the court overflow room for an hour and then leaves so that we can talk about how Kanye West was here. And since then, we haven't really seen anyone like that. Earlier today, I did see what looked kind of like a protest across the street, and I started thinking, okay, what are we talking about now? And I was looking over there, and I found out that it was in regards to Britney Spears. Actually, it had nothing to do with the Free Puffy movement that we've seen over here before. So I guess it's good to know for Britney's team that people are still talking about it, even though she's no longer part of the conservatorship. But I think that just shows kind of the I don't want to say silliness, but kind of the strangeness surrounding a trial like this, because up and down this street we have cameras. You know, next to me we have NBC and ABC, and BBC was just talking to me earlier today. So there are people all over, and I really think the people who are coming to this trial, yes, there are supporters and some who are supporting the victims in all of this, but really it's just a place where people know that they can come and, you know, stand in front of a camera.
Right. And we just showed the video of Kanye West when he showed up that one day. And I just can't imagine if I was like one of the photographers camped outside and the car rolls up and then out comes Kanye West. You'd be like, yeah, like this. You're just like, what? Kanye? Sure. All right. Right. Yeah. Well, Sierra Gillespie, host of our YouTube channel Scandal here on Law and Crime. I know you're going to be taking things over for us here on the live stream at 10:30 at the bottom of the hour. So everybody watching, stick around. Sierra does a great job and will continue to do so as we follow these closing arguments. I now want to turn to our panel of experts. We have Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney, William Corman, criminal defense attorney, still with us right now. Thank you both for following along these updates. And I'll just read another one where it appears that they're now focusing on Cassie Ventura, who was really the star witness in this entire trial. Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's defense attorney who's making this case, says, no one called 911, they called civil plaintiffs' attorneys. This case is about money. Cassie Ventura sued Sean Combs for $30 million because he has $30 million. If he doesn't have it, no civil lawsuit and no criminal case. Aaliyah, what do you make of the approach now that the defense is taking?
I think that there would be a criminal case regardless. I think that there's conspiracy, there's bribery. I think for me, what people are kind of not recalling is Kid Cudi's testimony. And I think that is very, very, very important for more than one reason. Reason number one, we have the conspiracy to commit arson, right? Because we know that some of Diddy's Mr. Combs' affiliates were the individuals who arranged for that to happen. And we also know that it happened around the time that Cassie Ventura was trying to leave, which speaks to the coercion element, right? I tried to get away from this individual. I tried to date someone else, and then he blew up my boyfriend's car, allegedly, right? Or I tried to leave and I tried to get away, and then he shows up in the city that I'm in another part of the world to try to come get me. So I think that there's this whole argument of Cassie wanted money. Cassie was with Sean Combs for, 10 years. You think that she hadn't acquired enough, even if not actual cash in jewelry, diamonds, bags, that she couldn't actually take care of herself? Cassie Ventura is also married with 3 children, and I believe her husband is very successful. That has nothing to do with money at all. This has to do with she finally stood up and said something, and it's very unfortunate that is the route that the defense is taking, but it's expected because they have to have some sort of defense.
Speaking of arson, Aaliyah, I'll stick with you on this because earlier in the week, there was somewhat misinformation that charges were dropped against Sean Combs, but the prosecution said they were streamlining things, and we were talking about predicate offenses under the RICO, need to find that he committed 2 and 10 years. And arson was one that the prosecution did not include, I believe, in the jury instructions, right? But then they talk about arson yesterday, the government did in their opening statements. What did you make of that? And then when you look at Kid Cudi's testimony, you didn't have Combs' DNA on the Molotov cocktail, and you also have him to Kid Cudi denying, which, of course, if you did put a Molotov cocktail on somebody's Porsche, you wouldn't say you did it, but he denied it. Where do you stand on whether the arson will actually play into jurors' minds when they make a decision on the RICO charge?
Again, there's a lot of factors here, right? I think what's most important is, as you know, we've talked about this a lot, right? We grew up with Diddy.
Yeah.
So this whole Molotov cocktail, this whole argument, that had the situation and the story has been around for some time. And I think that, as we said before, if someone blew up my car and I know this person has the ability to still get access to me, even though they are in jail, I might not necessarily go on the stand and say, yeah, he did it. It was him. However, I also would say that from a prosecution standpoint, if I'm not mistaken, I think the attempted arson charge was dropped, but I do think that the actual charge of arson was still at least being discussed or included, because again, we need 2 underlying crimes for the RICO, right? So if I have proven that at least there was some sort of conspiracy, there's some attempt from my employees at my direction to do this, now we have the conspiracy to commit arson, right? If I have bribed, as we know, there was bribery for the Intercontinental Hotel video. I bribed someone to give me the video back. Now I have bribery. So that's 2 underlying crimes on top of the sex trafficking.
And William, as I kind of get some more updates coming in here, I'm thinking about the story that the defense is telling right now. And they began with Sean Combs. This is the successful guy that we all know. Look at his family in the front row. He's a family man. Now they're diving into Cassie Ventura's testimony and trying to show that the relationship they had was consensual. Mark Agnifilo says, on sex, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. You won't find a single text where she says, I didn't like that sex. It was an 11-year relationship. The issues were jealousy and other women, but they match up when it comes to sex. And then he says that they were swingers. Now, the text messages may not show that, but they also 6-7 weeks ago heard incredibly emotional testimony from Cassie Ventura in the flesh, on the stand, speaking to those jurors. And that leads me to the next question that we're getting from Benny Blanco, Bronx. Doesn't the text messages prove it was consensual, William?
So I think the text messages are important. Again, I think, and that's what the defense attorneys are going to focus on. These text messages, these digital footprints of Cassie Ventura, of Jane, of Mia, of all these folks, there isn't a lot there that says it wasn't consensual. They talk about it a little bit here and there, but especially with Cassie Ventura, the text messages go way beyond that in terms of, and I love you, and I love the freak offs, and I'll do whatever you want, so on and so forth. What's going to be important is when the prosecution does their rebuttal, that's when they're going to bring up, hey, look, Cassie Ventura is texting him all this stuff, but this relationship was one of control, this relationship was one of coercion, and this relationship was abusive, and this relationship was awful. Let's look at the fact that he extorted $20,000 from Cassie Ventura's mom in an effort to have them not release the sex tape. So you can believe whatever you want about these text messages, but remember the broader context of this relationship. And that's what the prosecution is going to say when they get back up there on their rebuttal. And again, I think Combs has been sued by, I think there's 30 lawsuits that are currently pending right now, mostly from victims. I think there was a giant one that was just filed the other day. So the fact that there's money involved, there's lawsuits involved, I think it's important for the defense to bring it up. Again, I agree 1,000% with Leah. I don't think that should be the focus of the entire defense closing argument or the defense case. I think that would be a mistake. But I think it's important to bring it up because, again, the jury heard about it, and I think you want them to know that there is some stuff out there. But, again, I think that the digital footprint is what the defense should rely on here from beginning to end of their closing argument.
Another good question coming in here, Aaliyah. This is from Benoit4904, who's been great this morning, giving us some really good questions, kind of moving our conversation forward, which we always appreciate having viewers who are part of this show. Putting aside his violent behavior, do you think Diddy was aware he was committing criminal acts at the time?
Is water wet? I do think that he was aware that he was committing acts of the crime. Let's take it back all the way to the beginning. The label is called bad boy for a reason, right? Like it's not just, we just made it up and that's what we're just gonna do. It's called bad boy for a reason. And as we all know, because again, I grew up in the 90s, early 2000s, Sean Combs has been charged and he has been very, very familiar with the criminal justice system many a times, right? Has he been convicted and gone to jail? No, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's doing is a crime. It means that he's a very, very successful man and a very, very powerful man. And he just is able to, slip through the cracks and continue on doing what he's doing. Sean Combs knew that he was committing a crime, right? If you have to acquire drugs that are pink, has anyone else just gone out on the street and think, hey, oh, pink cocaine? Yeah, I'm just gonna go grab that. That's not accessible. You have to actually go and find that and buying that. That's a crime. You're committing a crime by acquiring these drugs.
I really appreciate you saying that because sometimes, especially, we're covering a very important trial and I try to speak in some legal terms and, in my mind, I'm wondering what are the right words. At some point, you just got to say, is water wet? Tree fall in the woods, whatever whatever saying you want that your grandfather said back in the day, it's 100% true. William, a question coming in from Allison Jones, all the way from the UK, which we really appreciate you joining us. Do you think it's appropriate that his children are exposed to the details of the case? I wonder if the children have been pressured to attend. How do you handle that? Because he has someone like Justin Combs who's 30, but he also has some younger children. How do you handle that knowing it's going to be some pretty tough testimony?
The fact of the matter is this. He's on trial for his life right now. And so having the kids there helps. I think having the kids there humanizes him. It's what they have to do. Again, he didn't testify, so bringing up the fact that he has a family is important. Having the family there to show support is important. Again, they're there today. I don't remember how many of the younger kids especially were there throughout the course of the testimony. There is graphic testimony, but even if you're Sean Combs, you haven't been able to shield these kids from this trial over the last 6+ weeks, not to mention everything that led up to the trial before then. So I think it's good that they're there. I think it's important that they're there. Whether or not it's appropriate for them to hear some of the testimony, I don't know the intricacies of the family dynamic that well, but I think it's more important that they're there and hearing things that may make them uncomfortable than having them not there at all.
Yeah, I think he has some twin daughters, and I remember early on in the testimony when it was really starting to get graphic at the beginning, it was reported that they got up and they walked out of the courtroom. I mean, you do whatever your opinion is on Sean Combs, to hear those things that your dad's accused of, it's not easy to listen to. Another update from the courtroom, Mark Agnifilo says, Cassie gets a burner phone. Finally, that's what you expect in a racketeering case. She's the one who got the burner phone the morning of December 22nd, 2021. The whole thing with Cuddy, talking about Kid Cudi and all that, she had 2 hotel rooms, and room for a burner phone. Aaliyah, he's really going in on Cassie Ventura right now. How do you separate, okay, the text messages may show that at the time she was consensual, but I'm sure for these jurors, she was pregnant on the stand giving emotional testimony. I remember Elizabeth Milner, she's been in the courtroom every day, was talking about just how emotional those moments were. Yeah, it was 6-7 weeks ago. How do you as the defense, and how do you think the defense is doing going at Cassie Ventura pretty early on here in the closing arguments?
I think they have to. I think that Cassie is, a very huge piece of this entire case. And I think that pointing out that she has a burner phone, while they think it might be beneficial to them, I also think it cuts both ways. It means that I have a phone that I've gotten on the side because I'm so scared of my partner, in this case, Mr. Combs, going through the phone that I have, checking my phone, having my passwords, right? If she truly did not believe that she was in a space where she was safe, trying to get a burner phone to have some sort of normalcy, that could kind of cut to the prosecution's argument of coercion, force, and duress, right? I also think that from an emotional standpoint, I remember there was testimony early on that defense counsel wanted Cassie Ventura to already be seated when she was giving her testimony, so the jurors couldn't actually see that she was 8 months pregnant, right? I think that was, of course, it was denied because it was unreasonable. But I think that if you look at where Cassie is now, and married, she has 3 children, she's moved on, and obviously having to relive this entire huge chunk of her life on the stand, it was emotional. And I'm sure the jurors were leaned in, right? And again, as we said before, this is not a case that no one was familiar with, right? This is a case that people knew that Diddy and Cassie were together. Did they know the details of their relationship? No. But to see it in real time, of course it's emotional. So the defense has to do a good job of poking holes. Do I think that was the greatest argument to make? Because again, it kind of supports the prosecution's theory? No.
Because I also think if you're Diddy's defense, you better be pretty sure that the jury doesn't have this team Cassie 100%, almost as if she's a friend. And then the second, I mean, you really run the risk with what we're hearing he's saying thus now of kind of turning off the jury to the argument that they're trying to make. But to your point, it's kind of what he has to do. Another question, also from the UK. Pretty cool to have people joining us from across the Atlantic. William Stella K80 says, in the unlikely situation, in her opinion, that Diddy walks free and something were to happen to a juror or witness, you think of the allegations of witness intimidation that Diddy's faced, would he be somewhat protected with double jeopardy? They do say they're from the UK, not sure on US law. Where does the law stand on, let's just say he walks free and then more evidence comes forward of some of the charges he's facing?
Well, if it's more evidence of the charges he's facing, then double jeopardy applies. You can't be tried twice for the same set of facts and circumstances for the same crime. So if he was acquitted, even if all of a sudden they realized there was more evidence down the road, they wouldn't be able to retry him for these exact same things. Could they retry him if something new came up? Absolutely. Anything's fair game at that point. I think defense counsel may try to say that there's double jeopardy, but if it's the exact same crimes, no. If it's something brand new, sure.
And another update coming in, and you kind of see the direction that the defense is going right now as they're making their case for Sean Combs. Let's talk racketeering. The judge is going to give a legal charge later today, assuming the first one is the 2004 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Let's talk about her. She said, "I wanted my life back. Capricorn Clark's parents passed away when she was young. I don't mean any disrespect. She told you. I'm happy she did. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moves to the Bronx and meets Sean Combs. She goes super platonic. What? I think she means she didn't want it to be platonic. She's out there. You could see it. She says, you know, I had the biggest crush on you. I think we misused our dope chemistry." So now going at Capricorn Clark, another witness who said that Sean Combs, she accused him of kidnapping. Knowing what we heard from the government yesterday, very fact-based, went down the line, laying out their case, Aaliyah. To this point, how is, I guess, overall, what's your read on how the defense is doing and whether or not these are effective arguments?
Effective is a questionable word. I
Sure.
think that arguing that she couldn't have been kidnapped because she had a crush on Sean Combs, like, I'm sorry, where does that fall in the statute? It doesn't, right? Like, I did not feel, if I was taken against my will, I did not feel like I was free to leave. That is kidnapping, like, period, right? So if I had a crush on you, maybe they're trying to argue that, oh, she's biased and the prosecution got to her, but I don't think that, I think the prosecution is doing the best that they can arguing that. I don't think that it's as effective as it could be, simply because me having some sort of intimate relationship or being interested in dating this individual does not necessarily equate to the kidnapping or what I testified to didn't happen. I think from a credibility standpoint, if you get, we do have a male-dominated jury. I think they were trying to make that argument like, oh no, these are just women who wanted him or who went after him. So I guess that leans to their theory and to their side, but I don't necessarily know how effective that it is. I think at minimum, they're just trying to create bias, because I can believe that this person might have had a crush on this individual or might have been interested in dating him. And I can also believe that this person kidnapped me. So I think the two things can be true.
One thing I'm noticing as just comparing yesterday to today is there has not been one Christina Coram reference in Sean Combs' defense, where yesterday she came up multiple times. Diddy's right-hand person. She was really a ghost in this trial because she's mentioned so many times as you see a picture of her, but she didn't testify. William, what role does she play in the final moments of this trial? And what do you make of Diddy not mentioning someone, Diddy's defense not mentioning someone who was there for so many stories that the prosecution told?
Sure. I think she was a very important non-witness for the prosecution. I mean, she was, for all intents and purposes, an unindicted co-conspirator. So for the racketeering, and conspiracy issue, we need to show that it wasn't just one person. The government needs to prove that there was more than one person involved in these crimes, and they have her. And they can point to things that she did. They can point to things that she helped orchestrate. And she was, for all intents and purposes, an unindicted co-conspirator. I don't think that the defense has anything to gain by mentioning her once. Because again, remember, the prosecution gets to give a rebuttal argument after the defense closing argument. So if the defense attorney starts talking about, where's KK? Why didn't she testify? Or anything along those lines, that opens the door for the prosecution to just hammer home that this wasn't just Sean Combs doing these things. And they need to show that it wasn't just him. He was sort of on top of the pyramid, if you will, and there are other people there. She's one right under him. So I'm not surprised that the defense is staying away from that. I would. But again, she's important. She's been important throughout the course of this trial.
When this goes to the jury, which we believe is going to be on Monday, according to the judge this morning, Aaliyah, how likely is it that the jurors will sit around and be like, why wasn't she called?
I think that that's a fair question, and I think they would definitely be thinking about that. I think that it also speaks to the fact that neither of the sides called KK, right? She was also not offered by Sean Combs as well. So I think that also leads to that whole argument as to maybe she would have been beneficial to the prosecution, maybe she would have been beneficial to the defense, but I would be asking the same question. Well, why didn't she testify? The prosecution might come back and say, even though you did not see her physically in the courtroom, you have heard from her, you have heard these text messages, you have heard all the witnesses mention her and how she has been involved. So maybe they're just going to try to rely on the fact that even though she wasn't in the courtroom, she was in the courtroom. But I would definitely be asking myself that question as well if I'm a juror. Like, well, why didn't we see her?
Well, we only have a couple more minutes to go until we're at the bottom of the hour, and then Sierra Gillespie is going to pick things up for us here on the Law and Crime live stream as we follow Diddy's closing arguments. So let's get right to it, William. I mean, at this point, we've heard part of what the closing is from the defense, and I know Aaliyah's kind of smiling. She knows the question that's coming, and probably the one that so many people just want to know. How do you see this finishing?
I think that Mr. Combs is going to be found guilty of at least 3, if not all 5 of the charges that are remaining. Probably all 5.
Which one is his best chance of being found not guilty of?
The sex trafficking of Jane.
Interesting. Why so?
Because I think that is murkier. I think that it certainly isn't as clear cut as Cassie Ventura. I think it isn't as clear cut as the racketeering. I think it isn't as clear cut as the transporting of the sex workers. I mean, the transporting of the sex workers is practically a gimme. I think that there's almost nothing the defense attorneys are going to be able to do to rewind that. It's going to happen, and he's going to be found guilty of this, and I really do feel that way. And I think Cassie Ventura, such a key witness, very important, brutal testimony, and I don't think that the defense scored enough points on cross-examination. I don't know that they could score enough points on cross-examination. Same thing with the racketeering. There's a lot here. When Aaliyah was talking before about is water wet, Sean Combs knows he's committing a crime when you hand a guy, $10,000 in a brown paper bag to get a video. That's problematic. That's bribery. There's no way around it. That witness testified under a grant of immunity because he himself had criminal liability as a result of the things he did at the behest of Combs. The Kid Cudi incident, again, he's not charged with attempted arson, meaning Combs isn't charged with attempted arson, but it certainly does come in there as a predicate offense for the racketeering. So all those things hit. If there's anything the defense attorney can home in on, it's the other sex trafficking charge. And again, sometimes, not always, sometimes the jury does want to reach a kind of comprehensive or some sort of verdict where they give something to both sides. So maybe what they basically do in the jury room is say, look, we have all this evidence. He is absolutely guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of these charges. This one's a little squishier. And since the government hasn't proved it beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to find him not guilty of that. I'm not sure that it's that much. I'm not sure that they're there. But if there's one charge that the defense team could have some leeway with, it would be that one. But as far as the other 4 goes, I think he's going to be found guilty.
I'm happy you brought up the brown bag of cash because I think, and this is just my opinion, that Eddie Garcia, who is the security guard, that story he told about the Intercontinental Hotel having the video, Christina Coram allegedly hounding him to turn this video over, and then he goes to meet Sean Combs at an LA high-rise. The big security guards there are intimidating him. Sean Combs calls him Eddie, my angel, and counts out $100,000 with a money counter like you see in a mob movie. If I was a juror, that's something to me that would just be in my head, especially when you're trying to make the link to, was the guy that was a regular on Ellen actually something more close to being like John Gotti or Al Capone? Aaliyah, how do you see this finishing?
I think the same as my colleague has said earlier. I think the Jane Doe sex trafficking is a little bit more difficult. I think it has left a poor taste in the jurors' mouths that she is still receiving a benefit of it. I think her rent is $10,000 a month that is still being paid. I don't think that anyone, a normal person, a reasonable person, would think that you're being coerced if you have $10,000 rent being paid, because most people don't have $10,000 a month in rent, right? Most people would say this individual could have gotten away from him, got herself a little studio apartment for, what is the going rate in Manhattan? $3,500 now, and then going on. But I think all of the other crimes, there's going to be a conviction of. I think what's very, very important for everyone who is watching to remember, Cassie Ventura did not want to testify in this trial. She had to be subpoenaed by the prosecution to testify. So that whole argument of it's a money grab and this is what she's going after, she wanted to go away quietly. And she was forced to testify under a subpoena because, as we know, if you don't, answer a subpoena, you go to jail. So I think it's really, really important for our viewers to remember this is not something she herself wanted to do.
Yeah, and especially with how pregnant she was at the time. I mean, who in their final weeks of a pregnancy wants to be going through, allegedly the worst moments of your life in a federal trial? Thank you both so much for joining me this morning. This was a lot of fun. Very important testimony going on. Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney, William Corman, criminal defense attorney. Both of you are awesome. Sierra Gillespie is going to be taking my spot after this quick break, continuing on with both of them. We'll see you.
How you doing, everybody? Thanks for sticking with us on Law&Crime's live coverage of the United States versus P. Diddy. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, also the host of our Law&Crime show and channel scandal. So if you guys like P. Diddy, that's what we're covering there, and celebrity scandals and drama. Make sure you subscribe to that show. But for now, we got to talk about P. Diddy, right? I'm live in the Southern District of New York, where right behind me is that courthouse. Inside, closing arguments, you guys, and it's the defense. Mark Agnifilo is up to bat, and we have an all-star panel of guests to talk about it. But first, I want to give you some updates that happened right now. So here's what we've got going. Mark Agnifilo in the courtroom. He's talking, and he says, next, Sean and Cassie are having a freak-off. It's December 22nd, 2021. Cassie has 2 hotel rooms. On burner phone, sees message with Cece about Cuddy, maybe called Scott in the text, something about hiking. He goes on to say, why would he have a gun? He goes to get Capricorn. Why? She would do anything with him, go to the moon. He didn't need a gun. He didn't have a gun. Cuddy said Cassie told Cuddy that Cassie already told Combs. Are you following me? Goes on to say Sean Combs has nothing to gain by having a gun and everything to lose. He is already Sean Combs. Capricorn would love to have stayed employed if he pulled a gun on her. No way. Didn't happen. No gun. So, of course, we're talking about the Kid Cudi situation. We've got the arson allegations there, as well as the kidnapping allegations with Capricorn Clark. And I think this is the perfect time to bring on our guests, right? We have Will Corman, criminal defense attorney, and Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney. Thank you both for coming on and talking with us. They've been on when we were talking with Chris Stewart, and now we have even more questions. So I want to begin with you, Will. What are you thinking of the defense closing arguments right now? Because, again, the jurors haven't heard much from them besides openings and cross, and now we've got Agnifilo, the heavyweight here. What are you thinking so far?
I think he did a very good job in the beginning humanizing Sean Combs, because that was important. As you just said, we haven't heard a lot from defense counsel other than cross-examination. And in the closing arguments, since Combs didn't testify, it really was an opportunity to remind the jurors who he is. He's a self-made man. He's very successful before all this. He's a musician. He's an entrepreneur. He has all these businesses. He's a family man. I think that they pointed out the children sitting in the gallery, and all that was very important. It then takes a turn when defense counsel starts weeding in or getting into the weeds regarding exactly what the evidence was. And it's difficult as we're sitting here reading the transcripts to sort of figure out what the tone is that he's conveying to the jurors. But this is a very difficult case for the defense team. I don't envy them at all. I think they're doing the best with what they have, but they don't have a lot.
I think you made a really good point that I'm here reading live tweets about what is happening, and we can't hear what he's saying. And I mean, compared to yesterday, we had reports, for instance, our reporter, Law&Crime reporter Elizabeth Milner, was in the courtroom. She came out and she basically said that Christy Slavic, who did the closing for the prosecution, was basically reading off of her notes. And no shade to her. I mean, it was very long closings, but she didn't have a lot of emotion. And so I'm wondering if Mark Agnifilo might, though, just based on his personality, Mark the Shark, as I sometimes call him. Aaliyah, what are you thinking? Do you think he's got big personality in all of this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I said before, when you are presenting closing, this is your moment to shine, right? If any of my fellow theater kids out there remember when the curtain opened, it's that first moment. This is my moment, right? Especially because the prosecution was very methodical and did not pull in a lot of emotion. The defense counsel is going to, Agnifilo, specifically, is going to definitely come in, big hands, big gestures. Maybe he might slam on the desk at one point just to, make sure the jury's listening. I know some attorneys do that, but no, we're definitely going in, as my colleague said, with like a big fanfare, guns blazing, because what else do we have? Right? So maybe if I speak louder and remind these people that no, he's not a bad guy. He's a dad and he's a businessman and he just, likes to do questionable sexual things in his spare time. Maybe a little DV, but not a criminal. No.
When you said slamming the fists on the table, I feel like I could hear it from across the street in the courtroom, because I feel like that's so easy to imagine him doing something like that. And to your point, go big or go home. We haven't heard much from them. This is it. This is the mic drop. They've got to go big. So I can see some slamming. And by the way, thank you everybody who's been watching. We have viewers from literally all over the world, and you've been writing in and asking us amazing questions. So I want to go to some of those now. Keep doing it, by the way. This is from Kristen Beaver 7867. She says, with the prosecution charges, how much time does Diddy face now? Will, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, these charges are very, very, very serious. I want to say that racketeering carries, 20 years plus, and after if he's convicted, the judge has the ability to stack these charges one on another, stack the sentences one on another, and at that stage of the game, we're into the stratosphere in terms of possible years away. Again, this isn't a drunk driving case. This is about as serious as it gets. I mean, sex trafficking, that carries with it a significant sentence. Racketeering, a significant sentence. And if the judge decides to stack these sentences one on top of the other, unfortunately for Mr. Combs, that could be literally decades behind bars.
And I mean, if we think about it too, he's 55 years old. He spent almost the past year at MDC Brooklyn, which isn't the Ritz or, the Intercontinental Hotel for that matter. It's not one of these amazing hotels. I think, any sort of sentence like that where we have decades could be the rest of his life. I mean, it's definitely wearing. Let's go to another viewer question now. I have two. This is A. Bex 5009. She says, says, so the defense won't bring anyone, and that's the end. Did people want to support him, or what happened there? What are you thinking about that one, Aaliyah? I mean, they didn't call anyone.
No, they did not. They had a list of proposed people to call, and I think we talked about this briefly yesterday. I think someone from I don't know if it's Revolt or Bad Boy or Human Resources of one of his multi-named companies was supposed to appear, right? I think that they thought about that because on Cross, that individual is now going to open the door to even more of the support for RICO, especially if we start talking about accounting and what was paid out of a business account for the freak offs or for transporting these sex workers, right? Or for buying baby oil and the other substance that was used. I think that there were two more witnesses that were purported to be called, but they were not called. I think it's very, very interesting that there was not one person that was produced. I'm sure as a viewer, like myself, you're thinking, well, why didn't they do that? It's strategy, right? Some people were thinking that Sean Combs was going to testify. I'm glad he didn't. I think that would have been a bad move on the defense counsel's part. But, there was no one to actually speak to any portion of this on the defense side. And I think the jury is going to think about that. Whether or not, they use it to credit the weight of their decision or not is a different story. But they're definitely going to be thinking about the fact that no one came and spoke on behalf of the defense.
I tend to agree with you, Aaliyah. First of all, I think that it's a great choice by P. Diddy not to take the stand, although I would have loved to see it and hear what he had to say. But as far as calling no one, zero witnesses, that is puzzling to me, and I agree with you that the jury is going to be thinking about that. I mean, they heard 6 or 7 weeks from the government, then they heard the closing arguments. They're expecting to hear something from the defense and just get nothing. I mean, I think it's going to be something in their brains at the very least. And we've been talking a lot about our viewers. Thank you so much for interacting with us. We have a poll that was up. It was, can a relationship with domestic violence be a great modern love story? Because, of course, in his closings, Mark Anifilo compares Cassie and Diddy to a great modern love story. But then we have these domestic violence situations. I mean, we've all seen that Intercontinental video at this point. So here's what our viewers said. Yes, 11% said it could be a great modern love story. 80% said no, and 9% said unsure. So I'm going to ask you about that one, Will. What are you thinking? I mean, domestic violence plays a huge role in this case, but he's not charged with it. So is that difficult for jurors to kind of parse out when they're in the deliberation room?
So I think that from the beginning of this case, the defense counsel has basically talked about how this is a domestic violence case, and that's all this is. And I think that's what they have to do, because we can't do anything about that video. It's right there. It's almost, I know it isn't technically exhibit number 1, but in the jury's mind and in my mind, it is exhibit number 1. I am very wary of the idea that a relationship that's full of domestic violence is a modern love story. I take issue with that. If I were the prosecution in my rebuttal, I would be all over that, because I think that's somewhat offensive to suggest. And with all due respect to the 11% of the folks in the poll who think that is a modern love story, that's troubling. And it's certainly not something that I would harp on if I were a defense counsel at all. That's a tricky way to view a relationship, and probably not a proper one, and not one that would score many points.
I think you brought up a great point. It is really troubling because not only do we have all of the people who are involved in this, I mean, we're talking Cassie or Jane, who are the survivors in this. We have jurors who live their lives. They have their relationships. We don't know what went on in their past relationships. So let's say they're, had an incident at some point in their past that something went, off. They're thinking about that and hearing, was that a modern love story? I don't know. So I tend to agree with you about that too, Will. And by the way, we do have some updates straight from court, so I'm going to read them to you now. This is Mark Agnifilo still going on with the closing arguments for the defense. He's talking about Kid Cudi now. He says Cudi didn't say that Capricorn said Combs had a gun because there was no gun. Working backward, Cudi didn't tell the police about a gun. It was written up as a trespass. That's all. There's no gun. Capricorn's story falls apart. He goes on to say there was the car chase. Or was there? And again, this goes to what Aaliyah was talking about before. I do think he's being dramatic here. He goes on to say, Cudi pulled up next to the Escalade. The witness said there was no car chase. The judge is going to say you can disregard any witness if you find something not credible. If you see fit, it's all you need. He goes on to say, seems like everything is possible with Capricorn Clark. I asked her. She said, I came up here with Puff. I want to run away. I'm afraid of mountain lions. Mountain lions? I'm not saying they are scary, but if you were kidnapped by a gun, no. He goes on to say then, she, meaning Capricorn Clark, doesn't want to say, I went there by my own volition. I'm not saying Sean Combs didn't go there. He wanted to fight him, fine. Mother effer. Combs is not a coward. He's ready to fight. At the risk of being sexist, they are men. They fight. And here's the last update for now that I have for you. We're going to have a good old-fashioned 8 a.m. Hollywood Hills John Wayne fight. The Porsche, not his style. There's no evidence. Who else would do it? No evidence. Burning a car is cowardice. Be a man and fight him. Okay, I think he's going in guns a-blazing, Aaliyah. What are you thinking about this? Because, of course, this was a huge topic of conversation. Initially some people were thinking, okay, maybe the arson allegations and the kidnapping allegations were dropped. But, I mean, if we read, the paperwork, it was attempted kidnapping, attempted arson. So, of course, the government yesterday touched on those things, arson and kidnapping. And now this is Agnifilo talking about both those things. What are your thoughts with that update, Aaliyah?
Okay, let's begin at the beginning. Diddy couldn't have bombed Kid Cudi because we're men and we don't bomb, we fight. We know that you fight. I think the prosecution is going to have a field day with that. Oh, you're a man and you fight? Like you drug Cassie down the Intercontinental hallway? Like you kicked her? Like you hit her over the head with a frying pan? Like that type of fighting that you do? Diddy, I think that was, at the risk of sounding sexist, there are also women on the panel that might be like, well, where were we going with this, right? I think, again, we've said time and time again, they have to put something forth. I don't know how beneficial that was, right? I think the defense is saying, yeah, he was there, but he wasn't there to blow up the car. He was there to fight. Well, that's still supporting the argument of why are you fighting Kid Cudi? You're fighting Kid Cudi because Kid Cudi was in a relationship with Cassie and you wanted Cassie and you controlled Cassie, so the answer was no. And that then again supports the argument of persuasion with the use of force and duress that we're talking about regarding the sex trafficking.
I tend to agree with almost everything you're saying there, Aaliyah, because there's a lot to unpack. And I don't know, I'm going to ask you this one, Will. Do you think he's digging himself a hole here? Because we've talked about this modern day love story, which to your point could be offensive to people. Then we have this thing where he says, at the risk of being sexist, men fight. What are your thoughts on what he just said in closings?
I mean, I can't say it any better than Aaliyah did, but I'm gonna try to buttress what she said to some extent. As a defense attorney, as any attorney giving a closing argument, defense or otherwise, the last thing you want to do is accidentally alienate a juror, because these jurors are the ones who are deciding the guilt or innocence of your client, or whether or not the prosecution, the guilt or innocence of the defendant. And so to risk alienating a juror who may have had a domestic violence incident in their past, or a friend with a domestic violence incident in their past, or who may all of a sudden take offense. I mean, if you're going to get up in front of a jury and say, I hope no one takes offense to this, that's a giant red flag that, hey, somebody might. And that's problematic. I'm a little surprised by this. Now, what would be interesting is we know that yesterday during the prosecution's closing argument, it was very methodical. They had a lot to get through. There was a lot of reading. Whether or not they are going to be able to pivot and be as emotional in response to defense counsel's argument as defense counsel has been to theirs, because that would be a home run for the prosecution. If they can pivot and go from reading the cold hard facts to now actually feeling some emotion on behalf of the alleged victims in this case and convey that to the jury, it's a guilty across the board if they're able to pull that off.
And I do wonder if that's what it's going to be, you know, kind of a slow burn. Yesterday, the government went through, and it basically was a list of, okay, this year this happened, and here's what you heard from this witness, and laid everything out. And I'm sure it was a lot to digest. But then, if they have the defense with Mark Agnifilo potentially slamming his fist, as we keep saying, and saying things like the modern love story and potentially sexist things, then if you come in, you know, guns a-blazing with the government for their rebuttal, I think you're right. I mean, that's the last thing that is going to be in jurors' minds. So I'll be interested to see what happens there. And by the way, we do continue to see your guys' questions, the live stream viewers. And so I have another one. This is from JAM1035. He says, Sierra, giving the impending civil lawsuits accusing Combs of sexual assault against children or minor youth, could the feds or state bring class action lawsuits rather? How would they best proceed? And Aaliyah, I'm going to send this one over to you. I was interested in the fact that there were civil lawsuits that involved allegations with minors, and yet when the indictment came down, we didn't see anything about the minors. It wasn't anything that was brought up in the courthouse behind me. So what are your thoughts about all of that for the future? Could it be some sort of class action lawsuit like our viewer was saying?
From a civil standpoint, there is an opportunity you have to have a class certified in order to bring a class action lawsuit. So they would have to essentially investigate all of these individual plaintiffs. When I say they, I mean the plaintiff attorney bringing the class action lawsuit would have to essentially vet all of these 30 or however many individuals there are to then build what's called a class, go before the court and say, hey, we have a certified class in this specific situation against Sean Combs, and then they would have to present evidence in order to be certified as a class action lawsuit from a civil standpoint. As far as the fact that there were minors that were potentially mentioned that were not, sometimes that is a strategy standpoint to not bring minors in. It's also possible these children who have parents who would not allow them to testify, right? They are minors, which means they have a guardian or a parent that can say, hey, no, we're not putting our child through this. And in that case, you can't subpoena a child, right? You can subpoena a grown-up, but you can't subpoena a kid. So in that case, maybe there was a situation where they weren't able to do enough vetting to build the case for the minors specifically.
We do have another viewer question too. This is from Kelly B's 6578, and she says, what's the maximum, a number, if a judge decided to make them consecutive? You said decades. Is that 30 years or 60 years? And thank you for asking. This is a really good question. And I think it's pretty straightforward. Could be life. Could be the rest of his life, all of it, if he's found guilty, especially if the racketeering. What do you think, Will? And this is down the line, obviously, if there's any sort of conviction in this. When it came time for sentencing, I mean, are we thinking consecutive, concurrent? And again, this is all speculation because there hasn't been any sort of verdict. We don't know if it's mixed or a full sweep or what it is. But what does it tend to generally lean toward?
I mean, we're really trying to use our ESP powers and read tea leaves here, and that's very, very difficult to do. If I were going to guess, and it is literally just a guess, I would imagine that there would be a sentence of around 20 years. And I'm not quite pulling that out of thin air, but I'm pretty close. And as we talked about before, you know, Combs is 55, and respectfully, that's not that old. But nevertheless, for him to spend any time incarcerated, for anyone to spend any time incarcerated is dramatic and can be terrible. But I would imagine that we're probably talking about a 20-year sentence, give or take.
To your point, that is all speculation right now. I mean, there has not been any sort of deliberations even. In fact, we're still in the closing arguments right now from the defense. And we do have some more updates from court. This is Mark Agnifilo once again. He's the one who's presenting the closings for the defense. He's still talking about this situation with Kid Cudi, Capricorn Clark, an alleged kidnapping, and then, of course, the alleged arson. Here's what he says. What's in the car? Molotov cocktail. Why not show you the glove? I'm suggesting something? Yes. The investigation stunk. It's terrible. 2 fingerprints. What happened? Well, I don't know. You're going to determine his fate on arson, on this. And again, he's talking about all of the situations that the investigation after Kid Cudi, reported this and spoke with police. And then there's that glove, the driving glove that was there. Agnifilo went on to say the DNA was consistent with a female contributor. That witness was not helpful. If it had come back consistent with Combs, they would have bragged about it. Investigator Jimenez never followed up. He tried to find Cassie. He said Jimenez said Capricorn's brother obstructed him. They fought. I'm not saying Capricorn did it or Cassie did it. We're not here to solve the world's problems. Cassie's father didn't call him back. The witness was mad. Draw your own conclusions. Wow. Okay, so he says he's not here to solve the world's problems, and he's bringing up Cassie and Capricorn. This is fiery to me. Aaliyah, what are you thinking?
Remember how back in the day we had, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit? Remember that? Yeah, we remember that, right? So in this instance, right, the same argument we're trying to make now. I'm not going to say that I think OJ did it. OJ did go off and then write a book and say, if I did it, here's how I did it, right? Take that what you may. But the arguments that he's trying to make here is, hey, look, the DNA wasn't a match, so it couldn't have happened. That also speaks to the RICO charge. Why would Sean Combs go and do it? Now, I'm not saying Sean Combs did it. I'm saying that someone in Sean Combs' camp did it. That's the argument that the prosecution is going to make. And then I saw how they were trying to say that, oh, the investigation specifically, they didn't do a good job of following up, et cetera, et cetera. And that's fair, which is why Kid Cudi was brought into the court to testify. Right? I think that with CSI and with all of our crime shows, we always want to know the DNA. We always want to know the DNA. But we also have to remember that a witness, a person who has experienced or been a victim of a crime, their testimony is the evidence, right? There might not be fingerprints or blood or glass or anything, but I, as the victim, standing up in court and saying what happened to me, that is evidence. And that is why we have this issue with credibility when we have actual victims testifying or witness testimony.
It's so funny that all roads seem to go back to a glove. I love the comparison you made there with OJ, and now, of course, we have the driving glove in this case. I think it's interesting to bring up, and I liked your point, Aaliyah, when you were talking about the investigation, because many of us watch these shows, Criminal Minds. I used to binge that with my roommate Nicole in college. We love it, and yet it's not the same in real life. Will, I'm going to toss it to you for the next question here, and my question is, we're waiting for that rebuttal. We're hearing a lot from Agnifilo. Fiery, I didn't mean to say that as a pun as we're talking about arson. It just kind of came out. But hey, there it is. So we're hearing a lot from Agnifilo. What are we thinking are the points that the prosecution is going to touch on during rebuttal?
I think what the prosecution is going to hone in on is everything you just heard from defense counsel doesn't matter. Because what they're trying to do is they are trying to distract you. It's sort of the magician where they're waving their hands around so you're not watching exactly what's going on. And that's what it is. Because at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not the glove fits or the glove doesn't fit, it almost doesn't matter. Because as Aaliyah said a minute ago, what really matters is who is doing this and who are they doing it in whose direction. So it doesn't matter if Sean Combs' DNA isn't on the glove. It doesn't matter if it was a woman. It doesn't matter if it was a man. It doesn't matter if it was whoever or whatever. But the fact of the matter is that if we can show that Combs was directing it, that's all we need to prove. We don't need to show that Combs was literally the one who was calling prostitutes and saying, will you please fly to LA? Will you please fly to Atlanta? Will you please fly to Ibiza? We just need to show that someone was doing it at Combs' behalf. We don't need to show that Combs was day after day beating up Cassie Ventura, beating up Jane, beating up Mia in order for you to know or for you to believe that there was such an atmosphere of coercion and fear and threats and intimidation that these women would do anything he said. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say, don't be distracted by the show that defense counsel is putting on for you, because what you really need to do is drill down in the details. And the details are, this guy, Sean Combs, was orchestrating this entire thing. The proof is from the witnesses themselves, who said, as we talked about earlier, they went to an LA luxury high-rise, and Sean Combs is there counting money to give to Garcia. The evidence is there. This awful video that we've seen over and over again, where Sean Combs is brutally beating up Cassie Ventura. That's what this case is. Whether or not the glove fits is irrelevant. The fact that there was a glove, that's what matters here.
There was the glove. Does the glove fit? I don't know. Still a lot of questions, but I like what you said there, Will. I'm going to have one more update from court here. Again, happening right behind me. Mark Agnifilo is giving closings, and here's what he's saying. Here's an email, obviously an exhibit. Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some later proof? Doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn to the London hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not a kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. And of course, this is in reference to after Diddy allegedly stomped on Cassie's face. Then the alleged kidnapping is when he, again, I keep having to say allegedly, forced her to stay in this hotel and she didn't want to. Agnifilo says, remember, Cassie also didn't want the tape out. She had a movie coming out. Let's go back to what was said about the hotel staff maybe leaking the footage, and we're talking about Intercontinental Hotel now. They were worried about publicity, not a misdemeanor. Guess what happened? It was sold. And again, that infamous Intercontinental video, and I'm sure he's probably going to talk about Eddie Garcia and the alleged bribery there, the payoff, the money machine that was counting cash. I mean, a lot ahead in closings. We're about to wrap up for this part of our live coverage, though, and I have to say a huge thank you to both of our guests who've been on with us for 2 hours, Will Corman and Aaliyah Roberts. Thank you both for staying on with us today and giving us amazing insight into what's happening. Before we log off, I've got to say we're going to be here all day, you guys. So even if you're looking at just the stagnant view of the courthouse, we will be coming back after this. Jesse Weber is going to be on, I believe, at noon. I'll be back, and then later on, Anjanette Levy will be on again at 3, and I'll be here throughout all of it. Our girl Elizabeth Milner will come back and tell us what it was like. Was Agnifilo really stomping his hands on the table? We'll wait and see. And also, by the way, we have an amazing podcast for you guys to follow the Diddy live coverage. It's now the 2nd season of Law&Crime's podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, which is hosted by our guy Jesse Weber. It is back June 17th exclusively on Wondery. The trailer just dropped, and you can find it right now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or really wherever you get your podcasts. So subscribe now to be the first to know when we drop big episodes. Jesse and his guests will be breaking down each day of testimony narrative, featuring incredible reports from our very own Queen Elizabeth Milner and some of your favorites, Law&Crime analysts and experts like Natalie Whittingham-Burrell, Dave Ehrenberg, and of course our girl Safa Robinson-Ferrer.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
to for what they tried to do to Courtney Love, for what they tried to do to Colonial, for what they tried to do to Kanye West with the Kardashians. All these people trying to make slaves of human beings who work very hard for their money. And to be able to use their money.
come and check us for a press?
These guys will.
Okay, so I have to wait to stand over here because this is my first time ever being out here.
Oh, no, you can stand here. There's nothing going on.
Okay.
Because they'll probably come out around.
Okay, so
you should have a press ID, valid press ID. I mean, usually.
I need to.
Yeah, you might ask them.
Really?
Yeah. Just having this has to be issued by the court. But I'm not the enforcer.
See, and you know what? I thought that, but
I'm not the enforcer, so I don't care.
I know you
I don't think it's that crazy.
I know you don't.
I don't think it's that crazy today. It's not that crazy. Next week it'll be crazy.
What you say?
I said next week it's going to get crazy, but right now not so bad.
What is going on today? Because I have not had a chance to catch up through travel because I'm coming all the way from damn near Lancaster.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
They're in final remarks.
Okay, fine. Okay.
That one was born last night in 1970.
You really go for the New York press pass, but I'm not enforcing it.
Yeah, but I still want to find out because I don't want to be. I mean, I want the world. If I would be able to go, then.
You have to ask them.
That's right there. No petty one.
brother, he has a New Jersey press badge, which is totally different, but it's all the same thing. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but I want one of those. That's big. What that was?
I think it's mainly for working in New Jersey.
In New York, right? And that's the thing. Yeah, I don't. I'm like from Pennsylvania.
Lancaster, you said?
Well, it's like Lancaster. Are you familiar with that area?
That's where we got our dog.
Okay, so you know where Cookville and Exton is? That's where. But it's still fun. Hell. You live in New York?
My friends moved next to me.
Are they?
They're all over
Okay. Nobody going to Chester County? What's wrong with Chester County?
Everybody likes smoking.
Too far for me to go here, unless I get a job in Philly. But,
Right.
and my wife lives in the other side of that.
Oh, I love that. You like her? I love that.
I lost my.
Becoming my friends. You see that, officer? They're telling me. See?
Well,
all you gotta do is talk to people, and they're gonna tell you.
That's what we said. Talk to
You
us.
did. I told them. I said, listen. So
Yeah, they would definitely know better than us.
You ain't no shit.
What is that?
That's always my answer, too.
What does that patch say? Hang on.
Too fat to bro will shoot instead.
Can I take a picture of that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I will take one too.
My buddy, we do shooting with weekends and stuff like that. That is hilarious.
It's ironic, though. It's not real. I do run.
You look like you real chill. You look chill.
I try to be.
You try to be. People make it difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah. They make it difficult.
Yeah.
I know.
All right.
Yeah, you're good here. You're good.
Yeah, I'm glad you found out. Good to go.
Yes, I did, but I was
Thanks,
still
guys.
do what they did, but.
We'll set her straight.
So with the doctor, one guy that was here said it's probably gonna be like a couple of hours before you get there.
Does it break for lunch at some point? So you go into the entrance over there, but you can't bring your phone. They have to keep your thing. They take your phone.
Okay.
They lock it away.
Okay.
They'll give you like a token or something. That's the thing you have access to.
Absolutely.
So like your phone has to be off too. So you go in, lunchtime.
I think at this point you'll be in like the third store. Like even Kanye tried to go in there. He sat in the store and then left 10 minutes later.
Today or
No, like last week or something.
So how have you guys been depressed? Because you guys full.
Oh God.
Like, are you a journalist?
You should know all these spots are clean.
They're what?
They're all clean by the beach.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna be right here. Yeah, look. And what's your name?
Mike.
Mike.
What's your name?
Danny. Danny. I'm Miss Hollywood Renee. Yes. I have an online talk show.
Okay. 13 years for me altogether.
Really? You love it? What's the craziest case you've ever done?
Depending on the day, I love it. Remember that Jersey City? Remember that shootout in Jersey City a few years ago? It was a shootout in Jersey City.
Yeah, it was Newark.
No, it was Jersey City.
The big one that held up the police for like an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Jersey City, yes.
That was
Really? But did something happen?
Oh yeah, it was like feet, but East Coast.
It was, if I remember correctly, it was, I guess it was this radical group targeting Jewish people. So they shot up.
I remember that.
So they shot up a.
My station was number 5.
Oh my God.
I didn't go there by choice.
Wow. And you got pictures? Video? If they want me to move, I will move.
It'll be good. It'll be good. Once you got that out.
I'm talking about these other people with their big fancy cameras. I don't have fancy, I got a phone.
Somewhere down there. sent her photos. Look, she was like, that's why I have gray hair. It's because you and your brother. My brother had that too. So,
Oh, is he? Oh, she got two dangerous ass kids. I love it though. Listen, who wants to be ordinary and boring? Like, life is supposed to be like that, right?
he just started here in the city too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's look at that man. Look at y'all. You taller than him though.
No, we're the same height. He's standing back.
Oh, okay. Y'all look good. Y'all twins.
We have 3 years. You know, get a better photo. Yeah, he's just standing back. We're all 3 years. We're like 3 years apart.
Y'all some good looking guys.
No,
Well, I listen. If you was that guy, I'd be like, oh, y'all okay? Okay. I'm just telling you.
And here's where it comes from. So here's him right at my brother. So
Oh, look at that.
we're all
Oh wait, how many brothers you got?
just
It's just you two.
Yeah,
Y'all
we're
sisters?
No, sisters. Because you can tell we're all related because we're all like ahead of everybody else.
Oh my! What happened to him and him? They're little.
Their parents married midgets. So.
You're crazy. Oh
No,
my God.
that's literally what it is. You
So,
know.
how does your wife feel about you doing this?
Sometimes she worries, but I don't, you know, she's I work a little closer to home too. Like, yesterday I had to miss something because I got stuck here. She's, you know, it's paid for the house, for the dog, the very expensive dog.
What kind of dog is it?
She's a Bernese Mountain Dog. She's like a, it's like 100 pounds. What you're doing? I'm talking about me. What about you?
Listen, I've been doing my platform for 2.5 years. This is the very first time that I've been out in front of and I'm fearless. I just do what I do. I love to talk. I have a talk show platform, talk about everything. But now I was like, you know what? I think it's time to step out of that.
Go for it.
I don't even know who that is. I don't answer this call when I know him. I don't know who that is. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. If you don't come up in my phone, that means I don't know you.
You'll know when they start coming out. I think the family just comes out. You'll know when they start. They come out through one of these doors right here, and then they'll have a big black Mercedes that comes up. So you'll know when.
I'm in the car. Mike, what's that? You work for all right, can we get it? So, come on, let's be like little kids. Well, I'll be the little kid. Like, who you work for?
He works for New York One.
Oh, no, I just said you want me in Florida. No.
He's got some. He's wanted.
He's wanted. Okay.
He's a wanted man.
Right. It's okay. See, this is gonna make me feel like I'm a real news person. Thank you, Mike.
No problem. I barely smiled, but yeah.
That's you are a handsome guy. I already told you I'm a straight shooter. If you look at it.
Weird motherfucker. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, listen, I tell you the truth.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so you'll know. I don't know what time it'll be. So you'll see these guys. They'll start. They'll put two barricades and slide out. So you'll see when they start, like getting everything ready. There's a big Mercedes that usually comes from that direction. It comes this way. It'll pull up right where the parkway is, and they'll just walk out. I don't know. They got here about half an hour ago. It's usually his family. So his kids, his mom is always here. But you'll see them come out. It's a little bit of a madhouse, but you'll be looking at.
But
usually arrive here by 9. Family arrives here by 9, but that leaves you a lot of time. And who knows? That's things I don't know when court is done. I don't go inside. I stay up here. So.
You never thought about going and sitting there?
No, I'm not. My reporter goes in there too, because I just my job is to do live shots and then catch the arrivals and exits. That's my job. So.
Severe, like I said, my followers are going to be like, it's really clear. I'm really here. Like, I have to tell them, y'all, I am really, really here. And that cop right there is a cool as Mr. Not Shooter. It's been like 7 years.
They're all pretty good. They're strict, but they have they do a lot. What's your Instagram handle?
Chacon was house. Oh, there it is. Look. It's these.
Oh, Chewy.
Yeah.
I'm looking. I'm like,
You thought I was just talking some language saying V?
I thought it's V. I didn't expect it to. I think it's follow. That's me. Never man in black. That's all I wear.
You are really, I wish everybody was like you, like customer service. You try to call people and people just don't like their job and they don't want to tell you shit. You should rule.
My thing is, we're all advocates of the same thing. Why leave? But I'll be around. Like I said, you'll see when they start moving the barricades. You'll see. There's going to be a lot of people, like so just try to get.
What's that, like around 1?
I don't know. I think around between 12 and 1. It varies daily. You'll know. You'll know when they start getting ready.
They start moving stuff around.
Yeah, they'll move these right here, and you'll see people line up. The big black Mercedes van and maybe a couple of SUVs too.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll help my partner out.
Go for it.
This Hollywood?
Well, maybe I'll put my shoes back on. It's like, I don't know, I want to put my shoes on.
No, you're better off.
I feel like I'm more comfortable like this, and to hell with them shoes.
All the reporters I know, they rock. Half the reporters I know, they rock dresses and sneakers.
I love that. That's what I need to do.
It's easier on the back.
Seriously, I can't keep on like this.
I'll be around.
Okay.
Hey, happy Friday. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime live on YouTube, and we are covering the closing arguments, the defense closing argument in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. He, of course, is on trial for a number of charges in the Southern District of New York in Manhattan. He is charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Sean Combs says he is not guilty of all of these charges, but the government says he committed all of these acts. And now it will soon be up to the jury to evaluate all of the evidence and look at all of it and determine whether he is not guilty or guilty of the charges. We are going to be taking your questions as we always do during the lunch hour. So please drop them in the chat there in YouTube, and our great panel will get to all of them. But before we get to that, I want to check in with Sierra Gillespie. She is outside of the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Elizabeth Milner is inside the courthouse, and she'll be joining us in just a little bit to tell us what's been going on inside the courtroom. So Sierra, tell me, a good afternoon, first of all, what has been going on outside of court this morning? Have we seen any hoopla?
Hi, Anjanette. I'm always keeping an eye out for hoopla, and I haven't seen much. However, I will tell you, yesterday we talked, and it was more somber here. You know, it was closings from the government, and we were expecting something. And I think the crowd is kind of mirroring what's going on inside of the courtroom, right? So the government's closings, according to reports, are kind of methodical and slow and, you know, not a lot of emotion. And that was the crowd yesterday. But today, we're hearing Marco Niffolo is in there, and he's loud, and he's making jokes, and he's saying things that are kind of off the wall. And I think the crowd has responded to that in a way. I mean, already when I got here at 8 o'clock this morning, there were lines out the door waiting for people to get inside to hopefully get a spot inside the courtroom or maybe even the overflow room. And I have seen some of those people we spoke about yesterday, you know, the people who are wearing the hats or the t-shirts that say Free Puffy. And kind of surprisingly, the most crowds I've seen have been for a Britney Spears movement. People are still talking about her conservatorship. At first, I thought it was related to P. Diddy. One could assume, but as I took a closer look, it was really about Britney Spears. So that's kind of what we got going on today.
Yeah, that's kind of odd because Britney is free as far as we know. You know,
Britney
she's no
is
longer.
free. Yeah,
she is free. She's been free for a while now, so maybe they just are carrying the torch for that for some reason. I do want to talk to you a little bit about who we are seeing now showing up at the courthouse. We know throughout the trial, of course, there's the big overflow room that we've always heard about. There are journalists showing up every day to cover this trial, social media influencers, YouTubers, people like that. But now you said you're seeing more people showing up. Are there more people showing up? And right now on our screen, obviously, we're seeing Sean Combs's daughters showing up to court. But I want to talk to you specifically right now about the other people showing up to court. You know, you see Free Britney people, Free Puffy people. Are you seeing more people gathering at the courthouse in anticipation of a verdict, who want to be a part of this and see what's going on inside court?
Yeah, I think we definitely have seen that. I mean, where I'm at right now, we have been camped out since the start of the trial, and many other news organizations have been too. Beside me, there's live hits going on right over here and down the line. So all up and down here, there are, you know, reputable reporters. We're talking like CNN or ABC, NBC. I was actually speaking with a man from BBC earlier. So this has gone international. But not only have we seen people like that, we've also seen, to your point, Anjanette, live streamers. So many people have their phones with them and they're, you know, like this all the time, talking and trying to interview. As I've been on the live streams earlier this morning with Chris Stewart, I saw people who were live streaming me live streaming. So it's kind of a lot of that. And I do think that's something we'll see more of as we continue on throughout all of this, because right now we're in closings, but as deliberations go and everyone kind of gets antsy, what's the answer going to be? What's the verdict? I think we're just going to see more and more.
Now let's talk a little bit about Sean Combs's family, because he's had family support showing up, family members showing up to support him throughout this trial. It's almost like they've been showing up in shifts. The daughters were showing up this morning and yesterday. They had shown up in the very beginning of the trial, and then we didn't see them for a period of time. We know that they had some graduations and things like that. Plus, I mean, this is just kind of icky for girls to listen to this testimony, for any child to listen to about their father. There's been some other stuff going on, though, with one of the sons, Justin Combs. So tell me a little bit about that. Is Justin Combs there today, as we have some news about a lawsuit that's been filed?
Yes, Justin Combs is here today, and I want to talk about that lawsuit. But first, I want to talk about the fact that almost all of Diddy's children are here today. He has 7 children in all, the youngest being Love, just a little girl. She's the only one who isn't here today. All the rest are. And this is also something that Mark McGeough highlighted today in closing arguments, talking about Diddy's family. And I do think that the jurors, the people of the court, are picking up on this. As you said, they've been pretty much there all since the beginning, except for some of his daughters who were kind of in and out, but they are there today. Now, Justin Combs, he's the main one that we want to talk about today because there have been some legal issues with him. So I'll kind of break that down for you. This was a filing that happened on Monday of this week, and I do want to state right from the top, it was criminal, not civil, and these are all allegations. However, there is a woman who filed under the name Jane Doe who alleges some misconduct at the hands of both Justin Combs and P. Diddy back in 2017. So I'll kind of give you an overview of what the filing says. That back in 2017, the spring of that year, this woman, Jane Doe, who lived in New Orleans, Louisiana, started Snapchatting with Justin Combs. And they're going back and forth. At one point, she admits she sends him risque photos, according to the lawsuit. That's what she calls them, or her attorney does in the lawsuit. But additionally, she talks about her big dreams. She wants to work in the entertainment industry. She's got stars in her eyes. And Justin Combs says, okay, you know, my dad actually kind of works in the entertainment industry. Why don't you come out here, out to LA? And so according to the lawsuit, it was under false pretenses that she headed over to LA. And after that, that's when she said things kind of, you know, went by the wayside. She alleges that she was held in a hotel room for an entire weekend, given drugs and alcohol, and then she says she was raped by 3 men who were wearing masquerade masks. And I think this is the important part here, is she says 2 of them, she's not sure who they were, but one of them she recognized and she identified, name dropped in the lawsuit, was P. Diddy. She also mentions that Justin Combs referred to him as Pops, you know, something that you would call your dad. So that's kind of why she pointed him out there. And I do want to highlight that in this civil lawsuit, she straight called it being held prisoner. I mean, that's pretty strong language. Now, I also do want to share the other side of things too. Justin Combs' team has spoken out, and I do have their statement right here. Here's what they said. No matter how many lawsuits are filed, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted or sex trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor. We live in a world where anyone can file a lawsuit for any reason. Fortunately, a fair and impartial judicial process exists to find the truth. And Mr. Combs is confident he will prevail in court. So we kind of heard from both sides there, but amidst this civil lawsuit, Justin Combs is right now in this courthouse behind me.
Very interesting, and an interesting development given that we're at the end of this trial. And I think, you know, you make a very good point to bring up that Sean Combs and his children, especially Sean Combs, has always said in these statements that he's never sex trafficked or sexually assaulted anybody. So we do want to make note of that. Sierra, thank you so much. You're going to hang out with us in the back there, but I want to bring our panel in now. Remember, everybody, drop in your questions for Sierra and our legal panel, and we will get to as many of them as we can, put them in the chat. But for now, let's get to the panel. Awesome panel we've got here today. Bradford Cohen, up next to me in the box. He is an entertainment attorney and a criminal defense attorney. Mauricio Padilla is also a criminal defense attorney. And Alexis Rosenberg is a federal litigator. Thanks to all of you for being with me today. So I want to get your thoughts on closing arguments thus far. It sounds like there's been a lot of drama going on so far today. Bradford, the government has asked for a curative instruction. Maureen Comey said that there was some issues in Mark Agnifalo's closing argument. Judge Submaranian said that the issues were grossly improper, particularly the one questioning charging decisions. And the judge said he would give a curative instruction to the jury addressing that issue. So that's pretty wild to me. What do you think of that? You know, you hear these things come up. You know, people ask for curative instructions all the time. So your thoughts?
I don't think that much of it, to be honest with you. This happens. This happens all the time. Closing argument gets very heated, gets very passionate. I mean, I know myself, Maurice, anybody that I am friendly with that is in the criminal defense world or even the civil world, that loves their job, loves their client, wants to do a good job, is a warrior in court. That happens. It happens on our side, happens on the government side. The government sometimes oversteps their bounds, and we ask for a curative instruction. And those curative instructions are kind of like a joke, to be quite honest with you. When it happens and the government does it, they overstep their bounds. And I ask them, hey, I want a curative instruction. I move for a mistrial and then a curative instruction. Judge always says, oh, it's not going to be a mistrial. I'll give you a curative instruction. Hey, you know what? The prosecutor said that, his client's super guilty and all these other things, just pretend you didn't hear it. And that's not part of what you're going to debate on, what you're going to decide on, and the elements that you're going to be presented with. Just ignore that like it didn't happen. Juries don't ignore that. So when it comes to closing, it's like the gloves are off. And I think the defense knows what is at stake in any criminal defense case. They know what's at stake, and they do anything and everything to make sure the jury understands that, number one, is if they feel this case is dirty, if they feel like there is a reason why the case was brought, or there's a reason behind how, really they were forcing this down the throats of everyone that's around, the press and all these people that they were doing all these things, the defense wants them to know it, and they'll say it. And maybe it's improper. And then all of a sudden the judge yells at you and you get a curative instruction. Your job is to defend your client the best of your abilities, and tempers run, hot, and passion runs hot. And that's just the way closings happen. And I don't think it's like, oh my God, they're going to get a curative instruction. Like that's going to be a big thing. I think it's expected.
Yeah, very interesting. And things do get heated. I want to give you guys a little bit of an update on what has been going on in court. Here's an update from court. The judge said to the jury, in open court, before the break, it was suggested that you should consider why this was charged, that it's not proper. I will be instructing you on the law, Mr. Agnifilo. And then Agnifilo said, now we'll talk about Mia. She loved working for Mr. Combs. This was not forced labor. That's one of the allegations or one of the charges under the racketeering conspiracy, one of the predicate acts. Combs, as Agnifilo then responded, remember the birthday video we showed you? She was bubbly, popping. That's the real her. You are free to conclude she put on an act here. If Mr. Combs felt it was improper, he would not threaten to tell Cassie it was consensual. When Mia says it was not consensual, she is not telling the truth. There was no unwanted sexual conduct. Mia's feelings were not platonic. So they're saying that Mia had feelings for Sean Combs. Mr. Steele questioned her about these wonderful pictures and slogans. Effusive. It's not just a job. Agnifilo then said, this is a demonstrative. You can't take it into the jury room. Consider the scrapbook that she made. And she was questioned about that by Brian Steele as well. It was a scrapbook for his birthday about all of his accomplishments. He said, I'm going to read it to you. Happy 45th birthday, Puff. This is from 1991 to 1999. I hope it stirs up nostalgic feelings, how great you've become. Agnifilo says she loved you. You can't fake that. That's real. Don't leave sight of that. It's not just business. He gives people a home. Look at this picture. Think of a word that comes to mind. Joy. There's KK, D-Rock, Fahim, and shows a photo of the staff in the scrapbook. Agnifilo then says he created a remarkably special place. He moved people in their hearts and souls, talking about Combs. When Mia is told she's being fired, she's going to leave the special place. My life is over, she said. KK said, OMG in a text, and OMG, what, WTF? And Mia responded, WTF, Mia, that's not funny, because Mia had said, I'm going to kill myself in this text when she found out she was losing her job. Agnifilo then said, racketeering co-conspirator KK writes, Mia, answer your phone or I'm going to call your parents. The last thing she wanted to do was leave. And that's forced labor? Let's turn to drug distribution. The U.S. said personal use is a distraction. Agnifilo then said, Brendan Paul said these were personal use drugs. He said he forgot to take the cocaine out of my bag. He said, I got the best lawyer in the world and my charges were dismissed. That's what he said. Sean Combs was not selling drugs. Agnifilo then said, Cassie said he was a drug addict. How is he supposed to get them? Grow his own Xanax? Did he have drugs? Yes, they found it in his house. Was he using his enterprise to distribute drugs? No. You're going to have to think through this. So I'm thinking, Mauricio, what do you think about all of that? These are things, they're trying to cast doubt on what the government has presented, their witnesses and the evidence.
And I mean, at the end of the day, this is not your average RICO. And if they want to make the argument that, distribution is just, I gave somebody a hit of ecstasy at the orgy. I mean, okay, if legally speaking or not, that's gonna rise to the level that they need to convict them. But at the end of the day, people are not used to seeing that. You're used to seeing distribution, someone selling drugs, someone committing an act associated with organized crime. And to make the distinction that my client is sitting here on trial, and at the end of the day, they're charging him with distributing drugs at the orgy, having orgies, flying people that are look like willing participants in this orgy. That's a huge distinction. And I said it yesterday that I imagined that Diddy's defense counsel was gonna get up there and make a joke about the 1,000 bottles of baby oil, and he did. 1,000 bottles of Astroglide off the streets, and that's exactly what I would do. You need to highlight the distinctions between what people are used to seeing when it comes to RICO and what this case is, because they're miles apart.
Alexis, I want to get your thoughts on what Mauricio just said. Do you see the RICO here? Because they're saying basically Sean Combs, it's the Combs enterprise. They're all his underlings working to accomplish and commit crimes on behalf of Sean Combs. Do you see RICO here?
I personally do see RICO here, but I agree with Mauricio. It is a tough pill to swallow for this jury. First of all, juries have a hard time understanding RICO when it's clean and you don't have relationships and then you don't have all these other sensational facts. So, I mean, I think it's going to be hard for the government to get that conviction because of that. But I'm seeing RICO. I'm seeing the elements that the government has put forth on that bingo RICO card, as I call it, and they've met that. But I'm not so sure. I really am leaning towards the fact that I don't think a jury is going to understand that, because you have the wishy-washy. You have people with relationships and then they don't. But remember, somebody could, even a spouse, could say at one moment they consent to sex and in the next moment that they aren't consenting to sex, and now we have rape. So we also could have a situation where individuals were doing drugs, but then you are giving them drugs without their consent at the moment. All of this clouds the issue. There's a lot of toxicity when it comes to relationships. There's no doubt. But also, even with, say, a girlfriend that's working for your business, you can have a relationship. If you're not appropriately paying that individual and you're forcing them to work, beyond the hours that are set forth, then, that still is potentially forced labor, as well as violating employment laws. So, I mean, but it's not clean cut. We don't have people being kidnapped like we see on TV, or we don't have individuals. Also, they did not have the co-conspirators named as defendants, which I think also is confusing to the jury.
Well, they did say somebody was kidnapped. So they did say that Capricorn Clark was kidnapped. So we do have that. But yeah, I get what you mean too. And we don't have the co-conspirators testifying. We don't have them flipping on their boss. And I think that's pretty interesting too. So, they called, KK a co-conspirator, but we didn't see her. So it's kind of hard to wrap your head around it, I think. I want to talk about our poll results here. Let's talk about our poll results. We've got some polls we're putting up today, guys, as we always do. So our first poll asked, did any released exhibits or testimony significantly impact your view of the case? 51% said, no, it did not impact me. 27% said, yes, it changed my opinion. 20% said it's hard to say. 527 of you voted in that poll. Thanks so much. We'll do another poll. We're going to get to your questions now. So let's let's get to the questions. And please keep dropping your questions in the chat and we'll get to as many of them as we can. So we always love taking your questions. Our first question, Bradford Cohen, is from Smarty Pants 1225. Why did AUSA go for 8 hours yesterday? I thought she was only supposed to do 4 hours worth of closing arguments.
So that is kind of up to the court. Generally speaking, in federal court, they keep very, very tight schedules, very tight guidelines. The judge says, hey, you can go for this amount of time, 4 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, and they try to keep to that guideline. It's not set in stone, though. So if she is going over new items, if she's not just beating a dead horse, which I don't even understand how you can go 8 hours in this case with the evidence that I've seen without beating a dead horse. And then don't forget, they still have the other side of the sandwich. So that means they do the closing now, defense goes, and then they have a rebuttal. I think that 8 hours is obnoxious. I don't think that helps a jury at all. I think a jury, especially in today's day and age, with individuals that are used to looking on their phone, looking on the computer, getting cliff notes to things, my belief is if you can't close a case in 3 to 4 hours, anything after that, I don't even think it should take 3 to 4 hours, but anything after that is just white noise. So an 8 hour closing to me is obnoxious. I don't think it's needed, especially where you have a rebuttal on the other side. The jury may be exhausted from hearing from that prosecutor unless they put a new prosecutor on for the other side of the sandwich, which oftentimes they do.
Yeah.
I don't see the benefit in it. The judge obviously can say, hey, listen, she's still going into new areas of, of items, of issues, of evidence. So I'm going to allow it. Then the defense goes, he can't say to the defense, hey, listen, I'm only limiting you to 4 hours. Again, if the defense is coming up with new theories and new items, he's going to let them go too. I just don't see how you get to 8 hours worth of closing with the evidence that's presented and the witnesses, even if you go through every single witness, which I don't think you need to. I think that speaks a lot for the prosecution. I think it speaks a lot for the government's case. They are desperate here. And I think the prosecution, if they lose, even if they lose the RICO count or the sex trafficking count, and he's convicted on 2 of the 3 or 1 of the 3, I think they lose a lot of face. To me, this was a state case that got injected with steroids and the feds decided to pick it up, which often the Southern District of New York does when it's a high profile case.
And I want to clarify, I don't think it went 8 hours. I think it started around 10. There were some breaks in there, plus a lunch break, and court ended before 5 p.m. So I think all in all, it was less than that. So I think we need to take that into account. It may have felt like 8 hours because we can't watch it. And the court day really started at 9 or so because the attorneys met with the judge beforehand. So I think we need to clarify that they weren't up there, talking the jury to death for 8 hours straight. So I do want to be clear on that point. I want to give you another update, everybody, from court. We have another court update. Here we go. Mark Agnifilo told the jury, didn't Mia go work for Madonna? And she did. After she left Sean Combs, she testified that she did work for Madonna for a time. And he said, that's how people use personal assistants. I don't expect we're going to see Beyonce in CVS. The assistants buy the Astroglide. If it's not what the company is doing, that is not a racketeering act. I'm going to RICO. Agnifilo then said there's no evidence of possession with intent to distribute drugs. David James said he's in Saint-Tropez. He's asked to get an 8-ball of cocaine. I asked him anything to do with Sean Combs. He said no, he kept it from him. Why would he hide it? Agnifilo then says, it's people in creative fields doing what people in creative fields do. It's not racketeering. I'm going to talk about Cassie. Can you sex traffic your girlfriend? He said, maybe if you push them into prostitution, but he's not making money from it. Agnifilo then goes on to say, Jane has some texts that are very anti-hotel night. Cassie, she doesn't. People are in love. People are having sex. Let's say your partner wants to do something and you don't. Where does that land? Cassie wanted this, including to be close. Agnifilo continues, it's like my wife is from Los Angeles. I hated LA. Now I love Los Angeles. Sorry, that's how it happens. Cassie, she is a beautiful, sexy person. She was with Michael B. Jordan, like the most handsome man in the world. She is not messing around. Agnifilo continued, Cassie is not clutching her pearls. Pardon me. That was a quote. This is how I am intimate with the man I love. You could come to love that. You want to be close. Yesterday they said some she might have wanted. Oh, they said can, Daniel Phillips and Intercontinental. Agnifilo then said, if she liked 75, can number 76 be sex trafficking? Talk about going 0 to 60. Nothing said to him. She doesn't want to even do these again. Mr. Donaldson cross-examined Daniel Phillip. Let's look at the text. Sean asks, are you horny? Okay, so Mauricio, from what you hear there, he's saying, look, Sean Combs is not going to go, like Beyonce would not go to CVS or wherever and buy his own freak-off supplies. That's just not how this works. Do you find what he is telling the jury compelling? He is saying Cassie was into this. We have text messages that show that.
I think he's doing his job. I think it's important to, explain to a jury that there's nothing wrong with an assistant going to buy, Astroglide and baby oil. But that's just part of it. That's just part of the allegations here. And whether he's saying whether you can sex traffic your girlfriend, you can. You totally can sex traffic your girlfriend. And I don't think that the law requires you to directly profit. You got to get some kind of gain from it. It doesn't have to necessarily be money. And in this particular instance, it was because P. Diddy is some deranged pervert that wants, three different men to have sex with his girlfriend. And there was evidence that, there was evidence that at some point she was a willing participant, but then there's also evidence that at some point she wasn't. She was asking him to stop. And then there's the famous 2016 video of him beating her down in that Hollywood hotel. So, people are looking at that. Jurors are going to look at that and say, we don't need to figure out whether or not she didn't want to be a participant, at least back in 2016 when he did that. That's why, the moment that video came out, it ruined him in the court of public opinions, and it's going to continue to ruin him at this trial. At the end of the day, if juries hate you, a jury will convict you. And people that look at that video and his behavior and the text messages back and forth, even from Jane, where Jane didn't really check off all the boxes when it came to fraud, force, or coercion, she did give a lot of testimony about how, and text messages came in about how she was worried about losing her home. And she texted him, about that. I'm scared of losing my home. And his response was, girl, please, like dismissive. So even though she may have not been the best witness for the government, she did show a pattern of, Diddy controlling women and Diddy trying to control them to satisfy his own perversion.
It's a lot. This jury is going to have to consider a lot. And honestly, guys, we could have a verdict later today. It's very possible. We don't know. We just don't know what this jury is thinking. Alexis, I'm going to get to you here very shortly. I haven't forgotten about you, but first we need to check in with Sierra Gillespie outside of the courthouse. Sierra, anything going on before I toss a question to you? Anything going on outside of the courthouse?
And Jeanette, there are still people who are clamoring for Britney to be freed, and I'm not sure what year I'm in because I was pretty positive that Britney was freed. But so that's what they've got going on, justice for Britney. Right, so justice for Britney is what I'm hearing about, not as much of the stuff for P. Diddy, but hey, it's still early.
All right, so we've got a question for you, Sierra. We've got a question for you. Sierra mentioned yesterday that people in Free Puff t-shirts, there was a rumor a few days ago that these people are paid to wear them. Have you heard anything about that? Have you, and you're walking around and looking at all of this, have you heard anything more about people actually being paid $20 an hour or whatever it was to wear the free puff t-shirts?
Wow, this is such a good question. And this is why I love our viewers, because they come up with really, really good ones. And actually, yes, I have heard some stuff about it. So when I got here, I noticed that they had, you know, the t-shirts and the hats that they were wearing and kind of making a commotion. And so I was just kind of walking around up and down the road that I'm in right now. It's a bunch of, you know, camera people, reporters like myself. And some of the camera people, I overheard them talking, and I kind of was listening and like, what are you guys saying? And they were talking, oh yeah, those guys, you know, they're paid $20 an hour to be wearing these things. And I was like, oh wow, okay, that's interesting. So people are verbally talking about it here. I did some more research, and the reason that we first heard about this rumor was because it was on a TikTok. Somebody was live streaming, as you and I have talked about earlier in our live stream, Anjanette, is that some people are, you know, taking their phones and live streaming. And she was pointing out, I believe her name was Emily Hagan. She said, oh yeah, those people are paid $20 an hour. And I think it really blew up. Yeah, because 50 Cent, who has long been a critic of P. Diddy, he posted a video on Instagram, and I wrote this down. I thought it was so funny what he said. He said, Diddy paying people to wear free Diddy shirts is diabolical. He says, but $20 an hour ain't bad. I might go throw that on for an hour tomorrow. So I think 50 Cent getting involved in all of this made people kind of talk about it more. Have I been offered $20 to wear it? No, I haven't. But there's still time.
Yeah. I follow Emily Knows Everything on Instagram, so that's really funny. You know, $20 an hour, whoever's paying for that better be careful. The feds are all over the place. There could be some like IRS issues there, but all kidding aside, I just think that, you know, it could get rowdier, you know, possibly as things progress, you know, as the day goes on. I could be wrong about that. But I'm just thinking, you know, maybe there will be some fans who show up, or maybe people are at work and they're just like, I can't get off work to go down there and hang out outside of the courthouse. So is that maybe the vibe you're getting, Sierra?
I think I was kind of with you, Anjanette. Like yesterday, as the day went on, it's kind of like people were getting off work and getting more like, oh, hey, I'll just swing by the courthouse and see what's going on there. But also, I'm wondering if maybe people are already thinking, okay, next week is 4th of July. I already have PTO. I don't want to take PTO off for a long weekend for Diddy. I'll save it for 4th of July, you know? So it hasn't been quite as wild, but it could be, you know, waiting for deliberations, because there's a lot of energy there when deliberations are going.
Okay, so Sierra, thank you for that update. Thank you for answering the question from King Seraphin 8959. And if 50 Cent shows up down there and it has a free puff t-shirt on and a $20 bill in his hand, please alert us immediately and we will bring you right back on. So we'll check in with you here.
I'm getting a selfie if that happens.
Yes, please do. A video, a selfie, a TikTok, whatever. And then drag him to the camera. So we'll check back in with you. Yes. We will check back with you here in a little bit. Thank you so much. Guys, we're going to update you now on our poll. We've always got a poll going on, right? So our poll, how long do you predict the jury will deliberate? So 2+ days, say 46% of you. 1 day, according to 20%, and a few hours, 19% of you say hung jury. 14% say it's going to be a hung jury. So the poll is now complete. 936 of you voted. Thanks so much, guys. We're going to drop another poll in there. And remember to keep dropping your questions in the YouTube chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can because we love taking your questions. They're always great. We have a question now for you, Alexis. My question is, what, if any, appellate issues are likely to arise if there is a conviction? So I know that's kind of a tricky question, Alexis, because you have to look at it like, okay, well, what charges, you know, if the government, let's say if the government does a clean sweep and they get guilty on everything, what appellate issues do you see arising? And this is from RitaConnors.w.
So it's difficult because we don't really answer that with specifics, because the issue is that we don't really have the live stream of the trial. So what we're getting is different things that were brought up. So it's difficult. But if he is convicted, they are going to appeal. There's no doubt about it. There is going to be an appeal. So, it could be like you brought up that the closing went very long and there may be something that was they crossed the line, prosecutory, or that they didn't want, generally what the appeals are about, something that the defense thought shouldn't have come in. So that came in. So those are the various bases, but it's really difficult because not seeing it live stream, we didn't really, we can't really say exactly what happened specifically. But I did want to comment to the Free Britney. Do you think those people are being paid $20 an hour too? Or they
I don't
just
know.
want to recycle the shirts?
I don't know. I mean, maybe they just like the shirts. I think maybe we need to have Sierra go say like, "Hey, what's going on?" Because I don't know. The $20 an hour thing is interesting to me. But yeah, Britney has been free for a while, and that was LA. So I'm confused. So I think we need to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to, Sierra, if you're listening, maybe you could figure this out for us before we come back to you. I know she's probably listening. But yeah, it's weird. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get it. Alexis, one thing that I think is interesting is that Alexandra Shapiro, the attorney who has been with them with the defense team, I think that's what she specializes in, is appellate work. So she's there, obviously, taking notes the whole time and advising and making arguments. That's not something you often see, right?
In high profile cases, and if you have the money to actually, as he does, to have that, yes, then you would want an appellate attorney there taking notes in preparation for that appeal. So that does not surprise me at all. It's just most people don't have the ability to pay what we're estimating is $100,000 plus a day for a legal team to defend them.
Yeah, I want to know exactly how much this is costing. I'm sure it's got to be in the millions. You know that. I mean, these are high-powered attorneys. He's got the Atlanta crew with him, the Georgia crew, Brian Steele, Nicole Westmoreland. So there's a lot of legal muscle here. Let's get up to you now, Bradford. Our next question is from IAM 1035. If alleged co-conspirators, Bradford, of human trafficking flee to Bali and other places with no extradition, how long does that policy last? Well, we don't know. We don't even know if anybody else would be charged in this, even though they've been called co-conspirators.
Yeah, and if you go to a country with no extradition, like Morocco, say, and there's no extradition to the United States, there is no time limit on that. If you get charged, if the charge stays open. There's a very famous case out of Las Vegas that was an interesting one, where a young lady drove off in a Brinks truck with, I think, $10 million. And she ended up somewhere in Europe with a fake passport for 10 years. And I think they negotiated her return to the United States. But they charged her, way before she left. And those charges stay open. It's not like they close the case because they can't get you back. So there is no real time limit on that. They'll wait it out as long as it takes. Maurice knows, I know. I've had cases that are 20 years old, Fed cases that are 20 years old. Guy disappears to wherever. And sooner or later, for some reason, that individual gets an itch to travel to France or travel someplace else. And then they get caught at the border and they get sent back. And of course, they attempt to try the case. And sometimes they're successful. So right now, we don't know of anybody else that's being charged. That may change depending on what happens with this verdict, or it might not change. You just don't know until the government decides to go forward or not go forward. My guess is no one else is going to get charged in this case. I think that they've had enough of the Sean Combs saga.
I'm sure. Mauricio, here's a question for you. If I know you're a defense attorney, but I think this is an interesting question. It comes from Jan at Canham 8485. What will happen to the 70 civil lawsuits against him if he's convicted? I think there actually might be more than 70, but I lost count a long time ago. So what would happen to those civil suits? Obviously, those are civil lawsuits. That's totally separate from this federal case.
those lawsuits are not going to be affected. They will continue. The only thing is that the people that are suing him in civil court, they see him as a deep pocket because that's what he is. And the conviction, little by little, he's dwindling. So his assets are dwindling, but it doesn't affect it. Those cases are going to move forward. And I guess now they have the additional benefit that the person that we're suing has been convicted of certain criminal offenses that tie into whether or not a jury is going to find them guilty, of the civil cases. Now the question is whether or not how could he be present during those civil matters, because he's going to be incarcerated. As far as I know, and I could be mistaken, I don't think that that's going to affect them. I think that they could move forward. I think that they could try to, have him appear via Zoom or try and do motions to have him transported from the federal system to a civil court, which they will not do. You could try and do it, but everybody that practices criminal defense knows how difficult it is for the feds to transport people. But as far as I know, those civil actions will not be affected. And if anything, they could be benefited in the sense that now everybody knows that he has been convicted for sex trafficking and other crimes.
Very interesting. We have another update from court. Here, Mark Agnifilo is talking about one of the witnesses in this case. And she says, yes, she talks about fantasies. This is their lifestyle. She writes, I'm not going to do too many of these. My mother would. And then she writes about, being turned on. They are doing this together. I'm going to play part of the video. Agnifilo then says, in this intercontinental video, this would be Cassie, it's more likely than not, it is Combs's phone. And they're talking about, because there is a phone, an interaction over the phone in this video. Here she is. I am not going to show him throwing her down. You've seen it. I am not hiding it from you. Now there is a phone, because you do see him in the video take a phone, and the defense has contended this was all over her taking his phone. It had nothing to do with her leaving a freak off or anything like that. Agnifilo says, and here now, a well-known man sitting in his towel and socks. Looks like Cassie is saying, you're being a fool. Go back to the room. Look at it. It looks to me like she says, go back to the effing room. There's nothing scary in the room. Agnifilo then says, 5 days later, he texts, I'm so sorry. She replies, LOL, I was just listening to, sorry, they are obviously getting over it. Cassie writes to Sean, how do I know if the drugs are going to be bad or you'll drink too much? This is about the hotel. So this has been their argument, the entire time, Alexis, that this was not some guy pimping out his girlfriend for freak offs and being a sex trafficker and throwing her to the ground because he's a pimp or a sex trafficker. This is a guy who took some bad drugs, got mad about his girlfriend leaving with his phone. He's messed up and he did this and immediately regretted it. Does this resonate with the jury?
That video is very damaging. I mean, everybody saw that video, and initially, although it seems like the defense is trying to desensitize the jury to it, it's horrible. It's horrible. He's obviously beating her. I mean, the bottom line is he dragged her across the floor out of an alleged freak off. That's the allegation. I'm not sure that particular item is going to resonate with them. I think that there's other things that they've had testimony that they had this toxic relationship, and it was a relationship, and he wasn't quote unquote pimping her. But that particular video, I think making that argument may not have been so great. I would have personally just argued it was a domestic dispute, and yes, the throwing in the phone I think was a good idea. I don't think the jury's going to buy that.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, when you see that video, and then obviously Cassie testified about this, but then you do have the text messages. So the jury's going to have a lot to talk about. I don't, the jury is always told to rely on their life experiences and their common sense. And I wonder how many jurors can really have that life experience of being in this swanky hotel and being chased or chasing somebody down a hallway and throwing them to the ground like that. Not many, I don't think. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So let's, we're going to take a break. I think we need to take a quick break. We will be checking in with Sierra Gillespie here very soon outside of the courthouse, see if she got to the bottom of the whole Free Britney t-shirt issue and maybe whether or not she saw 50 Cent. We'll keep an eye out for that. And then we'll also see whether or not Elizabeth Milner is going to be coming out of the courtroom anytime soon. We're hoping to check in with her when court goes on lunch. So we can take a quick break and we will be right back and check in with you soon. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching YouTube, Law and Crime here on YouTube. Stay with us.
This is the first thing she said this morning, and this was the greatest post that we made. Because it's true, we're exhausted. We can overwhelm the prison. We wouldn't be here otherwise.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime on YouTube. And we are in the middle of the defense's closing argument in federal court in the trial, the federal trial of Sean Diddy Combs. He faces, of course, those racketeering conspiracy charges, that one charge, plus sex trafficking charges and charges of transportation to engage in prostitution. He's pleaded not guilty to all of those charges. He says he didn't commit any crimes. The U.S. government, though, says otherwise. We're going to update you a little bit on what's been going on in court. So let me pull that up for you right here. And here we go. This is Mark Agnifilo, the lead attorney for Sean Combs, making his closing argument. He said that Cassie told you, this is Cassie Ventura, Sean Combs's former girlfriend and recording artist. Cassie told you sometimes she hit him first. They are in this together, okay? She says there was a rape. He says it did not happen. It is not charged. She was asked and said he raped me, but there wasn't a lot of lead up. Maybe it didn't happen. Agnifilo then said Cassie wrote to Combs, Cassie is with her current husband. Something happened. She wrote, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. She gets a FaceTime. Boogie Bat Phone is her husband. So this is when she gets a FaceTime in the middle of a sexual encounter with Sean Combs. Agnifilo then says, Combs wrote, you act like a brokenhearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. Cassie says, I don't know who that was. I was saying thank you for last night and I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out, but she says it was rape. So there he is trying to pour cold water on Cassie Ventura's testimony and poking holes in her testimony, therefore saying, look, she lied about this. What else did she lie about? So that's where Mark Agnifilo is going with that. So we have people inside the courtroom. Elizabeth Milner is inside the courtroom in the lower district or the Southern District of Manhattan, and Sierra Gillespie is outside the courtroom. So we're going to check in with Sierra Gillespie to see what's going on down there. So Sierra, tell me, if you would, what's the very latest? What's going on outside the federal courthouse?
Yeah, and Jeanette, we've seen a stagnant amount of people, I would say, here. I've talked a lot about how we have news media like myself doing live shots and, ordinary people doing live streams. And then we've had the subject of Britney Spears all day, which was not on my bingo card to cover, but that's still what's going on outside of the courthouse here. It looks like there's something going on for Diddy, but with closer examination, they're still asking for justice for Britney Spears and justice for survivors, which I guess in a way is relevant to what we're talking about, and that there are alleged survivors or victims in all of this, such as Cassie or Jane. So maybe that's kind of why they're tying things in. But other than that, not too much going on as of right now. Still closings inside.
Cassie Ventura has been, she was like the star witness or one of the star witnesses in this trial, Sierra. And Mark Agnifilo at this point in time is really focusing in on her and what he believes are inconsistencies in her testimony. And she was, 9 months pregnant, 8.5 months pregnant, up there on the witness stand, talking about all of these very difficult things that she said she went through with the freak-offs, the beatings, the physical abuse, the domestic violence. She claims she was raped. So he's really hammering away at her, hoping to discredit her and prove to this jury that she was not a victim of sex trafficking.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Anjanette. Cassie is a star witness in all of this, and her testimony, and the first word that came to my mind, honestly, was harrowing. Some of the things that she had to go through and describe. But of course, right now during closing arguments is when Agnifilo is going through and poking holes in all of this and alleging that, no, it wasn't this sex trafficking thing. She wasn't raped. She wasn't held against her will. It was a consensual relationship. And I do feel like all roads lead back to Cassie, because not only do we have her testimony on the stand, that's debatably the most important testimony that jurors heard in all of this, but she's really the first one to kind of get the ball rolling, to open the floodgates, as we say so many times, because she filed that first civil lawsuit. And so I think that jurors are really going to go back to Cassie, if I'm just inferring as far as deliberations. They're going to go back, of course, and touch on Jane and Mia, who were lengthy witnesses on the stand, but Cassie, because first of all, they probably know who Cassie is. She's famous. She has the song Me and You, but that's another thing that was alleged by the government, that P. Diddy stifled her career. I believe it was a 10-album record deal that she signed, and of course, she only had that one. And so I think they're really going to go back to all of that, and of course, the freak-off videos that were shown in court, and maybe even back into their memory bank about some audio, which is something that we've showed here on Law and Crime, or heard rather, because it's simply audio, and we're about to play it for you now too. We have it, our producer Jordan has it queued up for us, and basically in this, and we want to play it for you, it is Cassie talking to one of her friends who apparently saw a freak-off video of her. So it's a recording of her, and I believe it's Sujin that she's talking to, and she's saying, tell me about this video. Where is the video? It's like a 24-minute long clip. Of course, we have it shortened down, but she does threaten him. So take a listen.
No, you playing games, and now we're never. Now all my friends can go, and we can stay here.
All right.
Everybody can go, and we're gonna stay here. Everybody heard. So they're all leaving, and we're staying here until you show me that. I'm going to kill you. You don't understand. I don't give a I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill you because you're with me. With me in my life right now. If I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see, I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened. You're playing games with me, telling me you saw now you're saying you didn't see some you with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be my hands, and it's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. So you have to tell me right now, and I'm recording this whole FYI, tell me what the you're talking about. So you have it or you don't have it? Can you just be clear with me? Do you have it?
I saw it and I don't want to ever see it again.
I know you don't, but I want to see it.
Yeah, but I don't want to see it. Bro.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
no, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now.
And that's some pretty powerful audio there where she's saying, I will effing kill you. And you can hear that she's really upset. So I'm sure this is something that is going to be in the back of jurors' minds. And I mean, I have not been, or actually I have an update for you guys right now. Courtroom is in break. And I think I can tell you now because there are a bunch of cars. There's this huge Celsius car behind us right now. But behind that, there are these big Sprinter vans. So immediately I'm starting to think, okay, that's Diddy's family all coming out. There's a huge crowd over there. And then, of course, the courtroom's on break for lunch. So I do think, unfortunately, with this huge Celsius ad behind us, but behind that, Diddy's family is there, and we do have our other camera there getting video.
Okay, great. So we'll be going on a lunch break. We'll be checking in with Elizabeth Milner here very shortly to get, get a read on what the vibe is in the courtroom. I want to hear from her specifically about that. But let's go back to those clips. So Sierra, that's a side of Casa Ventura that we don't really hear very often. We don't really ever hear from her, honestly. But that is not the Cassie Ventura that Cassie Ventura presents to the world, as a recording artist. So we've got this recording. I'll cut you up. I'll kill you. All of this stuff. I think we can all understand if somebody's like saying they're going to put a sex tape of you out, you'd be very upset about it. But it does show the jury another side of Cassie Ventura. So what do you make of that clip?
I think you're right, Anjanette. It could go either way. I mean, we've all said things that maybe in the heat of the moment we don't necessarily mean. And most of us, thankfully, don't have to go testify and put our hand up like, no, when I said I was going to do that, I didn't actually mean it, when you're just in the heat of the moment. But to your point, she has these freak off tapes that she had been threatened would be released. And so, of course, she's upset about all of this. And I think it could go either way. I think it could go in the way of the government's argument, like we heard from her mother, for instance, where P. Diddy was requesting $20,000, I believe it was, in order to keep these freak off tapes secret. She didn't want them ever getting out. She didn't want that at all. But then you can hear the other side of things. Maybe they're thinking, you know, okay, actually, she was also in on all of this. She was on the other side of things. So I don't know. It could really go either way.
Yeah, and the demand for $20,000 from Regina Ventura and her husband, from Cassie's parents. I mean, that was around the whole Kid Cudi when he went to the house, you know, with Capricorn Clark around that time. So, and then he demanded the 20 grand through his assistant or whatever, and then the money was sent back days later to the Venturas. So that's what the government said was an act of extortion. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So it's a lot to consider. So we'll see what the jury's going to have to consider all of it and look at all of it. So we're going to let you go for now, Sierra. So thank you so much. We'll check in with you here in a little bit, and we're going to go back to the panel. So we'll check in with you later. Panel, let's bring you back in here and talk with you. We're going to talk with Elizabeth Milner since the court is on a break now. They're going to lunch, the jury and everybody else. Sean Combs's family will be leaving the court for lunch, I assume. And we'll see what's going on inside that courtroom when Elizabeth comes out. So Bradford, I want to get a read from you and everybody else. Let's talk a little bit about what Mark Agnifilo said right before the lunch break. There's no evidence of rape, he says. She had consensual sex with Sean Combs after. I have to defend this. It is in the case, but it is not charged. Cassie was asked, what kind of pain did Sean put you through? She spoke about his own personal pain, his shame. Agnifilo said, it's beautiful, she said. He felt pain, and most painful to me was carrying around his shame. Jane says almost the same thing. I felt my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. I wanted to go along if I can be my partner's escape. Jane says, I'm getting vulnerable with you in the hotel rooms. I don't want to see young Miami on a bigger yacht with you. That's not sex trafficking. If you get deep into this deep self, this is not sex trafficking. It's people in love being real. And then they go to lunch break until 1:45 Eastern time. So what do you make of this, Bradford? You know, they've said from the beginning, this is all about jealousy and love and revenge and all of these other things.
I think that's the argument that has to be made. I think that Mark, you know, when it comes to rape allegations, it is such a tough thing to address when you feel like the individual who is making those allegations is not telling the truth or is exaggerating what happened or something else happened. It's difficult because it's a tough situation, right? It is a very serious crime. It's one that is a disgusting crime in terms of people's impressions of that crime. So it's extremely difficult for a defense attorney to address those things by calling the witness a liar. At the same time, you're under that duty to your client, and the way you broach it is very important. I think the way that he broached it was appropriate. He is addressing it with other items, other texts, other things that would suggest that it did not happen or that it was exaggerated from. Now, this is not something that's unusual. We've been hearing this from the very beginning. And just so it's clear, like, I have been approached by individuals that Cassie hired to represent them. I can't discuss the details of what they told me. One of them has a book that's out on, I think, Amazon. So the details of that interaction are out there, and the government didn't use him. The government talked to him. The government found out what he knew. He was supposed to be on the witness list, but he never testified. And the reason why I think he never testified is because the information he was giving hurt their case. It didn't necessarily help the defense 100%, but it certainly hurt the theory of the prosecution that Cassie was this innocent kind of person that was involved in this thing. She had no real, meaningful relationships with these individuals, which just is not true. And she was calling and texting allegedly these individuals. Even when Diddy wasn't around, these texts were coming out. These individuals were on the list for witnesses for the government. The government chose not to use them. And I think very smartly chose not to use them because it showed her involvement was a lot deeper than just a participant. There was showed that, she arranged things and talked to people and told them what she likes and all these other allegations that I think would come to light that would help the defense. But then there was also other things that would hurt the defense that these individuals would speak about. This is a very difficult case for both sides. It's not a slam dunk, certainly for the government, which you find to be very unusual because they have a 99% conviction rate. And you would think that most of these cases are slam dunks. This is not anywhere near a slam dunk for all the charges. So it'll be interesting how Mark finishes up, but I think he's addressing it. The only way you can address it, you have to have some compassion for the individual. At the same time, you have to express that this individual is not being truthful with you. There is more to the story here. These individuals that are saying, hey, I didn't want to do that, but by the way, here's a text that says, why are you buying Young Miami a purse? And I only got, a LV purse, and she's getting an Hermes purse. That doesn't feel right to me. I want an Hermes purse too. That doesn't sound like someone who's been sex trafficked.
It's complex and different for sure. It really is. It is. There is one thing I want to touch on. We have a lot to unpack, guys. Agnifilo said, Bradford, he thinks he's got an hour left. So we come back from lunch at 1:45. He's got an hour left. And then the judge said, Ms. Comey, so I'll charge at 4 or even 5. Because the feds get to do a rebuttal. If they charge the jury at 4 or 5, it's my understanding Combs has to be back at the MDC for head count at a certain time. Like he can't just be hanging out at the courthouse all night for deliberations. So I'm not sure if he charges a jury at 4 or 5 tonight, they're not going to probably start deliberations, I would assume, until Monday, right?
Individuals who were charged, the juries that were charged 4 or 5 o'clock, and the judge kept the jury till 10. I had a case in Tampa that I won, by the way. But they kept the jury there till 10 o'clock at night because the jury was saying, oh, we can keep going. We can keep going. They came back the next day and we had a verdict before lunch. The key here is what the jury wants to do. No, Sean Combs is not going to hang out at the courthouse during the deliberations. But if there's any part of that the defendant needs to be back and present for, they will go get the defendant and bring them back and into the courtroom to be present for that. My guess is because of the logistics, because of the craziness, because of where he's being held, and if he's going to be held downstairs at the federal courthouse or if he's going to be transported back, all these different kind of things. My guess is that the judge would say, hey, let's come back on Monday and start fresh Monday morning. But not every federal judge does that. I've had state judges, federal judges. I've gone till 10, 11. It's one of those things that it's up to the federal judge. This judge seems like the kind of judge that would dismiss the jury for the weekend and come back on Monday. But, I've been wrong, at least 1% of the time. So who knows how this is going to go.
That's quite the batting average, Bradford.
I do okay. I do okay. I'm like the Feds. I'm like the Feds, except I'm on the other side.
Let's give you guys a little bit of an update because we have a lot to talk about. So the Combs family has exited the courthouse. Somebody has fallen outside the courthouse. We're trying to figure out who fell. So please don't take that and run with it. Somebody fell. We don't know who. As soon as we find out, we'll let you know who fell. But I don't know. There's been so much talk throughout this trial about him having to be back at the MDC by a certain hour for the head count and the U.S. Marshals being stretched thin already. I don't know if I see them carting him back to the MDC and then bringing him back. Like, let's say there was a verdict tonight, or I just don't know if I see it happening. So they could be back on Monday. So, we'll get back to you when we know more information about that. Mauricio, I want to go now to you about the recording of Cassie. Of course, we can all understand being really upset if a recording of us, or we heard like we had a sex tape or whatever, and it's going to get out, and we're famous, and oh my God, it's going to ruin my career and whatnot. We'd all be really upset. But she's saying, I am going to cut you. I am going to like bury you. You are going to be dead. I mean, can you even imagine? This is like a totally different side of Cassie Ventura. So how do you think that tape plays? Because I'm not hearing, I'm hearing somebody who sounds like they are, yes, she might just be making threats because she's like, do not do this or I will kill you. But this sounds like I'm going to cut you. I'm literally going to cut you up and bury you. Sounds very, very, very harsh and wild. It's very, I don't know how else to phrase it.
Well, I mean, worse than that is when she says, it's not going to be for me, it's going to be somebody else. So she's already letting him know that, I'm going to contract out this murder. The thing is that when I hear it, I don't know. She doesn't strike fear in me. It sounds like someone that is extremely upset, a woman that's extremely upset because she was recorded without her consent. So it kind of hurts the defense as well because, yeah, if you hear it, yes, and they need to use it because they need to chip away at Cassie with whatever they can. And the fact that she's making these homicidal threats is something that you definitely want to use to your advantage. But at the end of the day, you're hearing someone that's extremely upset because she's learning for the first time that these freak-offs that she thought were not videotaped were videotaped. So it kind of goes with the theme of the government that he used these freak-offs and he recorded it for his own benefit to be able to extort women later on, and specifically Cassie to continue to do these freak-offs for his own perverted benefit. And listen, at the end of the day, you have the typical sex trafficking. Like people can envision like a van and teenage girls being walked to like a seedy motel. But at the end of the day, the law is the law. And if you're flying escorts from state to state and paying them money to perform sexual acts, and you are not a licensed pornography company, you're breaking the law. So and whether or not there was force, fraud, coercion, even if it was I videotaped you or I'm saying I'm not going to pay your $10,000 a month rent, or I'm not going to satisfy my commitment to make 10 albums and I'm only going to give you one. It's coercion. So that's, I think, the challenge for the government to explain to a jury that this doesn't have to be the seedy motel with the teenage girls to actually be a crime. And at the end of the day, RICO is a law that they could literally almost get anybody with. It's a bad law. If they say that you did two things, boom, RICO. Now, they don't use it on everybody, but they decided to use it against P. Diddy. And I agree with Bradford when this is a state case on steroids. This is not a federal case. And that's why juries, federal juries, and audiences that are watching this are not used to it, because the federal government doesn't go out on a limb and do this, but they've done it now. And now they're stuck. They're stuck with it, and they're trying to convince a jury of it, and that's going to be the greatest difficulty. And I think Mark is doing a good job, with what he has. At the end of the day, as lawyers, we're stuck with the facts of the case, and he's stuck with a defendant that is not liked. P. Diddy is not beloved. Biggie was beloved. P. Diddy is not beloved. People don't really love him. That's why you don't see people outside supporting him. Not only the fact that he's done, bad things to women. There's allegations of him urinating on women and doing a bunch of stuff that I don't want to get into. But in addition to not being beloved, the allegations in this case are not the type that people are going to support him. So the government has to deal with the situation that they've put themselves in by deciding to charge this crime.
Alexis, I know a lot of defense attorneys do not like the RICO statute, the racketeering statute, and they don't like the way it's been used and applied here. You said earlier you see the RICO, so you see it here. Do you think that the defense is making some good points, though, in their argument as they try to, from what we're hearing. I mean, I know it's hard without a transcript and a live feed, but they're saying basically these women are not sex trafficking victims. They're people who had access to grind. They're jealous. They're upset about young Miami getting, more attention, and she doesn't have to do all these freak offs, things of that nature.
Well, first, I agree with everything Mauricio said. I mean, the RICO statute was basically made to go after the mob and make it easy for the government. So they have if you've been charged with RICO, on top of the fact that it's a federal case and their conviction rate of 99% goes up even more. So, but that being said, I think that the defense is doing, like was said before, the best they could do. They are trying to convince the jury that, first of all, there's no RICO. All this is that we have a domestic dispute, and yeah, he was a horrible boyfriend, and he's playing women, and he treated them horribly. However, it is just a domestic relationship, and that does not rise to RICO. And I think that's the only real defense that they have. And don't forget, the defense attorneys are very good attorneys. And Mark, I think if everybody remembers, actually ended up getting Michael Jackson acquitted. So, he knows that you have to go after and attack the evidence, meaning the witnesses that have come on and said, no, you were a jealous person, that you also had a temper, that you were part of this. And then we had a horribly toxic relationship, but this wasn't RICO. I wasn't trafficking you. I wasn't drugging you, that you knew what you were doing. You were a shrewd person as well, that I didn't groom you into doing this. Because then one of the things that the prosecution needs to, really hammer in is that groomers tend to talk very nicely to the people that they're grooming. They tend to create that relationship where the victims a lot of times do have feelings and fall in love with the person that's grooming them. So that's not unusual. But I think that their defense is doing really well on closing, from what we've heard, that really hammering it in. This was a toxic relationship between consenting adults.
Bradford, I have a viewer question for you. This is from I am Sydney Sexton. I think this is a good one for you because you handle, big name celebrities. You have them as clients. If Diddy is convicted, do you think this opens the door for other celebs to be convicted? A lot of artists / athletes have paid women for trips. I find this to be an interesting question because there's been some scuttlebutt that the feds are kind of using this as a test case, and it could open the floodgates for them to go after other celebrities if they get a conviction here.
I think it's a dumpster fire. I think this case is a case that they attach themselves to, and they don't really. I don't think they anticipated the type of testimony that they were going to get from certain individuals when they were interviewing certain individuals. I don't see this being a test case to start charging every celebrity under the sun. I think this was an unusual case where the press picked it up. It was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It was a violent act on video, caught on video. There were so many things that were attached to this that made it a attractive case for the feds to pick up. I don't see that being replicated. Again, anything can happen. Another video could come out suddenly and it could replicate itself. I just don't see it happening where someone all of a sudden sues, Bob Smith for something, and the feds are like, oh, we need to pick this up. This was a very, very unusual case. The individual was unusual, high profile, billionaire, had these parties. Everyone was at these parties, videotaping sexual events, videotaping other events that were not savory. And then the video of Cassie getting assaulted. All of those things, I think, created a perfect storm. Of course, the SDNY that loves high-profile cases so they can put on their wares, their talents, do a pony show. SDNY is always available for that. And that's what I think happened in this case. Do I think other jurisdictions would ever pick up something like this? No. I think this was specific for the jurisdiction. I think it was specific for the defendant. I think it was specific for these facts. I don't see it happening. Again, anything could happen. But there's been many, many, many lawsuits filed against many, many individuals. And this never happened. You know, you got football players that got, you know, multiple massage parlors, all these different things. And the feds never touch those cases because they're not attractive cases to them. In this case, he has money that they can seize. He's got homes that he can seize. He's got boats that they can seize. They'll say, oh, all these acts happened on a boat, or these acts happened in this house, or these acts happened on a plane. All of these things equal a federal case. There's nothing sexier to the feds than, number one, videotape of bad acts, and then number two, assets they can seize, money they can seize. That's kind of the jewel in the crown at the end of the rainbow if they do to get a conviction.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here if Cassie hadn't filed that lawsuit. We all know that. You know, that's what started it all. We have now Elizabeth Milner outside of the federal courthouse. We are going to check in with her. She has been inside court the whole time throughout this trial and all morning long. So good afternoon, Elizabeth. Can you tell me what is going on, or what has been going on, I should say, outside or inside court this morning? What have the jurors been doing? What's the reaction been?
Yeah, well, obviously today's a big day. It's the defense's closing argument. And I will say this, Anjanette. First of all, a lot's kind of going on. I got stuck on an elevator. I don't have my phone. So, Mom, I apologize if you're trying to text me right now. I don't have my phone with me. It's still locked up inside. But as far as just the tone of the closing arguments, it's a little bit different than how it was yesterday. And I'm going to just speak kind of frankly here, where Mark Agnifilo is super animated. And this is something that I kind of wanted from the prosecution in terms of just personalizing it for the jury, in terms of starting the closings off and thanking them for their time, thanking them for paying attention to everything. And then, of course, like, you know, as I'm talking to you right now, Anjanette, I'm moving with my hands. I'm talking with my hands. It's something I normally do. And that's kind of the way and the tone that Mark Agnifilo is doing the closing arguments in the same fashion. He even isn't standing kind of right at the podium when he's giving his closing argument. He's really kind of going back and forth and back and forth. He's showing demonstratives. He's showing posters. He's showing text messages in the forms of paper. But obviously the jury is able to see it on their jury screens. But in terms of just the tone, from what I could see at the start of closing arguments today, was that the jury was paying close attention. I think when you personalize a summation for the jury, where you speak to them directly, you thank them for their time, you thank them for their civic service, that I think it really kind of resonates with them. So all eyes obviously were on Mark Agnifilo today. Now, there were points during Mark Agnifilo's summation that I think maybe he might have been losing the jury in terms of just how long it was going. But again, like I had said yesterday, you know, if people can binge watch television shows for hours on end, I don't think a 4-hour closing argument is really just, you know, the longest thing ever. But I think maybe as we were getting kind of towards the lunch break, I think a lot of people might have been a little hungry. So, you know, I maybe saw people not paying or I shouldn't say they weren't paying attention. They were definitely paying attention. But I did see some peeks and glances over at the clock a couple of times. But it's possible that it was just the lunchtime. People wanted to eat, and so they wanted to know how soon they'll be able to eat, and then probably will be paying close attention once we come back from the lunch break.
So the jurors, you said, were looking at the clock, but it could have been the lunch break, but maybe boredom, or just not sure, or...
I think it was more towards the lunch hour, that especially as we were kind of slowly inching past like 12:30, 1 o'clock. So still, we're digesting hours and hours of summations already. So I think it was kind of towards the lunch time frame that they were kind of looking and glazing at the clock here and there, just probably wondering, when is lunch going to start? Something that maybe a lot of us had that question too.
Yeah, lunch is a good thing. Everybody needs lunch. Jurors, the court, everybody. So tell me, Elizabeth, you know, there was Judge Submarinian. He said he was going to give a curative instruction to the jury. Maureen Comey asked for that. And she said it was because Mark Agnifilo made some improper comments. So talk to me a little bit about that. And what was it? Was there tension in the courtroom when this was going on?
It didn't seem like there was necessarily tension in the courtroom when this was going on, because mind you, Anjanette, the jury wasn't present when Maureen Comey stood up and told this to the judge. And let me just, for those who are unfamiliar with kind of what happened, this came after kind of a morning break. Maureen Comey mentioned that she didn't want to be interrupting Mark Agnifalo's summation, so she waited until the jury was dismissed for a morning break to kind of bring up these issues. And so the government was pretty much upset that Mark Agnifalo was telling the jury that they should consider the reason why the government brought charges against Sean Combs. They were saying that it's not the jury's job to be speculating on why the government is bringing about these charges against the defendant, and obviously the defendant being Sean Combs. The government said that Mark Agnifalo told the jury that the Intercontinental Hotel incident, that being the domestic violence aspect that the jury has seen kind of playing out in that surveillance video, they claim getting everyone mixed up. The defense was saying that was a misdemeanor charge, and then the government said that that's mischaracterizing everything. There's a lot of ambulances going on, so I'm hoping that everyone can kind of still hear me. It seems like there was a little commotion going on when I was exiting court today, but I just wanted to make sure the sirens weren't too distracting. But even in terms of just what Mark Agnifalo was saying to the jurors in respects to arson and kidnapping, I think the government wanted to make clear that Sean Combs isn't charged with arson and kidnapping, that instead it falls under the predicate acts under RICO, which a lot of people seem to be kind of confused about in general, even outside of the courtroom, where I think people think Diddy is charged with kidnapping and arson and forced labor, all of that stuff. But again, that is a predicate act that's laid out under the RICO charge. And of course, count one is racketeering conspiracy, aka RICO. And so Agnifalo kind of was, I think, a little disappointed by the government saying this, and then the judge kind of taking into consideration giving the jury this particular instruction, mainly because he says that he thinks that he's allowed to be sarcastic. He says that his commentary while he's giving his summations is pretty fair, because if you think about it in contrast to the prosecution's closing argument, they for the most part were just kind of very monotone, methodical, really just kind of, it was the presentation here. They were kind of, standing at the podium, reading off the notes. And again, this was Christy Slavic giving the closings for the government, whereas Mark Agnifalo, he has a different style. He was saying that his commentary was pretty much fair. And so after the morning break, the judge told Mark Agnifalo to not do it again, pretty much. He said that he called it improper and said that the jury shouldn't speculate why the charges were brought. And then Alexandra Shapiro also kind of chimed in terms of these arguments when we were brought back from the morning break, where she said what was done wasn't improper. She said that the judge called out Mark Agnifalo, but the judge kind of chimed in. He was like, I didn't call anybody out. AUSA Maureen Comey brought this to my attention, and so I'm just kind of trying to do what I need to do. But he read back the transcript to Mark Agnifalo too, where he said, look, you cannot be saying this. You cannot be having the jury kind of speculate on these types of things. And so Shapiro kind of, she clapped back a little bit, where she said Christy Slavic said that there were guns at freak-offs and implied that the government got the law wrong when it comes to drug distribution and all of that stuff. But in the end of the day, the judge ended up giving those special instructions once the jury was brought back after the morning break.
And just so the viewers know, and kudos to you, Elizabeth, for making it through the sirens. I've been there. It's tough. It's tough. The government, wanted to get rid of the attempted arson, attempted kidnapping, just to streamline things. That's what they said they did. So I think there was just so much confusion about all of that when that letter came out. So let's just really quickly, and then we'll check in with Sierra. I wanted to ask you, what's Sean Combs doing during all of this, as his attorney is kind of making his final pitch to the jury?
Yeah, because these closing arguments are a big deal. It is the final message that both sides will be able to deliver to the jury before they get the jury instructions, before they eventually go back to that room and deliberate. And so from what I could see of Sean Combs, because Anjanette, it was a packed courtroom in there, just kind of like it was yesterday, and it was the same kind of thing today. A lot of eyes are on kind of both sides to see what do they have to say in their final message to the jury. So from what I could see of Sean Combs, he really had all eyes focused on Mark Agnifalo. I think, and that was the same for everybody who was sitting at the defense tables, is that they had all their eyes on Mark Agnifalo as he's giving these final summations. It wasn't like when the government was doing their closing argument yesterday, where you could see Sean Combs passing off notes to his attorneys. From what I could see of him today, he wasn't really jotting much down, if he was even jotting anything down. He really was just focused on what his defense attorney, and high-profile defense attorney at that, really had to say in his final message to the jury. So all eyes definitely on Mark Agnifalo today.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we will let you get back into court. Elizabeth, thank you so much, and go find that phone. Hopefully it's still where you left it. We need to now check in with Sierra Gillespie. So Sierra, we will see what she has going on outside of the courthouse. Sierra, did you find out who fell outside of the courthouse?
Yes, Anjanette. So it was kind of a lot happening at once. Actually, sorry, I'm getting feedback, so I'm just going to pull this out real quick so that I don't hear myself and only you guys hear me. So here's what happened. It's the lunch hour. Everybody is coming out of these doors behind me. So it's kind of a rush. I mean, you have people like Elizabeth, you have P. Diddy's families. I was talking about those Sprinter vans that were right over here coming to pick up his families. And then all of a sudden this person had what appears to be some sort of medical incident. Now, I don't exactly know the identity of this person, but he seems to have, and I mean, I can't confirm this, I'm not a doctor, but what appears to be a seizure. I mean, looking like he is, seizing on the ground. So that's what happened. Meanwhile, there are all of these barracks here, I guess you could say, if we can just pan over here on our camera and show. We have all of these right here kind of to keep people back. So when this man came out and he's having this medical episode, everyone rushes over to try to help him. But the police officers, who's their job to make sure that everything is, safe and okay, they kind of push the people back. Meanwhile, P. Diddy's family is coming out at the same time. So they start looking and they're like, wait, what's going on? And there are still over here, we can pan over here too and look, there are still a couple of ambulances that were here to help this man, just to make sure that he was okay. So we did watch just a few minutes ago, he was loaded onto a stretcher. So hopefully he's going to be okay. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the trial. However, P. Diddy's family was here and they did witness it as they were getting into their vans.
So Sierra, I think I saw you put your earpiece back in. Hopefully you're still not getting that feedback, but hopefully that gentleman is okay. Anything else happening outside of court? We were talking earlier with the panel about how, some people love Sean Combs, other people do not. So I know we haven't seen the big crowds of people gathering in anticipation of the verdict, but anything else that you're seeing that you think we should know about?
Yeah, we haven't seen the crowds as of yet, but I think we're both kind of guessing that in the future we will. We did have just minutes ago, it was really busy over here, and I know we have the footage. I can't see what was played on the live stream, but I'm pretty confident we have a great team back in the control room that was playing all the stuff we had. So we had a bit of a crowd, but again, nobody chanting, free Puffy, nobody chanting justice for Cassie and Jane, nothing like that as of yet, but there's still time, as I've been saying.
Yeah, still time for that, for sure. So Sierra, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We are going to take a quick break, and after this break, Sierra will be taking over. I'm going to be signing off. I thank you to the panel. They will be sticking around and hanging out with Sierra. Thank you to Bradford. Thank you to Alexis and Mauricio. Stay with us. This will just be a short break. I'm Anjanette Levy. You are watching Law and Crime on YouTube. Keep those great questions coming. Drop them in the chat. We'll see you back here in just a minute.
welcome back to the Law and Crime live stream, live coverage of the United States versus Sean Combs, P. Diddy. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, and I'm live here in southern Manhattan outside of the courthouse where P. Diddy is on trial right now. And I know a lot of you have been following with us from the start of the day. You've seen a lot of back and forth. I was just across the street. And so we've got a lot of updates for you happening. And I think the most important, we got to start with Jesse Weber. Where's he at? Well, he will be here. I promise. We've had a lot of questions. Benoit 4904 and then Nancy Nicole D. You guys are like, where's Jesse Weber? And I agree, Jesse Weber is the king, and he will be here, I promise, 3 to 5 today, so make sure to tune in then. And stay tuned with us now. We have an all-star panel of guests, and you guys have been so patiently waiting. So let's bring those guys up right away. We have trial attorney Alexis Rosenberg, who I love, by the way. Then we also have Bradford Cohen, criminal defense attorney. I like to call him Bradford the Party Cohen. And then another party, too, we've got Mauricio Padilla, criminal defense attorney. Thank you guys for coming on with us. And I'm going to start ladies first. Alexis, tell me what you're thinking about the defense's closings.
I think they're doing the job that they need to do. And I mean, Mark is just animated anyways, but I think having animation, especially at the end after they listen to a very long, closing of prosecution, you got to wake that jury up. So being animated, fluctuating your voice, really will keep them awake, attentive to what you're saying, and help to hammer home those points.
Now, all of these guests that we have here on the live stream today are some of my favorite guests on my show, Scandal. It's where we cover things like P. Diddy or all things celebrity, true crime scandals, if you will. So make sure to subscribe to that if you like what you see. And I know someone who likes to talk about Scandal is Bradford Cohen. So I'm going to go to you next, Bradford, for all of this. And the reason I've had you on my show a lot is not only are you a mastermind defense attorney, but you've repped people like Drake or Travis Scott. So tell me what you're thinking with a defendant like P. Diddy, who's a celebrity. I mean, how important are these closings for a celebrity?
Listen, this type of case, this federal case, and the charges that are being charged are, it's important for anyone. Doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. It's like, if you get convicted of these crimes, it's basically the end of your life. You're spending, tens of 20s, 30 years in prison. And for someone who's in their 50s, that is the rest of your life. So it doesn't matter if you're famous or not famous or anywhere in between. You don't want to get convicted on any of these crimes. I've said this before. I think celebrity, that cachet of celebrity, a lot of people think you get treated better because you're a celebrity. My opinion has always been that you get treated worse when you're a celebrity. Most of the time, things are going against you. The press is against you. Individuals are against you. The judges usually are scared to rule in your favor because it's a high-profile case. They don't want to be seen as light on crime. It is a very difficult situation to be in. It's not for the weak. I've said this many times. Brian Steele being in trial for 5 or 6 months and then going into this case right afterwards. I mean, the name Brian Steele is appropriate for him because the man is made of steel to get back-to-back cases like this where you are in trial every day for a month, 2 months. In the last trial, he was in 6 months. A lot of people don't realize the sacrifice that you need to make in terms of your family, in terms of your life, in terms of things that are going on. That's really what is the core here, is this group of lawyers has really gone to extraordinary lengths to represent Sean Combs and represent him in a very, very, in my opinion, effective way. I don't see any missteps, mistakes, motions that didn't, I would have filed that weren't filed. I think they're doing a very nice job and they're working with the facts that they have. And the facts aren't the best. And the defendant is not the best, but this is what we do. This is what we sign up for. It is one of those things that we're responsible for. When Spider-Man got his powers, it's like, what are you not going to use them for good? So everyone here has been doing a nice job on the defense. I think the prosecution also, I'm not a fan. I have never been a fan of prosecutors. I have some that are friends, and even the ones that are friends I'm not fans of. But that being said, everybody's trying to do their very best here. The stakes are very high. I think even for the government, the stakes are very high. I think if they lose this case, I don't see where there's a career path for them at SDNY if this case is lost. Even if they lose 2 out of the 3, I think they're in some trouble. But my guess is that the majority of these prosecutors that are on the case will be retiring and going to big law firms right after this case is over.
It's interesting to hear your take on all of this because I'll agree these are really, really big stakes. And there were a lot of question marks about P. Diddy's defense because he did something maybe untraditional and that his team didn't call any witnesses. But you talked about the long list of people. I mean, Mark Agnifilo, who's giving the closing, or Brian Steele, Man of Steel, you know, like he has a pretty like hardcore team there. And also something I'm getting, by the way, is a lot of viewer questions. I have one coming up for you, Mauricio. And I just wanted to remind anyone who's watching the chat, write your questions, drop them down there, and we'll try to get to as many as we can because we have so many, and your questions are really good. So the one I have for you, Mauricio, this is from May E. Link P1. Do you think Diddy will change his name after the trial? And I guess maybe this is asking about his reputation. Let's say he's acquitted. Is he going to go by something else? He's already been, you know, Diddy, Puffy, Puff Daddy. What do you think, Mauricio?
The question, if he gets acquitted or if he's just going to change it no matter what. I don't see him changing it because I don't think that it matters anymore. I think whatever name he goes by has been dragged through the mud so badly. I can't remember the last time that a celebrity fell from grace in this astonishing fashion, and that we had to listen to the amount of perversion. And listen, I don't know anybody that has looked at this trial and been like, oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, I can see it. Okay, it's just not acceptable fetishes that he's been involved in. He's not been involved in anything acceptable. So I don't know whether changing his name or not is going to make a lick of difference. At the end of the day, he's still going to be P. Diddy, P for pervert.
Oh, throwing punches here, Mauricio. I like it, though. And when you said fall from grace, I think that really kind of goes hand in hand with Diddy. And I hear just in my head Jesse Weber when he says the fall of P. Diddy on Law&Crime. Like, I mean, yeah, I do kind of tend to agree with all of that. And by the way, we do have a poll that was up. The question is, do you think the court's final verdict will reflect public opinion? Yes, 43%. 29% say maybe, and 26% say no. We had 1.4 thousand people who were completed that poll, for the love of God. So I think that this kind of could lead into another question that I have, maybe for you, Alexis, is what is the difference here between the court of public opinion and the court, you know, of the criminal justice system? Do they ever intersect?
Well, of course they're going to intercept, but we have to remember the court of public opinion, we're hearing a lot of stuff that the jury's not hearing. So we have that. Also, the jury, opposed to just going public opinion with our gut, they have to really go through the charges and the elements that are required for that person to be convicted. So if the evidence has not been presented to them, then, you know, they most likely, and they're supposed to acquit him. Whereas with public opinion, we could just go and, you know, go with all these other things that we're hearing in our gut and our, you know, shock to the conscience. But remember, a very good point has been brought up by other panel. You know, if a jury does not like a defendant, then there is a high probability, not that they're supposed to convict people because they just don't like them, but they're human, that they will convict him. And I think across the board, I think people do not like Diddy. But, you know, on Scandal, I said to you the last time, I think if he gets acquitted, he still could make a possible comeback. I think it'll take a couple years, but I think he could still possibly make a comeback. But he's going to take a major, major financial hit.
Alexis, I noticed your plug for Scandal, which I love. Again, if you guys are interested, make sure to subscribe to that. We cover stuff like this all the time. And we interact with our fans, too, which is, by the way, I wanted to bring up our chat again. Shalin0526 wrote, where's everyone watching from? I'm in Missouri, and we have people from all over. We're talking North Carolina, Thailand, taking us international, Scotland, the United Kingdom, Michigan, Missouri, Miami, New York City, hey, where I'm at, Connecticut, Sweden, Wisconsin, where I'm from, on Wisconsin. Maybe it's just my family that's watching. So we have a lot of people who are interacting, and some really good questions, too, about sentencing. If P. Diddy is convicted, when would sentencing be? Mauricio, I'm going to throw this one to you because I have another one after this specifically for Bradford. So Mauricio, if he's convicted, when would sentencing be?
Wow, it'll be a couple of months out because they're going to have to do a pre-sentence investigation where probation is going to take everything into consideration, go talk to Diddy, get all the information about his life, about, you know, how he grew up, and then they're going to make a report. And then based on that, probation will have their recommendations, and then the other side will do objections to that report, and it'll go back and forth. So I would imagine at least, you know, maybe more than 90 days out.
And I think they'd probably talk a lot, too, about mitigating factors, Diddy's childhood, things like that. So I think you're right. It won't be right away if that's the case. Now, Bradford, I promised you I have a question specifically for you. This is from ACE123. Bradford, celebrities get off more, right? They're asking, do celebrities get acquitted more? What are your thoughts?
When they hire me, yes. In general, not really. It just depends on the case. It depends on the facts. Listen, you know, every case is different. I've had a lot of celebrities where they're like, hey, this would never be charged if I wasn't named XYZ, which they're right. You know, I have a lot of cases like that where if they were just Bob Smith, they wouldn't even be charged. So sometimes those cases are better for trial, and I win those cases because they wouldn't even be charged. You know, Travis was charged in Miami for trespassing where there were no signs that say no trespassing. So the normal person wouldn't have got charged in that case. And I beat it because it was a horrible case to be even charged. So those type of cases, sometimes you see a lot of celebrities getting off of those type of cases, not because they're celebrities, but because they were charged incorrectly. Or here's the flip side to that. They can afford better experts. They can afford better witnesses in terms of what they're going to be testifying to, how fly them in from California or wherever they are, all those different things. Again, this type of things that Sean Combs has. You have an appellate lawyer that's sitting there watching what's going on, reviewing the motions, seeing if there's any appellate issues. You know, O.J. Simpson had, I think, Professor Dershowitz, who was watching the trial, taking notes, figuring out what the appellate issues would be if there were appellate issues. The normal person can't afford that every day. Experts, fantastic experts. I've had some experts that are off the chain. I mean, the best of the best. And sometimes just regular Joes can't afford those experts. So certainly there is an aspect to that. And when I say that, it's not just celebrity, it's individuals with money, right? They can afford to fly people in, to take different testimony, to take more witnesses' depositions if you're in a state that allows for that. Those type of things are afforded to individuals that can afford it. That's the trouble with the system today. The trouble with the system is that they feel, I don't want to get too far off the path, but people feel that it's unfair because it's a two-tiered system where it's wealthy versus individuals that don't have that same kind of wealth. And I've seen some public defenders that are unbelievably good defense attorneys, but they might not have the same tools that an individual defense attorney may have. They might not have the same time to dedicate. They might not be able to go out to the scene and do all these things just because their schedule, it doesn't allow for it. So I don't agree that celebrities get off just because of their celebrity. Like I said before, my experience is they get treated worse because of their celebrity, not better.
I tend to agree with you in a way. It's like when your parent is the coach of a team or something, they try not to play their kid, you know, start their kid, just to be fair. And I could see this way, too, for judges. They don't want to seem like they're favoring some sort of celebrity. And at the same point, these celebrities who do generally have more money who can build a bigger defense. So I tend to agree with what you're saying. We have a final poll for at least our hour. Don't you guys worry. I promise Jesse Weber will be back at 3 to give you more polls and updates. But this is the last poll. Do you think this trial will have a lasting impact on Diddy's legacy? Yes, it already has 82%. Maybe, depends on the verdict, 6%. And no, his legacy will survive 5%. Oh, and there was one more question in this one, or one more option. Too early to tell, 4%. 1,000 people partook in that poll. So thank you so much for doing that, all of you. So what do you think, Alexis? I know we talked about this briefly a bit before and on Scandal, of course. What do you think? Is it too early to tell or what?
I think his legacy will be tarnished. I mean, you look at Pee Wee Herman, and they just did that documentary, and the bottom line is, as soon as that happened, that was always, came up. It didn't matter what he did after that. So I do think from a legacy standpoint, his legacy will be tarnished.
I think people are definitely going to think about this for the rest of time with Diddy. Even if he's fully acquitted and there's a complete sweep that's positive for him, I do think that, people are at least going to think about this, right? When I think of Kevin Spacey, he hasn't been, convicted of anything, but I still think about those allegations. Okay, one of our last questions that we have from one of our viewers, actually someone said, Splunk's mama says, if Sierra gets an interview with a bag lady, I'll subscribe to Scandal. So I like the challenge, and I will try to do that. That has been outside the courtroom here. But here's one of our last that we have questions from one of our guests, or our viewers, rather. This is Sophia Zaralazola. I believe I pronounced that correctly. Mauricio, I'm going to give this to you. Do you believe that Diddy would try to defend himself before the court can reach a final verdict? I guess I'm trying to understand what that means, that Diddy would speak out in court. What do you think?
I think that she's asking whether or not he's going to have an up failed, and in court, that's such a big decision that the court colloquies you, which it asks you questions on whether or not you're going to testify, whether you the opportunity to speak to your attorney, whether that's a decision that you're making based on your knowledge of what's going on, and whether you're doing that if you've been coerced by someone to make the determination on whether or not you're going to testify or not. So that decision he made, he chose not to testify, which is probably the right move. I couldn't imagine someone in his position getting up there and trying to explain all of this. But now that they're at the point of closings, there is no opportunity for the jury to hear any new evidence, whether it be evidence from Diddy's own mouth or any evidence. The evidence is closed, and at this point.
Okay, we are almost running out of time, but I do have one last question for each of you. One quick one. Alexis, what are you thinking of the defense closings so far? What are your overall thoughts?
What we're hearing, I think that he's doing very well. I think that they're hitting the points. They're, raising reasonable doubt. They're doing what they should be doing in a closing statement.
All right, Bradford, on to you. What do you expect from a rebuttal with the government?
Not much. I think that, usually they just reiterate, beat a dead horse. They will keep saying that these things were not, allowed, and things that they were doing were against their will. That's what they have to do, is beat that drum and beat that dead horse. They're not going to come up with anything new. They're going to address a couple things here and there, but I don't see it being a smash hit of a rebuttal. I think if they take more than 30 or 45 minutes, I think they're doing a disservice to themselves. All they have to do is get in and get out, say a couple issues and leave. But the thing is like I said, these type of things, the defense is doing the right thing by saying different strokes for different folks, no pun intended. But, everybody has their own thing that they like or don't like. And that's really what they have to go with in terms of the sexual stuff, in terms of it's weird, but who are we to judge? Everyone's got their own thing. If it's not illegal, then they should be allowed. That's really kind of what they're going with, is like, it's weird. He's not a good guy. He's no angel, but neither are any of these other people. And this was all consensual.
Great final thoughts to end on. I mean, we still have rebuttal, jury instructions, and then, of course, deliberations. And we'll be here, you guys, live streaming it all to give you the updates. Our all-star panel, thank you so much, Alexis Rosenberg, Bradford Cohen, Mauricio Padilla. Some of our all-time favorite guests. Thank you guys for coming on. And I want to remind you that we do have Jesse Weber coming up at 3 p.m. We will be here to talk more. I'll be here. Elizabeth Milner, hopefully, fingers crossed, will be. And even more guests to answer your questions. So keep them coming. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, and before I completely sign off, I've got to tease to that podcast I was talking about earlier. Now, the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by Jesse Weber, is back. back, and the third episode drops in just a few days. But in the meantime, you guys can catch up on the 2 episodes that have dropped exclusively on Wondery, plus Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or really wherever you get podcasts. We're going to give you a teaser, so check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
say something about me, got arrested in Vegas 2 years ago. That's how we caught this RICO. But since everybody died and they can't really say anything about that because of the late connections, what happened at the time, they decided to bring up this past, this sexual, this conduct, world, fuel type bullshit. Secrets to everybody. And the culture. Please. The type of stuff I have to say, the type of thing that I was going to say 30 years ago. You know how Alex went to so many houses, I did the same thing the way he can now, that they did the highest fucking level of government. Any woman. I'll let you say it outrightly so. I'll go to South Florida and say it. I went to South Florida and first the hospital and police station. I mean, wait a minute. The receptionist on top of it. I know a lot of y'all, when I begin to say certain things, you guys already know the word. So when I see certain case numbers, I know people around that time. So I already put too much forward in it. There's so many, how many more situations do I gotta talk about? So when I see certain numbers, not the same thing, but I can tell when I interview some people and they really trying to not say things that have already been blown way past that. So it's just pointed to see how the public reacts to certain things that they don't want to do. And how easily findable that is. That's pretty scary. I'm pretty accepting through the internet though when I have my stream on. When my stream's off, I'm not. You have to fucking, you gotta be a part of that. You gotta be in the highest degree of who you are. You gotta be godlike. You gotta know who you are. Yeah, but the thing is, you can't escape the Matrix. The Matrix isn't this isn't a Matrix, bro. It's just a fucking circus, bro. Look, Andrew Tate and all these other people, look, that's cool and all. They said a lot of great things, you know, like, but let's get their IQ tested and let's see what's really going on in their mind. How deep is this? The Matrix, bro, dude, is a circus, bro. This is a fine line of anything can happen that we are making systems. We are fucking, we are like bacteria. We're a bacteria teacher, dude. Any wrong move, he just burst out of the shit.
stop saying free whatever, 90 off fucking bitches. It was on the first fucking legal tender in America of coin. Said 90 off fucking bitches. And that's exactly what we did, boy. And you know why? This is the beginning of the fall world. We're not money on fucking business. And if I was where I go down in finals, I'd beat all my ass. I'd be right there, like. That's me. I'll be like, fuck taxation, I'm out of here. I'm getting a boat, I'm going somewhere. You know, easy. And the worst part is, history is so changed, that's not what happened. So we all have books, but we fall down. Now it's fall down. Who is the racist now? Because he never did. That's why. Respect him. Dude, I want to debate somebody. Can you debate with me? Well, get your ass. Come back, come back. CIA has everybody in the coastal. And if you think I'm wrong, let's go somewhere like so we can make a change and you can talk down my side. Because the best thing, you know, it's got again, the smartest thing I'm ever going to say, wake up. That's it, you witness. It's the smartest thing you could ever do is wake up. Look. Like, how did Brandon ever, like, plain stupid? That's an irrational thought to ever think that somebody's liable to know to do that. Like you're somewhat of important. When the camera's posted right there. What an implausible theory.
ever think I would ever walk over there? Guys, we are living in a capitalistic agenda sponsored by Christian Zionism. You guys know what that means? Let's look up Christianity and Zionism and comply. There is a Bible actually that explains it. You guys want to know when that Bible came out around 1950s? What did that Bible say? What did we become indoctrinated to as a society in America? Why are we going to war for Israel? Why did we find out that I'm not even talking about that. I'm not scared of none of this bullshit going on, but the Mossad. Fuck everything out here. I'm scared of the Mossad. So all you guys know. This is surf track. I'm scared of these. Free Diddy. Yeah, but you know what? When you go to the One World Trade Center, there was a specific provision of the men that blew up that they had like a certain agenda. So it's like, why are we saying, free Israel? It's like, imagine if Israeli extremists came here and blew up all World Trade Center, and then 20 years later we're like saying, free Israel! You guys are not as dumb as they come. Everybody, really. I know what I'm doing, but the problem is they don't. Israel wasn't behind 9/11. They both been behind the same thing. They did the same thing the CIA does to American civilians. They entrapped. They entrapped the cops. They entrapped them. Okay? They were entrapped into doing something shit. Israel was not behind 9/11. They entrapped another extremist religion to attack them. The same way the CIA does to attack certain people in our society. You know, that book is actually in the first Bible, the book of meditation next to the book of Haggai.
they do that, they make it a separate religion. I don't know who. He's going in 20 years. Yeah, human trafficking for 15 years at least. They gave, I know somebody that went in 15 years for human trafficking. All he's trying to do is deny it. So he didn't learn all that. So I don't know. He may know something with somebody. He may have someone else in his group that looking out for him, but don't do that. He knows about it. I'm surprised this really even got to where it is today. That we were able to say this much or such a mistake. We had satellite phones. There's so much stuff on it. We've seen this planet like ants on a hill. If you honestly truly believe Earth is flat, what else is flat? Yeah, you know what? The Earth is flat. The CCP will probably want to say that. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to say, you know, if I'm just walking around fucking Walmart, I don't care. Like, I'm not going through shit all the time. I remember to this day.
Sounds familiar, but I don't really follow that stuff.
Big name, big name. You covering it? Y'all covering it?
Yeah, we're covering it.
Good camera.
Yeah.
Hey there, everybody. Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and it's so good to be with you today on this Friday. I am here. I heard you guys were so kind. You wanted to know when I'm jumping in. Well, I'm here. I missed you guys. This is quite the day, right? We are continuing our coverage of the Sean Combs criminal case. Today is the day when the defense is delivering their closing argument. After a really powerful closing argument from the prosecution yesterday, it's the defense's turn. And I got to tell you, they're checking all the boxes. They're doing everything that they need to do to try to raise reasonable doubt in this case with respect to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. We actually learned, by the way, that the jury, the judge said this, the jury is probably going to be provided jury instructions on Monday, and then they will deliberate. So it does not appear in any way that the jury is going to begin their deliberations today. And I tell you, if they have, an hour of jury instructions on Monday, I don't bet on anything, but I will say highly unlikely you're getting a verdict on Monday. Will we get a verdict before the holiday weekend? That becomes a question. But we got to break down what's happening in the closing arguments today. And by the way, any questions you have about today's testimony, today's closing argument, about the case in general, what has been happening the last few weeks, submit them now. I have an all-star panel I'm going to be bringing in to answer any question you might have. But let's talk about this. So Mark Agnifilo, you see right there in the courtroom sketch, delivering the closing argument for the defense. Remember, this is the defense's last opportunity to present their case. This is the last time the jurors are going to hear from the defense. So what has he been saying? First thing he says, this is a case all about the text messages, okay? Despite what the prosecution's putting forward, it's about the text messages, because obviously the text messages in this case, and the defense didn't even put on a case. Remember, when it was their turn, they just introduced a few more text messages for the jury to consider. The text messages, they would say, show consent, they show willing participation, that there might be ulterior motives for these alleged victims, and basically arguing this doesn't line up with the prosecution's case. This is about personal drug use. This is about a swinger lifestyle. This is essentially about cornering off or putting yellow crime scene tape over a bedroom. This is about a person's private sex life. That's what they were trying to say. And yet they're using RICO, one of the most serious statutes on the book, to try to get Sean Combs. And the way they started off was praising him for his businesses, giving people opportunities, pushing people hard. This is not necessarily forced labor. These are able, willing participants, that he's a self-made entrepreneur. And to highlight why this is not sex trafficking of either Cassie Ventura Fine or Jane, no one called 911. Instead, they called civil lawyers. This is about money. Cassie even said this was about domestic violence, not sex trafficking. It's all about love. Domestic violence is not a charge here. If it was, he would have pled guilty. And the idea here that there's no kidnapping, there's no bribery, these are some of the underlying predicate crimes for racketeering conspiracy, there's no criminal enterprise, which I'll get into for a second. But he focused, Mark Agnifilo, on each one of the alleged victims. So with respect to Cassie, this was a relationship built on love, that she was insanely jealous. How can you say you have all of these instances that might be consensual and then one is sex trafficking? That's a big jump. That you talk about the jealousy was spurned through Kim Porter. It was spurned through Gina. And I think this is important. He highlighted that Cassie ultimately left the relationship. She could always leave. That's the point. The reason it's not sex trafficking is she could always leave. What happened when she left? Nothing happened to her. He also talked about Kid Cudi, talked about there was not significant evidence tying Sean Combs to the alleged arson of Kid Cudi's car, talked about how Cassie is a woman who loves sex. She was the one who got a burner phone in this case. She was the one who had all of these videos. Was it ever realistic that Sean Combs was going to be releasing sex tapes to blackmail her? So kind of raising reasonable doubt in that perspective. When you talk about Jane, really highlighting through text messages, Jane wanted all this to happen. She liked one of the sex workers. You know, Combs was doing the right thing. He was paying things for her. He's damned if he does. He's damned if he doesn't. He was trying to do the right thing by paying things for her. Basically said a lot of her stories don't make sense, striking at the credibility of Mia, this former personal assistant who says that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs because, you know, she stayed in touch. She wrote praising him in messages. They made the argument it was basically consensual what was happening to them. The argument against prostitution, which I've always said before, transportation to engage in prostitution feels like the most straightforward charge. You look at the Amex receipts, the travel records, the text messages, the audio messages from Sean Combs. It seems the argument would be he was paying for arranging the transport of men, don't even have to be sex workers, men, for the purposes of sex work. They made the argument, well, porn stars get paid. He probably thought this was legal. And then finally, going back to racketeering, the top charge carries up to life in prison. He's the only one charged here. No one said that they were part of a racketeering conspiracy or a racketeering enterprise. There is a gaping lack of evidence in this case. So, want to continue the conversation, want to talk all about it. Let me bring in my all-star panel. So, first of all, on the ground, we got Law&Crime's Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, hi. I'm going to wave to Sierra, who's outside right now. There she is. We also have with us trial attorney Api Patterson, and we also have with us former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. All-star panel. Great. Now, Sierra, I'm going to start with you. A, I'll ask you, what do you make of the closings from the defense so far? And B, I got to ask you, did you see this thing that came out that if anybody doesn't know it, Christian King Combs, right, the 27-year-old son of Sean Combs, the defendant, has apparently teamed up with Kanye West, who made an appearance, remember earlier on in this trial, actually showed up at court to support Diddy. They're releasing new music. They're releasing new music, including a song called Diddy Free. The timing of this, very interesting. So, Sierra, what do you make of the closing so far from the defense, and what do you make of Diddy Free?
Well, Jesse, I love a two-part question, and you got it there. Two really important things from today. So I'll start with the former, which is closings from Mark Agnifilo. And honestly, I think that they're memorable, to say the very least. I mean, especially if we're comparing it to yesterday when we had AUSA Christy Slavic coming and by all accounts was very, methodical. She had her notes. And again, I'm not knocking her in any way. There's a lot of dates to remember, and she's giving basically a 4-hour speech to the jurors. But you've got that the jury goes home last night and maybe thinks about. And this morning, you've got Mark Agnifilo, Mark the Shark, who's coming in strong with the theatrics. Fireworks, I dare say. And, he's saying things like jokingly, where he's saying things like, oh, he likes some lube, lock him up, things like that. Or he's kind of maybe even crossing the line in a way, talking about the relationship between Cassie and Diddy, calling it a modern love story, when in opening statements we heard from Tenny Garagos calling this domestic violence in relation to the Intercontinental Hotel situation. I mean, so there's memorable things, I think, from this closing argument as far as the defense is going, and they're pulling out all the stops, right, because it's their last chance to talk. So I think they're doing what they can, right? They're memorable. And then for the second part of this question, wow, okay, so we know that Kanye likes to make a name for himself, or likes to kind of ruffle feathers in a way, and we did report on it. I believe you talked about it on Sidebar, Jesse, and we reported on it on my show Scandal and here on Law&Crime, that a while ago Kanye had released this song called Lonely Roads, and not only did it feature his young daughter Northwest, but a jailhouse recording of him talking to P. Diddy. So people, of course, are starting to talk. Then today we have Christian King Combs, that's his kind of name that he uses when he's doing music, King Combs, releases this song the day the defense is coming forward with their closing arguments called Free Diddy. And I actually listened to it. It is on Spotify, which, by the way, that Lonely Road song, really tricky to find on Spotify until today. I have to give a shout out to our technical director, Nick, who said it was on Spotify's homepage. So I took that and followed Spotify, and yeah, it's up, it's there. And I wrote down a couple of lyrics that I think are interesting. First of all, the name is Free Diddy. And then they say things like, N-words ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free, which I have to ask. He's going home to MDC tonight, and we're not gonna see him again until Monday, so is no one going to sleep over the weekend? I guess that's a question. And then, of course, they say things like, they try to play the victim. F the world, critics, and the witnesses. Face clean, they try to dirt the image. So, I mean, it makes sense to me that Christian Combs is coming out with this. Of course, he's supporting his dad. We've seen Diddy's entire family, which, by the way, all of his children are here, minus Love, the young toddler that he has. They've all been supportive of him really from the start, and so is Kanye. I mean, he's appeared here at this very courthouse behind me. So I'm not surprised that it came out, but, I mean, they're making waves, to say the very least.
Oh, I think so. I think so, to say the least. By the way, was it a good song? Did it have a good beat?
I'll plead the fifth. I'll plead the fifth
right.
on that.
Afi, have you heard it?
No, but I did my own little ditty. I posted it on my my Twitter X. I don't know what we call it, and it's amazing. Go listen to it.
There you go. Okay, well, let's talk about what's happening right now. So right now, and I think that this is actually smart on the part of the defense, they seem to be saving the very end of their closing argument to focus on why this is not racketeering conspiracy, the top charge in this case. Agnifilo says they didn't charge racketeering, they charged racketeering conspiracy. They need a co-conspirator, and they just don't have one. They claim KK, meaning Christina Quorum. The evidence at this trial shows KK is a helpful person. Kerry Morgan called KK and D-Rock. They are not co-conspirators. If John Gotti were kicking in your door, would you call Sammy the Bull Gravano? No. He's a co-conspirator. There was only one trial. KK is not a co-conspirator. KK is a very nice person. There is no evidence that anyone is a co-conspirator. Firearms are not charged. Homeland Security cannot say where the guns were. The Suge Knight story, it's not charged. Dawn Richard, remember her? Miss Westmoreland did the cross. Not charged. Yesterday, the government said, in the videos, you don't see guns, but he probably shouldn't keep videos with guns in them. Is that fair? That's a little sinister.
Why are they doing that? And it was Cassie who asked to be urinated on. A lot of different things here. Okay, so Nima, what do you think? Where is your percentages on the racketeering charge after you heard what was presented yesterday from Christy Slavic talking about why there is a criminal conspiracy, how all the assistants and bodyguards were on board, laying out the different underlying predicate crimes versus what you're hearing from Mark Agnifilo? Where do you stand on the racketeering conspiracy, Nima?
Yeah, I'll give you my percentages. I'll even shoot my shot. So I think this case is going to come down entirely to racketeering because I think prostitution is in the bag. I don't buy the porn star argument. That's just a terrible argument. And I have concerns about sex trafficking. So racketeering is going to make or break this case because if it's just prostitution, Jesse, it's the most expensive prostitution trial in American history and a waste of time. So I would put my percentages as follows. Prostitution, 100%. I can't see any juror letting him walk on prostitution.
You can't say 100%. You can't say you got to give it 95, 90. Because the juror, there could be a juror who's like, nah, I'm good.
Okay, I'll give it 95%. 80% on racketeering, 20% on sex trafficking.
Okay.
Those are my confidence levels. So my prediction is prostitution, racketeering, guilty.
Okay.
Sex trafficking, not guilty or hung.
Let me go back to some questions we have coming in. So first of all, we got a question from Nancy Nicole D. Will you be here next week for Verdict Watch? Yes, I will be here for Verdict Watch. We are all, the Law&Crime team, going to be here for Verdict Watch. We're going to be doing extended coverage before, during, after the verdict as well. We got a question from Denise Rose, 7335. Hi, Jesse. So I just want to say that you and Elizabeth have been doing such a great job during this trial that both of you should take a very long deserved vacation when this trial is over. That's a great idea. I think that's a fantastic idea, right before Koberger, nonetheless. Okay, I'm going to throw this one to you, Afi. This is from Northern Sunset 1. Which charge do you think is the best chance of conviction after closing arguments?
Same with Nima, 95%. There you go on the prostitution charges. There's no doubt. Of course, you have to think about the jury. You know, you can always have a holdout, but definitely the prostitution charges without question.
I'll throw one more question at you. This is from Ramden Things, I3W. Was the prosecution more convincing on Diddy's guilt, or was the defense stronger in closing arguments so far?
I think right now, how do I pronounce his name? Is it
We've been saying Mark Agnifilo.
Agnifilo. There we go. Okay, so I think Agnifilo's style is, very avuncular, very down to earth, and I think that's what you need with jurors. But I also don't really like some of the things he's saying. So, for example, he said that Cassie made the adult choice to leave. Let's keep in mind she made the adult choice when she was actually an adult. Was it not an 11-year relationship? Originally, we're forgetting that this young girl, 19 years old, walked into a very dark situation where she was beaten and doing some really interesting and provocative sexual things at 19. Yes, and signing NDAs and very intimidated in a very grown-up world. But when she was an adult, yeah, she did make the very adult decision to leave. He asked things like, hey, can somebody can you pimp your girlfriend? I'm using the word pimp, but can you prostitute your girlfriend? Maybe, but he didn't receive anything of economic value. You don't have to receive money. You have to receive some type of value. I think he's falling short in a couple of places. He tells us at one point, oh, Cassie lied. Oh, Capricorn Clark lied. And then in other places, he says, you've got to believe Cassie. You've got to believe Capricorn when it's favorable to them. So I don't think I think he's doing a really good job talking to the jurors and meeting them where they are. And he's not being very formal. He's not using a lot of legalese, which is good. But I don't think that he's making the best case. I think that he's doing what a defense attorney does when they have nothing. They stand and they defend. And that's what he's doing. He's standing and he's giving you fantastic nothing.
Wow. Let me know what you really think about this. Afi.
There you go.
I'm gonna challenge a little bit on this because I'll make my point. By the way, great question, great comment from Smarty Pants 1225 super chat comment. Thank you so much, Jesse. Please don't leave us again. I'm never leaving you. I'm never leaving you. But we got a great team. I can't be on 8 hours a day. We got Sierra, we got Chris, we got Anjanette. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, Nima. Here's the thing.
I think the prosecution did something very smart yesterday. I think when they said, we're not saying every one of these episodes is sex trafficking. Nope. They can consent one time. They can consent 2 times, 3 times. Doesn't mean they consented all the time, right? And you only need one instance to say it's sex trafficking, whether it's Cassie 2016, the hotel tape, right? Whether it's the plane incident being shown freak-offs, whether it's Jane, the violent incident, I think from June of 2024, take this pill, the text messages where she's showing reluctance. But at the end of the day, isn't the defense doing something here by saying this is a toxic domestic violence situation? This is a domestic violence crime. You would have pled guilty to it. But how do you transform this into racketeering? When Mark Agnifilo said, you're going to tell me that all of this was consensual, oh, but the one that wasn't, it jumps to sex trafficking? That felt to me like it stood out. No, Nima?
It did, and that's why the prosecution recognizes the challenges that they have, and that's why they sent the court the letter saying the following: you can revoke your consent. Paying the sex workers doesn't mean consent. You can look at the history and the totality of the control, right? The physical violence, the drugs, the financial control, the extortion of the sex tapes to say something's coercive. Look, the prosecution, these are the best prosecutors in the country in SDNY. They know that they have challenges and the sex trafficking is weak. That's why it's not what they said yesterday, it's when they said it. And that's why they led with racketeering. That's why they talked about the kidnapping. They talked about the arson. They talked about the drugs. Jesse, that's where they started. The drugs are the easiest argument. And they're trying to say it's personal use, it's not distribution. But look at all the drugs they found when they raided his home. So, obviously the government is trying to shore up the trafficking and the sex trafficking and try to prop up their witnesses. But it's an uphill battle. But I think with racketeering, they have a much stronger argument.
So I think with racketeering, the stronger part of racketeering is the underlying crimes. If you say, transportation to engage in prostitution, a form of a predicate crime for racketeering, feels pretty strong. Bribery, Eddie Garcia, the hotel security guard, feels like a stronger one. Arson, Kid Cudi, who else would have blown up his car? I think that's what the prosecution has been trying to say. But the criminal conspiracy, the criminal enterprise, everybody on the same page. Mark Agnifilo raises a good point. Did we hear enough evidence of that? Now, I want to give everybody an update, okay? Defense has officially finished their closing argument. I'll tell you how they finished up. Agnifilo says, at some point you can ask, can I trust the prosecutors? It takes a lot of courage to acquit. I think that the evidence shows, and you can conclude that the government targeted Sean Combs. I wouldn't say that if Cassie went to Homeland Security. America is great because between each citizen and the government, there is a jury. This is your house. I'm asking you to summon that courage to do the right thing and acquit Sean Combs on all counts. He is not a racketeer. He is innocent. Let him go home to his family. Thank you. Now, the judge says to Ms. Comey, Maureen Comey, would you like a break before rebuttal? Yes, 15 minutes. So they're taking a 15-minute break. Then they're going to do rebuttal. Sierra, before we take a break on our end, you can react to anything we've been talking about. But we got a question that came in from Lee Now 3147. You might have the answer to this. How much do we know about the jury?
Oh, that's a great question. How much do we know about the jury? Well, until yesterday, I had no idea what any of them look like. And that's, a good thing, right? We're not supposed to know who the jurors are except for the makeup, the ages, their jobs, things like that. But yesterday when I was here, I was with our reporter Elizabeth Milner, who I heard from some of you in the chat saying she's done such an amazing job. You and her both have, Jesse. Amazing, amazing jobs. But Elizabeth pointed out to me, oh, that's one of the jurors. And we thought it was so interesting that they just walk in right with everyone else. And it's kind of like they're hidden in plain sight, right? We've been following this case, and yet we don't know what the jurors look like because we're not supposed to. I mean, we do know a bit of the jury makeup too. It's kind of mixed gender as male and female, ages too. The two jurors that always stick out to me in my mind are the one that is a deli worker. I believe he's around age 30, and then the one who is an architect too. So it just kind of reminds me that these people are just every day. You might just run into them at Starbucks. You might run into them at the pharmacy. They're people who aren't probably hopefully not following this specific live stream because they're not supposed to, but potentially not even following legalese on the every day like you or I might do. I mean, this is their job right now, but outside of this, their job is just an everyday thing. So I think while I do believe that they're taking it very seriously, I don't know that outside of this, they're really honing in on the law until now. And I think that's what makes them such a great jury of Diddy's peers.
Yeah, they should not know who you are. They should not know who I am. Well, they might have been following us before the Diddy trial, but they should not be knowing. They should not be on these lunchtime shows. Okay, or these full day shows. All right, we're going to take a break. Sierra, I think we're going to catch you a little bit later. You're going to check around, see what's been happening around the courthouse. Oh, okay. I'm being told I don't have to take a break. But Sierra, I know you're going to do some investigative reporting for us and going to see what's happening around the courthouse. So we'll catch up with you later. Sierra Gillespie, the best. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let me continue on with the questions with Nima and Afi. Okay. Nima, this is from Rob Show 6300. If federal prosecutors fail to indict Diddy, I mean, he's already been indicted. I guess the question is if they fail to convict him. If they fail to convict Diddy, could it hurt their careers or reputations? Are their jobs at risk? Ooh, good question.
The answer is theoretically no, but practically they will always be known as the prosecutors that lost the Diddy case. You're a prosecutor. You're expected to win every single time. It's SDNY. They hire the best, the brightest. So yes, especially when you have people like me armchair quarterbacking the case and saying you made all these mistakes by not indicting KK and D-Rock, and you let Gina, victim 3, off the hook even though she was in your indictment, and you should have brought in these other victims that were sexually assaulted by Diddy that didn't have a romantic or professional relationship with him, so you botched the case. So the answer is, look, they're going to be fine. I'm sure they have impeccable pedigrees, went to the best law schools, best clerkships, but this will be a stain on their career. Yes.
Got this question. And by the way, Nima's never lost a case, just so everybody knows, right? We all know that. This is from Francisca 5476. Nafi, I'll throw this to you. Can the prosecution do a rebuttal on closing arguments? So yes, they can. I mean, we just learned out they are. I guess my question to you, just to tweak that a little bit, what do they need to do? What do they need to do on rebuttal?
So they have an opportunity, because they are the prosecution and because they have the burden of proof, first of all, to do the rebuttal. I don't always think that setup is fair to allow them to get the last word in, simply for a lot of reasons, mainly because of budgeting. They have a larger budget than most defendants. Diddy is not your typical defendant. That aside, they need to address some things that Agnifilo, oh my God, that he brought up. The holes that he poked in their stories, they need to do everything they can to fill them up. That's it.
Nima, we got this question from Sophia Zarazola. When will we be able to know the final verdict, and how long will it take for him to get sentenced? So a couple of points there. One, when do you? I think they're going to be handed the case Monday. You tell me when you think we would actually get a verdict with the July 4th weekend coming up. But also sentencing, doesn't it happen like 3 to 4 months after a conviction if he's convicted?
That's absolutely right. So we're going to have jury instructions Monday morning. They'll start deliberating. I agree with you, Jesse. We're not going to get a verdict on Monday. If we do, it's probably terrible for the prosecution. They're going to need some time to get guilty verdicts on the more serious counts. Tuesday would be early. I would say Wednesday, if I had to guess a particular day. Usually 3 full days for a long trial like this seems about right. Thursday, I start to get concerned because you have that 4th of July holiday, and never underestimate the power of a 3-day weekend to get 12 strangers motivated to come to a decision to get out of there and go back to their families. If we come back the week of July 7th, Jesse, I'm seriously concerned about a hung jury on some or maybe even all of the counts.
So many things to consider.
Yeah.
So many things to consider. Yeah, sorry.
Now, I forgot to answer the second part of the question. Yes, probation needs usually about 3 months to prepare a pre-sentence report. So at a federal sentencing, there's actually 3 parties that make recommendations: the government, the defense, but also probation. So they interview the defendant if he agrees to be interviewed. They go through his criminal history, family history, and they come up with their own recommendation. So they need some time to prepare that pre-sentence report. So usually about 3 months is right.
Afi, got a question here from Blessing Eek, GH1RG. Hi, Jesse. Is there any evidence that Cassie asked to be urinated on? If not, can she sue Mr. Agnifilo for defamation, and can he be sanctioned for it?
You know, so I don't know that there's any evidence about that. I was looking into that. He said that she asked to be urinated on, and I was confused because I had not heard that early on. I think that during trial, attorneys have protections and witnesses have protections, unless he said this with an intent to embarrass her or harass her or to malign her intentionally. I don't think that she has any recourse. But also, I don't know that that was brought out. But so that was really interesting.
Yeah, Nima, I look, the point is they might, I guess he's trying to say, she might not have directly said urinate on me, but if she kept being with him and was encouraging freak-offs and didn't leave when they're making the argument she could have left, it is implicitly saying she consented to it. And I don't imagine there would have been an objection. Right? Wouldn't there have been an objection during the closing from the prosecutors? Be like, this is he's misrepresenting the evidence?
Yeah, prosecutors, defense lawyers, they do make that objection. Usually the judge will say to their jurors, they'll overrule that objection and say, you're the only ones to decide the facts in this case. If the lawyers misspeak, what they say is not evidence. There's a jury instruction to that effect. But yeah, like Afi said, there is a litigation privilege. We can say anything really within reason in a courtroom or in a court filing, and that is privileged, and you cannot be sued for defamation on that basis.
By the way, you're both getting some love from our commenters. So I'll start with you, Afi. We got a question from Fabiola Delgado LeBron, 1497. Ms. Patterson, the bun is steadily popping. What are the odds in a not guilty conviction? I love your answers. They're so articulate.
Let me weep. Thank you so much. I forgot the question, but what are the odds of a not guilty?
What are the odds of a not guilty conviction?
I don't play the odds. I don't know. I think he's going to be found guilty on counts, 3 and 5. What are those? The transportation to engage in prostitution.
Yep.
And for sure, the 2 transportation to engage in prostitution charges. And, I gave my thoughts the other day on racketeering. I think there's a 65% likelihood that he's going to be found guilty. I agree with Nima. I think it's going to be 2.5 days, maybe 3 days to get a verdict. Anything after that, we're looking at a hung jury. But thank you.
I don't know. Yeah, no, I see. The thing is if they're carefully go through the evidence, I think it takes them hours to dissect Cassie's testimony, hours to dissect Jane's testimony, or they might group them together, right? That's what the defense wants. The defense is basically, that's the thing, Nima. I wonder and I have compliments for both of you guys. I'll tell you what, Nima, I have two comments for you. I'll put you aside. I'll go back to Afi for a second. Shouldn't the prosecution in their rebuttal say, so everybody's lying? Okay, every single person we brought out is lying. Every single person has a vendetta. Every single person is putting their reputation at stake and putting their lives at stake by doing this, right? Because they all want money or won't have to go after Sean Combs. Is the defense simplifying this too much for you, jury? I mean, shouldn't they make that argument?
Absolutely. So, and I said this early on with Agnifilo. I will get that name together. He said his basic defense is, oh, Capricorn Clark, she's lying about the gun with respect to the kidnapping charge. Yes, she's lying about that. But, believe her when she said, you must believe her when she said that Cassie got a large or a lion's share of the advertising dollars when it came to her album and her promotions. Cassie's lying about this, but believe her when she says that she really enjoyed, this aspect of the hotel night or that aspect. It's like, it's, you want us to believe that they're lying when it's not convenient for you, but that they're so very truthful when it's convenient for you. Get out of here with that. Oh, he would put it different.
So Nima, we got a couple questions coming in for you. First, Kai Ford Durafal 444. I think I butchered that. I'm so sorry. Hi, please, Nima. If I got a case, can I hire you? So you're getting clients. I don't know. Can he hire you? Can she hire you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Leon Thompson, 2011. Super chat question. Thank you so much. Do you see Cassie and Diddy ever rekindling their relationship?
No way. She's with another man. She's has kids now. I mean, look, you got to move forward in life. Don't look back and get with your toxic, abusive ex. That's advice that's going to apply to anyone that's watching. Look, I mean, we've talked about this case from a legal perspective, right? But ultimately, right, they're victims here. These are women who, regardless of how you feel about the merits of the charges, they were mistreated badly by Diddy. And for
Oh,
what?
yeah.
Because he was a celebrity? I mean, let's just put that out there. He's a terrible human being, even if he's found not guilty of some of these charges. So, no, Cassie should not be with him.
Yeah. Oh, the jury could say, oh, she's a victim, Jane's a victim, but it's different from being a victim in a toxic relationship, a violent relationship, versus being a victim of sex trafficking. One more question for you, Nima. This is from at Cookie 111-700 for Nima. Do you believe he will be found guilty? I know we kind of are repeating it here and there, but do you think he's going to be found guilty?
I do think he's going to be found guilty because, look, at the end of the day, even if there's holes in the testimony, there's all this other criminal conduct, right, that he can't get away from. He's trying to make excuses for each of them. Let's just go through it, right? He's saying, no, this wasn't a bribe because he just cared about his PR, right? Oh, the drugs? Yeah, it was just personal use. And when he beat Cassie in 2016, he just had a bad drug episode, right? Or the arson, there's no evidence that it was Diddy himself that did it, even though he said, I'm going to blow up your car, and it was hit with a Molotov cocktail a short time thereafter. Or what about the extortion? Shaking down Cassie's mom, Regina Ventura, making her wire 20 grand, get a home equity line. The sex tapes were going to go to her employer. Or threatening Jane, saying, I want to send it to the father of your child so you lose custody. There's all this other criminal activity that Diddy and the defense can't get past. And I think that's the biggest challenge that they have in this case.
And this case does raise larger questions. And this goes to you, Afi. This is from at IA9259. Hello, Jesse. Question to the panel. What will be the legal and societal impact of the trial? Could there be a debate on consent, trafficking, a discussion on RICO? Could the laws evolve?
Oh, yeah. So I want to talk about bedroom policing because that's what we've talked about. And I think also why a lot of people can't wrap their minds around racketeering, and especially like if we talk about the Jane situation, I don't think people can envision going through what Jane went through, minus the night of the very violent night, and going to the police and saying, hey, X, Y, and Z is happening to me, and the police take action. So they're having a hard time reconciling how we're calling this a crime and how we're calling it racketeering. I think that's understandable. Secondly, I know we've talked a lot about bedroom policing, and Agnifilo has said a lot about, hey, this is a lifestyle, they're swingers, this is overreach, this is unconstitutional. I think we do bedroom police. You don't have protection just because you close your door and you have these four walls of protection now. We protect children. We protect the infirmed. We protect the incapacitated, generally those who cannot protect themselves. So yeah, it is bedroom policing, but we police bedrooms and we police behavior to protect those who can't protect themselves. So yeah, I do think people are going to start considering, am I coercing a person to do this flight I'm paying for? Am I doing the right thing when I close these doors to my bedroom? Is this right? Is this moral? Is this ethical? Is this legal? And I think that's a good conversation to have, and those are good thoughts to have.
Nima, we're talking about what the prosecution might just do on rebuttal, saying, are we expect to believe that every one of these witnesses is a liar or has something to gain? You said it really well, the idea that he has an explanation for everything. Oh, this wasn't influencing a witness. This wasn't witness tampering. This wasn't bribery. He was protecting his PR. It's not forced labor. They're able-bodied. They can walk away. She wanted to get urinated on. The question we have is from Larab Show 6300. Do you think prosecutors held back key arguments in their closing to deliver them strategically in the rebuttal?
The answer to that is absolutely yes. Every prosecutor does. And Afi talked about it. Look, we as prosecutors have a huge advantage. We get to go last. Yeah, we have the burden, but the last word before the jury goes into that deliberation room is the prosecution's. And it was more of a dry opening closing argument yesterday by Christy Slavic. I expect to see some emotion this afternoon because we know Mark Agnifilo was bringing it, the shark. So hopefully she is offended, she gets emotional, and she delivers to those jurors because the victims absolutely need it here, Jesse.
By the way, I heard Sierra call him Mark the Shark. Is that a thing? Did I miss that somewhere, or is that just Sierra? Because that was a great phraseology. You just said it. I don't know. Does anybody know where that's coming from? All right. Well, we're using it now. Okay, Mark the Shark. Okay. By the way, there was a problem. Something just happened. So during the jury's break, okay, so between the end of the defense's closing and we're waiting for the prosecution's rebuttal, the judge called out defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, said he improperly suggested to the jury that the government targeted Sean Combs. Let me read it. Christy Slavic says, he brought up conduct that hasn't been charged and said Mr. Combs was being targeted. We request curative instructions. The judge says, Mr. Agnifilo, you should have phrased it differently, but you went on to focus on lack of a conspiracy. Judge says, what about the targeting charge? How is that not improper? Agnifilo says, no one went to law enforcement and complained. It's a fair comment. Slavic says, he said what he said, targeted. It's improper. A curative instruction is required, meaning an instruction to the jury. Slavic says, they made the argument pre-trial and they lost. This was inappropriate. The judge says, I intend to add something to the charge. They should focus on whether the government proved each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Slavic says, we like it now. Judge says there's bedrock law that these arguments to the jury are improper, so I will give the instruction. Agnifilo says, we'd like it Monday. Judge says, I'll do it when the jury comes back in 5 minutes. Wow. That's not great, Nima.
It's not great because you're not supposed to comment on the prosecutor's motivations and you're not supposed to comment on uncharged conduct. Let's talk about it. The guns, they're in another venue. There's no venue to prosecute the guns in SDNY. Agnifilo knows that. You can't make that argument. It's wholly improper. I'm surprised the government wasn't jumping up and down in the middle of Agnifilo's closing argument there.
Yeah, that's obviously they took issue with it, but it's kind of hard to unring the bell once you hear it. Okay, Afi, got a question for you. This is from Douglas Madray, JRRN 5328. I have a question. After this trial, isn't it true that Diddy and his family are still facing other lawsuits?
They are facing a ton of civil lawsuits. And I think, as we know, either yesterday or this morning, there was a new lawsuit that was filed against Diddy and his son. I think it was, I don't want to say the name, but one of his sons. So he will have to face those lawsuits, and I expect more to come. And if I can say something else, I think that Mark the Shark was already admonished, and there was a curative instruction after the break, because I think he mentioned something about charges, that the fact that the government wasn't going after certain charges. So I think this must be his second time getting admonished, and the judge having to speak on it.
Yeah, you're right. So Sean Combs' son, Justin Combs, has been accused of facilitating a woman's alleged gang rape. That came out yesterday. Okay. Follow-up question to you, Nima. This is from Emily Atlier. Could you explain more why the prosecution and judge finds the defense's closing improper? Would love more information. Love the show. Thank you so much. So just a little bit more clarity on that, why it's so bad to do that.
Yeah, the case is about the facts and the law and the defendant and the victims. You're not supposed to talk about the prosecutors, the defense lawyers themselves, their motivations. There are many reasons why prosecutors choose to charge certain crimes and not others. So, for instance, right, they could have charged drugs, right? Maybe they thought that would distract from the case. He was found with drugs when he was arrested at his hotel room in New York. He could have been charged in other venues with the firearms, with the obliterated serial numbers. That's a pretty serious offense. Obviously, there were a lot of drugs seized from his Los Angeles and Miami homes, but those aren't New York cases. And look, you can't charge everyone and everything. You charge as a prosecutor what you think are the most serious, readily provable charges. That's what the Department of Justice manual teaches you. That's what you learn in law school. So you can't get into the motivations. Look, these political prosecution arguments, they come up a lot. Donald Trump raised it. Hunter Biden raised it. Diddy raised it. He said this is all racial. It's all politically motivated. Unless it's for a constitutionally prohibited reason, those arguments are not appropriate. So Afi was right. This was a part of a motion in limine before trial. The AUSA wanted to keep all this out. And of course, the defense, like good, sometimes sneaky defense lawyers do, they try to backdoor these into their closing arguments.
Yeah.
It's like you said, can't unring the bell or put the toothpaste back in the tube or whatever analogy you want to use, but it's wholly improper. So you got to stop it if you're the prosecution.
And it's hard to know what the jury might be making of all this. I mean, here's a good question that we just got in from Denise Rose 7335. This is for you, Afi. Hi, Jesse. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. My question is if it's a hung jury, what happens from here? Does Diddy walk free, or does he stay in prison until they decide if they're going to retry him?
He'll stay in prison, but I definitely think that he'll have another application to get out. And I think this time, just kind of like when Nima mentioned, you do a pre-sentencing report. You also the judge will receive a report from for probation. Excuse me, not probation, but it's similar to a pre-sentencing report. The name is escaping me. I'm having a brain fart right now, but they will tell you whether or not he is going to be a good candidate to be out while on bond. And we had that early on in this situation, and the report was, it went awry. It didn't look good for him.
Well, here, let me follow that up with you, Afi. If he's acquitted of racketeering, and he's acquitted of sex trafficking. Let me phrase this. Yeah, let's say he's acquitted of racketeering, okay, and they're hung on sex trafficking, and I'm doing hypotheticals. If he's acquitted of the top charge, or he's acquitted of some of the top charges, and they're hung on the rest, that could be a change in circumstances regarding bond, I feel. But if they're hung as to everything, I still think he wouldn't get a successful bond argument, because I don't think the circumstances would have changed.
The biggest issue was housing. Where was he going to live? And housing and protection, because one of the biggest issues was, I think, witness tampering. And I think one of the larger issues that was brought forth was the fact that he'll call somebody, 50 times a day or 100 times a day until he got through to them. It's some sort of harassment, or he could easily send someone to contact you. So, those were the issues, but where was he going to be? Because he was going to have to stay in New York. I think that's what I was gathering from the hearing. He couldn't go back to Florida. He had to stay in New York, and, where would he be? Who was going to guard him? It had to be some type of independent third party company that would guard him. And, those are the major issues. And I think that, they can offer something now, because I think they only had like 48 hours to come up with something. They can offer something now. They've had months.
By the way, the jury is officially back. The judge has provided that curative instruction, as we were talking about. Judge just said to the jury, excuse me, you heard that Mr. Combs was the target. This is not to be considered. That is not your concern. Ms. Comey. So now Maureen Comey, prosecutor, delivering the rebuttal. The defendant did not take no for an answer, certainly not from his girlfriends. He beat them. So we'll see where this rebuttal ultimately goes. I got to say, we got a great question that came in, okay? And I'm going to throw it to you, Nima, and I'm very curious your thoughts on this, because we have all great questions, but this one really makes you think. This is from Hanratty Owen 8216. What are the odds if Diddy just settled in 2023? Meaning, I guess the question is if he settled before Cassie Ventura had filed her lawsuit, not settled after she filed it, would he even be on trial right now? What a question.
That is a great question. I answered it yesterday, and I'm going to answer it again today. First, I want to say, with respect to the last, it's pretrial services, which is similar to probation, that handles the bail. And I think if Diddy is convicted of just prostitution, he's getting time served. He's getting a walk. Now, this is a great question. If Diddy wasn't so cheap and he paid Cassie Ventura the $20 or $30 million that she wanted in November 2023, we would not be having this conversation today. Let's not forget, New York State opened up the civil statute of limitations. There was a window for her to file her lawsuit. If she didn't file within that window, she would lose her claim. She's negotiating with Diddy's lawyers. He reportedly only wants to pay her $10 million. That's 1% of his reported $1 billion net worth. Okay. Had he just got his checkbook out, not been so cheap, paid his girlfriend of more than a decade, who he admittedly beat, the money that she wanted, he would not be here today. So this just goes to show that Diddy is a narcissist and he's cheap. And if he just took care of business, he wouldn't be in this situation.
Just to be clear, you're saying the only way the prosecutors knew about the Cassie allegations was because of the lawsuit, right? It's not like they were independently investigating it.
Absolutely. The lawsuit is filed. It's public. We're all reporting about it. I'm on Law&Crime with you, Jesse. You know, that same day, he settles it the next day, but it's too late. It's a Me Too type situation. And everyone comes forward and says, you know what?
I agree.
I felt, you know, I too was abused by Diddy.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, super chat question. Let me just throw this back to you, Nima. It's part of the conversation we were just having. I Am Butterfly 74 says, if a hung jury, does he still have the right to a speedy trial, or will the prosecution get a longer time this time to prepare for a new trial?
So the Speedy Trial Act still applies, but it's a mistrial. So all that time is excluded. Normally you have about 70 days from indictment. Now, obviously, the defense routinely waives their right to a speedy trial. They may not do so in this case. They really sort of put their foot down in large part because Diddy was in custody. I think if he was out, they would be taking their sweet time. But I would expect us to get a trial pretty soon. And really, when it comes to a hung, it depends on what it is, what counts. If, you know, it's 10-2, 11-1, you know, in favor of the prosecution, you better believe they're going forward if there's just one or two holdouts. But if it's the other way, they're going to really rethink, you know, this case, because again, the federal government doesn't have unlimited resources. You can't spend months and millions of dollars trying a case like this.
Afi, I'm going to go to you with this. This is from @LLM Files. If the jury convicted on the Mann Act charge or charges, so we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution, aren't they halfway to RICO because it's one of two predicate crimes? I think they're right, because if you look at one of the underlying predicate crimes that the prosecution is trying to prove for racketeering, it's relate multiple acts indictable under Title 18 of the U.S. Code relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities, right? I think they're right.
I think they're absolutely spot on. You know, and I think, you know, yesterday, you know, the prosecution just said, you know, you just need one act. You just need one act. You just need one act. So I think that that may be something that they were signaling. We just need one instance here. Find one instance here. Find one instance there. You know, get us those two predicates and you're good. So I think that that's what, you know, they were signaling. That's definitely what they're hoping for. So very good observation. Spot on.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to get to more of your questions, give you a court update, though. Prosecutor Comey says they suggest he didn't pay for sex, that there was no enterprise, that the witnesses lied. But he flew a sex worker across the country to have sex with Cassie and Jane while he pleasured himself. It was not for their conversation. It was for sex. Remember Daniel Phillip? He said he got paid for sex. When he had performance issues, he stopped getting paid. This is a really, again, just trying to tighten up the transportation to engage in prostitution charge. The Punisher, $500 when no sex, thousands when sex. I suspect you'll hear that uncalled witnesses were equally available to both sides. Maybe some of these men would have worked for free, having sex in front of the masturbating celebrity, but they got paid. The defendant is guilty of counts 3 and 5. That's a strong argument if you ask me, but we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're getting Sierra Gillespie back on here. Want her take. If you have any questions for Sierra, jump them in, throw them in. We'll be right back right after this.
for Britney Spears.
All for Britney. All for Britney. I stand with Britney. Handshake for Britney. I never liked her dad to begin with. Just like that guy. What's his name? He was Aaron Carter.
Yes, Aaron Carter. He did. Sam has paid off. He was paid. Her husband was not in love with
kingdom come, as it is in heaven. Our daily bread, and forgive us our where we forgive those who against us. And lead us not into, but deliver us from. Amen. Who the fuck is that? Why is he just?
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have with us Law&Crime's Sierra Gillespie, who is outside the courthouse right now. Before we even get into what has been happening, the latest updates in the Sean Diddy Combs last day of, really, we're talking about defense's closing argument and now the prosecution's rebuttal argument. I understand that something else is happening outside of that courthouse right now. Equally as important, talk to us about what's happening, Sierra.
Okay, Jesse, so earlier today, I saw a crowd behind me at the courthouse, and they're still behind me, by the way, and they have big neon signs, and there's kind of shouting and commotion, and so I'm like, okay, wait, what's going on over there? And so I took a look, and I saw a bunch of Britney Spears things, and to me initially, I was wrong, by the way. I'm here to report that I was wrong for the first time ever. It is not free Britney, it is justice for Britney, and I have a couple of props for you. So I have a pin here, and then they're flyers. So essentially what this group is saying is that the conservatorship may have ended on paper, but Britney was immediately placed into an illegal court-sealed care plan. And what they told me is that this group believes that Britney Spears, if you look her up on her Instagram, it's actually AI, and it is not Britney Spears, and she is being illegally held captive in some way. This is just the people who were outside of this courthouse were telling me. So do with that what you will.
I believe it. And now we have to dedicate a whole other lunchtime show to this. That's what we're going to do next. Okay, so I'm glad you started it. Investigative reporting outside the courthouse. Now we have to switch to another high-profile celebrity. By the way, there's so many back and forths with the Britney Spears conservatorship. I don't even know where we're at right now, but apparently people believe that she's still against her will, and there's AI, and then what we're seeing is not the real thing. Interesting. Okay, well, I guess we'll have to talk about that a different day. Let me ask you about this. What's been happening in the Diddy courtroom? I understand Mark Agnifilo got called out, so let's talk about it. We were talking a little bit about it before the break, but in case people don't know, if they're just joining us, Mark Agnifilo, who finished his closing argument, represents Sean Combs, was called out by the prosecution and the judge. And now we've also heard the beginning of the rebuttal by prosecutor Maureen Comey. Give us some updates about what's been happening.
Yes, so essentially what happened is during the closings, Agnifilo said or alleged that Diddy had been targeted by the government. So once everything kind of wraps up and there's discussions in front of the judge, the government is like, Judge, that was completely improper. Like, what are we even talking about here to say that he was targeted? I mean, he wasn't even focusing on any of the charges. So the judge then goes to Agnifilo and says, okay, wait a minute, you should have said that a little bit differently. Agnifilo is like, nope, everything I said was cool. You guys are wrong. However, the judge ended up siding with the government. The government had said, we need an explainer here. You need to tell the jurors that they should disregard this, that it was a targeted situation. So Agnifilo says, okay, fine, if we must, we'll talk about it on Monday, let him know then. The government is like, no, let him know now. And what happened is that when they came back from break in about 5 minutes after all of this, Judge Arun Subramanian said, okay, jurors, I want to make this clear. You can disregard that part of the closings. Don't focus on it. And now on to the rebuttal.
Mm-hmm. By the way, let's just talk about the defense real quick. Your perspective. You heard what they said. They said this is not a criminal enterprise. There is no criminal agreement. There are no co-conspirators. They tried to chip away at each of the underlying predicate crimes, whether it's saying, there was no bribery, there was no tampering with witness, there was no active investigation he knew about, sex trafficking. Why would he think, basically, that any of these women didn't consent? They did consent. Forced labor. They were able-bodied people who could leave. Cassie could leave, talking about there was no possession with the intent to distribute for the drug offenses. Transportation to engage in prostitution, basically saying, porn stars get paid. Why would he think this is illegal? What were some of the arguments that stood out to you for the defense? What were some arguments you think may give the jury pause, that may say, I think there's reasonable doubt here?
I think reasonable doubt is the key here, right? The defense, of course, is going to try to push on all of that because that's what this hinders on. And I think the things that they focused on, Mark Agnifilo in his closing, talking about the relationship specifically with Cassie, pointing to the fact that she was with Diddy for so many years that they were together. If Cassie didn't want to be part of it, why didn't she leave? Why did she stick around for so long? She was a willing participant in all of this. And then, of course, pointing to the things like when Cassie would say, say, oh, I can't wait to freak off, or, you know, even helping procure these sex workers, or Jane, things like that, when she would, you know, get the lube or help arrange travel for some of these sex workers. I think those are the things that maybe were the most important in all of the closing arguments, the relationships. And then again, if we're talking about the drugs too, the argument that this wasn't drug trafficking. I mean, I guess this kind of goes to what the prosecution is saying yesterday. They talked about it doesn't need to be a kilo, you know, it can just be a small amount. But then I think the Mark Agnifalo's argument here is that this is personal use. He isn't charging anybody for these drugs. He has the drugs, okay. You know, so I think he did a good job with what he has, right? But was it reasonable doubt? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. Sierra, stick around. I want to bring back in Nima Rahmani and Afi Patterson because we have a couple of questions that are coming in, but also I want to let everybody know what's been happening in court. Rebuttal is continuing by Maureen Comey, the prosecutor. She says, an enterprise can have unlawful and lawful purposes. KK, Christina Coram, uncalled witnesses are equally available to both sides. Did they agree to at least two, meaning the predicate crimes? Yes. Quick hits. The kidnapping is corroborated by Kid Cudi. He said she was forced to go along with that, meaning Capricorn Clark. Mark Agnifalo, Mr. Agnifalo said Mr. Combs is a fist guy. Sure, when it's his girlfriends. With men, he needs guns. The London hotel, he made Cassie go after he stomped on her face. She wasn't allowed to go home to her mom. That is a kidnapping. The arson, somehow the glove fell off of someone's childlike hand. No, he said he would do it, and he did it. Cassie said it. Eddie Garcia, he believed he cannot go to the police under the agreement. This is the hotel security guard who was allegedly paid $100,000 to hand over the security footage of Combs beating Cassie. He believed he cannot go to the police under the agreement. And Combs said, watch out how you spend it. That's bribery. This is a guy that can't get his own water bottle or plug in his own phone charger. He's the general. He delegates. KK knows the Wild King nights involved escorts. The only reason he needs thousands of dollars in hotel rooms is to pay escorts. Okay, we'll get reactions to that. But first, Nima, this is from Ace of Spade 9627, super chat question. Thank you so much. Any possible state charges if Diddy is pardoned? So a lot of things there. First, if he's convicted and then pardoned, but state charges.
Possible, but unlikely. Let's go through them, right? State charges would probably be domestic violence or assault, guns, or drugs. The problem with the assault is, I'm here in Los Angeles, it's from 2016, and you have a 5-year.
Did we lose Nima? Yeah. We get Nima. Okay, sorry, Nima. Yeah, please continue. Sorry about that.
Okay. So state charges are possible, but unlikely, and this is why. And let's go through them. There's 3 broad categories of charges that I would consider. The physical violence, the domestic violence, the assault would be one, the drugs, and the guns. So when it comes to the physical violence here in Los Angeles, where I live and where I'm sitting right now, where my office is, there's a 5-year statute of limitations. So the 2016 beating, past the statute of limitations. Now, for some of the potential sex crimes, if you can tie those in, there's a 10-year statute back when the allegations happened. And with respect to the guns and the drugs, to the extent that that happened last year in March when his homes were raided, more likely. But I can tell you, practically speaking, setting theory aside, if Combs walks entirely or if he's pardoned, I can't see Nathan Hochman, the district attorney here, trying to pile on after the fact. I mean, then people will really think it's a political prosecution, or the DA in Miami to add charges there. Look, as a prosecutor, you're supposed to pursue justice. And if the jury returns a not guilty verdict, that is justice. Now, maybe a presidential pardon is different because then the whole thing becomes political. And then maybe you'll see a DA step in because, of course, the president's pardon power doesn't cover state crimes.
Afi, you heard me mention a little bit Maureen Comey's rebuttal argument. We were previewing what we could expect. What are you taking away from what she's saying? Do you think that this is a compelling response to the defense, who has been on almost all day?
Yeah, and I think, as I was listening to you, I said, boom, she's plugging that hole. Boom, she's plugging that hole. You've got a plastic jar with a lot of holes and some water coming out, and she's targeting the holes and plugging them in. And I think she's doing a great job, and I think, thinking of the first argument that the defense put on was that, oh, this is a domestic violence issue. They've owned the domestic violence. Well, if you're owning this domestic violence, think about the psychological impacts that DV has on a 19-year-old across 10 or 11 years. If you want to own it and accept it, must we now own and accept the psychologist's testimony? Are we going to look to that as being truthful? So, going back also, she's plugging in the information with respect to Capricorn Clark and the kidnapping and her testimony that Puffy had a gun that night and he normally sits in the front. But that night he sat in the back and he sat next to her. Kid Cudi even attested to that fact. So I think, she's plugging in the holes where she needs to on those acts that are going to bring home that racketeering charge.
By the way, really a lot of focus on Christina Coram, who, as we know, was not called as a witness. So Prosecutor Comey just says, KK reads all of Combs' texts, so she knew. KK alone makes Combs guilty of count 1, the racketeering conspiracy case. So in other words, they're basically saying she's the co-conspirator. Drugs, Mr. Agnifilo talked about conspiracy to distribute. But giving drugs to Cassie and Jane is distribution. That is enough. Mr. Agnifilo claims they wanted it. Okay, let me go to Sierra on this. We've got a question. We don't have Sierra. Okay. There's a panic there. That's okay. I'm not going to go to Sierra. Don't worry. Afi, I'll go to you. This is from Joshua White, 3661. What was the final thing that made Cassie leave? How did she end up leaving if she was under a sort of confinement? That's a good question. And thank you, by the way, Joshua White, 3661, for the super chat question.
I think we have to look at what Mark the Shark said. She left on her own and nothing happened, right? She left and she made the adult decision to leave. That's it. And if we want to take that on its face, I would say you're absolutely right. She made the adult decision to leave once she realized that she could no longer be manipulated by a human being that was beating her and exploiting her sexually. That takes age, that takes experience, that takes friendships, that takes counseling, and that takes wisdom, something you might not have at 19 or 21 or 23 when you have limited experiences and you've been thrown to the sharks and they say sink or swim.
This is a good point. This is a really, really good point, Nima. Listen to this. The prosecutor just says, Prosecutor Comey, the defense's theory is that Cassie wanted to be urinated on, that Jane wanted to have sex with Anton after being beaten, and Mia wanted to be, how do I say this, sexually violated. Let's just use that word. That Cassie and Jane wanted to spend days in oil with UTIs and high heels and strange men. It becomes to this question, did they really actually consent?
Look, it's offensive. You're talking about 27 different men, and all of these women had to have sex with them for Diddy. I would be upset, and I would tell the jurors, look, use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Do you think these women wanted to have sex with strangers? Do you think they wanted to have sex when they were on their period? Do you think they wanted to have sex for days on end? Wanted to have sex even when they had UTIs such that normal antibiotics wouldn't work? Do you think they liked to get beaten, to be threatened, to be taped while they're having sex, not have copies of the tapes themselves? Diddy kept them and be threatened with those tapes? Does this sound like consent? Does this sound like choice to you? Absolutely not.
Okay, we got Sierra back, right? We're good? We can go to Sierra? We're good? Okay, good. Hi, Sierra. Welcome back to the conversation. So, Sierra, question. I don't know what was going on over there. They were panicked. They said, don't go to Sierra. I don't know what happened. Anyway, Sadie1023 asks, will you guys be able to speak to the alternate jurors after they're released? So let's expand that. Is there going to be any attempt on our part to try to speak to any of the jurors after the release from this case?
Well, first of all, I have to apologize for not being up and ready to go before. I love our chatters and the questions. Someone had actually asked, reflections of Erica Charlotte. She said, where's Sierra? The bag lady is right there. Please get us an interview and find it out. So, of course, I'm running over to get the bag lady. So we'll work on getting the bag lady and finding out what's all about her. But for now, back to the question that you just asked, Jesse. Yes, absolutely. We will do our best to hear from any of the jurors. Obviously, we can't talk to anyone now, but once the trial is over, sometimes you see this in other high-profile cases where jurors will sit down and talk about, what happened in the deliberation room, or even the alternates. Okay, what was I thinking while I was there, and hearing the entire case. So absolutely, I mean, I'm here. Elizabeth Milner is here. We have our amazing booking team, Alyssa and Diana. Huge shout out to those guys who are definitely going to help us. So yeah, we'll do our best to hear from the jurors because I want to know what they're thinking.
Yeah, and by the way, if we do get to hear jurors, you know where you can check it out. Scandal, Sierra's amazing show on YouTube. Hope everybody can check it out. Which, by the way, you tackle these cases, but from a totally different way, and I think it's fantastic. And you bring up some of the issues that we don't address, here on the live stream, or I address on Sidebar. So I encourage everybody to check it out. But one of the things I was interested in asking you, as we're talking about, Kanye West releasing this song with Sean Combs' son, have you heard anything during the course of this trial? Have you heard anybody stand up for Sean Combs? Have you heard any notable celebrities speaking out in his favor? Have you heard anybody saying this is a witch hunt, this prosecution is there's nothing there? Have you heard radio silence from most people? I think that's been the norm, right? A lot of radio silence from the people that used to know and party with Diddy.
I think, yes, the radio silence is the number one thing here. I mean, people like Jennifer Lopez, who right here in New York back in 1999 herself was arrested with P. Diddy after that nightclub shooting. Have we heard from J-Lo? No. What about Ashton Kutcher, who went to so many of those white parties? I believe he even co-hosted one in an odd twist of events at one point. We have not heard from Ashton either. Leo DiCaprio, those famous photos of him at the white parties. Where is Leo? I mean, where in the world is Leo is the number one question on my mind most of the time. But where is he talking about Diddy? I mean, he's not doing it. So to your main question here, Jesse, who are the people who are out there supporting Diddy? I mean, we, of course, have his family. Justin and Christian and Quincy have been very vocal about their support for their father. So, yes, that's understandable. It's their dad. But as far as celebrities who've been outspoken, I mean, we have Kanye, of course, who has been pretty outspoken about many a different topic, but especially P. Diddy, including his song that was released a couple of months ago and then the one today. But beyond Kanye, I don't know who else is out there, voicing support. I mean, there's even Naomi Campbell, for another example, who was very tight with P. Diddy. Right around his birthday in November of 2023, his birthday's November 4th, they posted photos together that they were celebrating the birthday. But then later that same month, I know you know the date, Jesse, it's because Cassie filed her lawsuit, and all of a sudden Naomi takes off those photos. So does Janet Jackson, and they're gone, and we haven't heard from them after knowing Puffy for many, many years. So I think it may be more telling the people who haven't spoken up because maybe they saw the writing on the wall.
No, that's a good point. It's a good point. Sierra, I know we have to let you go right now. You're going to come back in about 15 minutes or so. Let's see if you find the bag lady. Good luck. Let us know what happens. Sierra Gillespie, Scandal. She'll be back in a little bit. Let me continue the conversation with Nima and Afi. We got some super chat questions that just came in. Afi, I'll start with you. Flip with Terry. Flip with Terry, thank you so much for the super chat question. Feels like the tide is shifting for Diddy. What do you think?
In his favor?
Yeah.
Or no, absolutely not. After that closing, no. I think the closing was presented, Mark the Shark, as we're calling him, he called it a modern love story. And in my opinion, he's just kind of casually dismissing all of these very real abuses. This is a modern love story. These are two people who are in love. One was insanely jealous. He's a mogul. He's like, being with him is like going to Harvard Business School. It's a lifestyle you really wouldn't understand. To me, that's very casual and almost flippant in presentation. I don't think the tide is switching for Diddy with respect to that closing. I don't think it helped him at all. I think he's dead to rights on counts 3 and 5. Yep. So, and as Nima said earlier, it's a shoo-in for the predicate acts, so I don't think so. I think the best he can hope for and what he's hoping for is a mistrial. And then his media team will likely say he was targeted. So you can undermine the integrity of the prosecution.
Yeah, you make a good point. Is the jury going to think that Mark Anlifilo minimized everything? Because here's how prosecutor Maureen Comey is responding. Mia said no. Cassie said no on her 29th birthday. Jane said no before Anton after being beaten. These women had no reason to lie. The defense says it's for money, but Cassie already got paid. If Cassie were lying and already got paid, why would she take the chance of perjury in a federal trial? This is a woman standing up for what is right. Mia already settled in mediation. There's no reason for her to put on a show for you. It's a good argument. Nima, if you want to address that, you can, but I also have another super chat question I wanted to raise to you. So I'll give you two here. First, if you want to address this rebuttal, and two, Ace of Spade 9627 asks, and thank you so much, Ace of Spade 9627, can new charges arise from new civil suits?
First, Jesse, I gotta say two things. You gotta get on Scandal. Sierra's show is amazing, and of course, Sidebar. I mean, really, it's a top 5 podcast. Jesse's show, absolutely phenomenal. So if you're watching the live stream,
and Nima's not my agent. Nima's not my agent, but maybe he's doing it. Maybe I have to have you as a co-agent.
Well, I'm telling you, it's absolutely amazing. It's up there with the biggest podcast in the country right now.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations to you, Jesse. And Sierra's show is amazing as well. Okay, so let's talk about it, right? The civil lawsuit. Look, they cut both ways. I'm a civil plaintiff's lawyer, so I represent victims. My preference is that they wait until after the criminal case to file their civil lawsuit, right? Because the defense will always say, this isn't about justice, right? You didn't go to law enforcement. You went and you hired some lawyer to sue my client, right? So that argument does resonate a bit. I think they did score some points there. Now, look, with respect to new civil lawsuits, look, we're hearing all sorts of crazy things. Combs allegedly having sex with minors, having sex with men. It was interesting. All these other celebrities, none of that came into this criminal case. So that leads me to believe it's one of two things, that either the prosecution thought that some of these weren't credible. I'm not saying the civil plaintiffs' lawyers can't prove them, because it's a much lower burden. They have much more resources to put on the case. Or they wanted to keep this case narrow, focused on the victims that had a long sexual relationship with Diddy. And I think the latter may have been a mistake, because if you bring in a lot of victims into the case, you can really overwhelm the defense. We've seen it time and time again. For instance, Bill Cosby was one. You bring in a couple of victims and maybe the jurors are skeptical, but it's very hard for them to believe victim after victim. In my opinion, these types of cases, 5-6 victims is really the sweet spot. And that's when you tend to see really overwhelming guilty verdicts. When you have less, you have 3 in this case, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag.
Afi, listen to this. The prosecutor just said in the rebuttal closing, Jane doesn't intend to sue. These women refuse to let trauma swallow up their whole lives. That struggle tells you these women told the truth. They broke free of the defendant's manipulation. I mean, that's big. The idea is, what would be their motivation to come out here? We said this before the prosecution's rebuttal. We're like, so the prosecution should basically say, all these women are lying. What's their incentive to all lie? Now, there is something that could be said here, Afi, right? They may be victims. They may have been abused. They may have been subjected to things they should not have been subjected to and against their will. Does it fit all the elements of sex trafficking and racketeering, though? That's the question.
Right. And I think, if we want to just talk about a witness's motivation, it's not because they want to be up there on the stand and not necessarily because they want to see justice. I will say, when you're faced with a federal investigator, it's fear. You do want to tell your truth, but you do also boldly answer questions and boldly take the stand out of fear, because you don't know what may happen to you if you don't answer these questions. If you're not forthcoming, it's the federal government, the hand of the federal government. It's not something that anybody takes lightly.
By the way, you guys get more compliments naturally now. Says, these experts are so enlightening. Thank you for breaking it all down. You're welcome. Thank you so much. We have great experts on with us. Back to you, Nima. This is from LaRob Show 6300, who's been submitting some great questions today. Could this trial and the civil cases cost Diddy a significant part of his net worth? Is it exaggerated to say it could reach $250 to $300 million?
Potentially, yes. Let's go through it. So earlier in the show, I said he was reportedly worth $1 billion. Even if he wasn't, I think it's pretty well established that he was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I think he has to spend on this trial alone at least 8 figures. So I'm talking about $10 million plus. I was doing some back of the napkin calculations. The daily burn means every day for a case like this, easily in the 6 figures, more than $100,000. Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, these guys are some of the best criminal defense lawyers in the country. They probably charge $1 million retainers, probably charging thousands of dollars per hour. And look, and that's not even talking about the jury consultants, the other expert witnesses, the appellate lawyers. Because look, in a case like this, you had appellate lawyers who were preparing for the inevitable appeal to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals. Rolling Stone reported that they're already trying to cozy up with President Trump for a presidential pardon. So you got the PR team, you got the lobbyists. And that's not even counting the civil lawsuits, right? Dozens and dozens of them. And if he gets hit on one of them, those are going to be multi-million dollar civil judgments. So Diddy's legal problems are just beginning. And I'm sure no brand wants to work with him right now, right? I can't imagine he's doing any merch deals, alcohol deals. You know, he's going to have to rely on his music to get paid and get him through because, look, he's been pretty much canceled here in Hollywood. I can say this. I'm here, and before people call me out, I have a lot of cases against Kanye West. Ye is really on another planet. So if he's the only one supporting you right now, you're in a world of hurt if you're Sean Diddy Combs. No one here wants anything to do with him or his case.
Yeah, because in the court of public opinion, or even a career, the video came out, him beating Cassie, that's it. You know, I mean, there's really no coming back from that. I don't care if you get criminally charged or not or convicted. That changed the whole game. Okay, Afi, got a super chat question. Joshua White, 3661. Joshua White, 3661, thank you so much. I would love to hear your perspective on why all the victim witnesses were given immunity. Immunity from what?
So there was a lot going on. We've got drugs and prostitution. They were very much involved in it. You know, something I thought of the other day with respect to the criminal enterprise. We're talking about Bad Boy. We're talking about Diddy's various businesses. We're talking about everybody who was involved. So his bodyguards, KK, CC, everyone who was involved in acquiring the drugs, distributing the drugs, keeping in mind that a sale is not required for possession with intent to distribute or a distribution charge. But everybody who was involved with setting up the travel, the payments, the bribery, the prostitution, everyone, they would like some immunity because they were confessing to some wrongs as well. So that's why the government also has the power to offer immunity when they're going after a defendant. But yeah, that's why they were all involved. They were all a part of the enterprise, or you can argue that they were part of the enterprise, if you will.
This is interesting. So we got a question from Naturally Now. You guys are incredible. Going to miss all these law experts. That's so kind. Quick question, Anima. Where will Diddy be imprisoned? Does where he reside matter?
No, it's really up to the Bureau of Prisons. Now, look, sometimes the judge will make a recommendation, but even a district judge can't control what BOP does. And this is a very unique criminal defendant, someone who's going to be a criminal prisoner if he's convicted. You can't just throw Diddy in the general population for his safety. He's got to be isolated. So right now he's in the MDC. He's with Sam Bankman-Fried, another high-profile inmate. So you can't just place him anywhere. So it's going to be up to the Bureau of Prisons. They decide where he's going to be. And really, a lot of it depends on the sentence, too. It's not just the facility and keeping him in isolation for his safety. But if he's doing double-digit years, you got to make sure that the facility he's at, he's not moved consistently, because it's challenging, right? Whether it's by bus, whether it's by plane, it's dangerous to move prisoners. So BOP is going to make that decision, and it's really nothing the family, the defense, or the judge can do about it.
So the prosecutor, Maureen Comey, continuing the rebuttal, saying, jealousy is not a defense to sex trafficking. Jane picking out Cabral and Anton was her way of taking back some control. Yes, she texted escorts. Sometimes he told her. Sometimes she knew he would ask. She felt she had no choice. That's coercion. The defendant did hit Cassie during freak-offs. Cassie said it. Daniel Phillip told you, and it's on video. Oh, that's interesting. It's I guess named 2016. The defendant was in a towel. The freak out was not over. There's no separating the violence and the sex. A lot more to talk about. A lot more of a conversation. Afi and Nima are going to stick around. I have to sign off, but Sierra Gillespie is going to jump in. I mean, Nima said it. I got sidebar to host. I got to jump in, got to take one. But Sierra's going to jump in and anchor for us. We're going to do continued coverage of the closing arguments in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. We'll be right back.
I was really impressed. Amazing. Like I've never seen a cameraman do that.
I just needed the shot.
Yeah.
I was like, I think I can do it.
But everyone else is like, portly. All the cameramen are just big.
welcome back to our Law and Crime special coverage of United States versus Sean Combs. We are in the home stretch, you guys, closing arguments today. And right now, as we speak, we're in the rebuttal from the government. So we have lots of updates for you here on our live stream talking about P. Diddy and all the updates. So I want to start with a poll that we have put up by you. Actually, our producer Juliana put up this poll. I wanted to give her a special shout out because she's been doing a great job, as has our entire team. And here's what the poll says, you guys. Does a text message asking, "Are you a cop?" suggest the person knew they might be breaking the law? And this is, of course, in reference to a text message from P. Diddy himself to an escort. So here's what the answers are. 72% say yes. 28% say no. So is this a consciousness of guilt type of situation? I don't know. I want to bring on our guests that have been on with us for quite some time, and they're sticking around. There's some of the best law and crime guests we have here. First, we have trial attorney Afi Patterson, and then we have former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani, some of the very, very best. And Afi, I'm going to start with you. What do you think about the evidence that was presented overall? Do we see any sort of consciousness of guilt from P. Diddy?
Yeah, if we're sticking with just the question about, are you a cop? One of the examples I can give is when I was a young kiddo, playing on the rough streets of Louisiana. I used to work in a liquor store. And one of the things that we were told was, if you ask, are you a cop? That's, a obvious indication that you're not supposed to be selling alcohol to somebody who's under the age of 21. It's a consciousness of guilt. It's an awareness that something is afoot that might not be completely credible or completely legal.
And I think that's something that, at least when I'm doing my reporting, I always look at if there is any sort of consciousness of guilt, because it does lead to, was this an accident? Was it not? And Nima, this goes to my next question to you. P. Diddy, Sean Combs, knowingly doing all of these things, how important is it? Could he just have, I didn't realize that I accidentally was doing these things? What about him knowing that he was committing these crimes allegedly? How important is that?
Oh, it's very important because you have to prove that mens rea, that criminal intent, right? That guilty mind for any crime. And when you're talking about someone who has lots of cash, when he's paying for everything else with the Bad Boy Entertainment credit card, right? But he's taking cash out. Jurors aren't stupid. That cash is for prostitutes, and that cash is for drugs. And that's why people use cash, to hide what they're doing. And when you tell Eric Garcia, don't spend $100,000 in one place, it's a red flag. Or texting an escort, are you a cop? If you think it's a legitimate bona fide porn star and you're filming a porno, you don't ask that question. You don't pay with cash. Again, it's pretty insulting for the defense to even insinuate that. But of course, that's what good defense lawyers do. They try to blend this all together, smoke and mirrors.
And we talked about that for most of the day, right? Because Mark Agnifilo gave his closing arguments here in the courtroom behind me, which, by the way, I've been working here all day, so my live streams are kind of flooding together. I guess I should say that I'm live in the Southern District of New York hosting here, and behind me is that courthouse where right inside is P. Diddy, and actually right now happening is the government rebuttal about all of this. So as this has been going on, we've been giving you updates first from Jesse Weber, now I'll bring you more. Nima, back to you for a quick question. What are you thinking about the rebuttal so far? Are they pointing out the right things?
I like Comey's style. Again, the judge did allow the prosecution to split up their opening argument and their rebuttal between two different lawyers, and they took advantage of that. Some judges won't let you do it, right? One witness, one closing, you got to do the whole thing. But Judge Subramanian did. And, I like that emotional style to bring it home. Again, Christy Slavic, fantastic yesterday, went through all the elements, but a little bit dry for my liking. And this is your chance because you have your last opportunity to speak to those jurors. Save some of those very good arguments. Bring the heat, bring the emotion. So that's exactly what Comey's doing right now.
Okay, I'm glad that you pointed this out, Nima, because yesterday when we were here reporting on the closings from the government, I've said this before and I'll say it again. It seemed to me, again, I wasn't in the courtroom. We'll wait for Elizabeth Milner to come out and tell us exactly. But if we're believing her reporting, which I trust, it was kind of methodical. It didn't have much energy. And then we come in and we've been calling him Mark the Shark all day. You know, Mark the Shark Agnifilo comes in and he's, you know, guns a-blazing. So now on to you, Affy. This next question is for you about Comey. Do you agree with Nima? Is she doing a good job as far as bringing the emotion at the close?
Absolutely. I think yesterday you needed someone who's a little bit more professorial and someone who was going to put all of the dots together in just a very methodical way, just a very organized way, because it can be very confusing. So the jurors can sit there, they can take their notes, and it can be kind of devoid of emotion. And then, of course, we had Mark come in. And then after that, Comey is giving us what we want, which is the emotion. She's bringing us the pain of these women and the people who've suffered under Diddy. She's making the jurors feel it. She's making the audience feel it, and that's what you want. You want somebody that's going to be sharp, direct, pull out the emotion, and be very, very targeted, especially in that rebuttal.
And I do have an update from the courtroom, too. This is Comey continuing on with her rebuttal. She says, remember when Cassie OD'd in a hotel room in Long Island and they still had the freak off? When Jane performed oral sex on Anton after Combs beat her, there was trafficking. And Nima, I know this was a question for you a bit before with Jussie, and I want to ask it again because I think it's so important. First of all, we have you as a former federal prosecutor, so you know what you're doing when it comes to a rebuttal like this. But second of all, talking about these women and the situations in which they had to continue on in these freak-offs. I mean, some of these women were on their periods. That's something that Cassie testified to. Or in this instance, if we're believing what the rebuttal says here with Comey, you know, after Jane was physically beaten. I mean, does that go to show that these women were forced, that they were doing this against their will?
Absolutely. And for something like this, I like a demonstrative, right? Old school would be a whiteboard. Nowadays, they use a PowerPoint or some sort of Google slide. But you put consent, question mark. Is consent taking drugs to the point you throw up and you continue to have sex for hours or days? Is consent having sex on your period where there's blood all over the sheets? You have a UTI, you still have to have sex, so much so that, you know, it becomes a serious infection, right? You get beaten, right? Jane was beaten that day. She's hiding in the bushes, right? And guess what? What's her payback? A freak off, right? This isn't consent. So I put all those factors, right? The violence, the drugs, the money, right? Guess what? You don't freak off, you better find a new place to live. I'm not paying your rent, you know? I have tapes of you. So there's so many elements here that point to that force, that point to that coercion. And I just line them up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just like the sheer number of victims, the different theories, there's many ways to get to sex trafficking in this case.
And I personally think that's a really good point on the part of the government because they make the jurors think. I mean, if I'm sick and I have to go through something like this with the freak off, of course, now these jurors all have the images in their mind from the freak offs because they were shown the videos, remember? So if you're putting it into perspective after you're physically beaten down, again, allegedly, having to participate on your period or with a UTI, on both cases, both Cassie and Jane talked about, I mean, this is on a lesser scale, but they talked about how it was their birthdays out celebrating. The last thing they said they wanted to do was have to go back to a hotel or a home and do a freak off. And yet they did. I know my birthday. I want to do what I want. You know, I don't want to have to do, you know. So I just think overall that's a pretty good way for the government to kind of get these jurors thinking and kind of putting themselves in the shoes of these alleged victims. Now, I have some more questions, which, by the way, thank you for everyone who's been watching and writing us some amazing viewer questions. So I want to get to another one right now. This is Sophia Zarazola. I remember this name from before. She's been watching with us all day, so thank you to Sophia. She says, and this one's going to be for Affy, I have a question. Do you think that Diddy could possibly get bail considering his charges? And if so, how much money do you think it would be? Now, I know we're kind of at the end stage of everything here, and Diddy was denied bail, I want to say three times. What are you thinking, Affy?
Yeah, so I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, and I think that if there is a mistrial, if there's a hung jury, he definitely will reapply. And the issue is going to be where I think it was the last time, where is he going to live? Who is going to guard him? And those are the bigger issues that they couldn't figure out the last time. I think I said they had about 48 hours to figure it out. Now they've had a considerable amount of time, so I think that they'll find a third party to guard him. I think they'll be able to find a place to house him. He will be housed in New York if the judge so allows. It seemed like he was inclined to grant him a bail, but they just couldn't get the right security for him and the accommodations. How much will it be? I think that, we'll look at that package that they presented. Was it a $50 million package? It surrendered all of his children's passports and, something similar. So I think it might be that, but they might come with some additional offerings because apparently the court didn't find it satisfactory or sufficient. So I think it may be, maybe who knows how they'll get creative, maybe 25% on top of that 50 million in the house and the passports, but who knows? But I think he'll definitely make another application for it.
You brought up a good point, Afi, because I've been thinking in such black and white terms. Are we going to be guilty or not guilty? Is it going to be a mixed verdict? But of course, there's the question mark about a mistrial. I mean, we saw Karen Reed, for instance. She had 2 trials. Or Harvey Weinstein right here in New York. He just had a mixed verdict, and another one was a hung jury. So that is a possibility. And I think down the line, once we get to deliberations, we're going to continue to talk about that more, which, by the way, viewers, right now we're in closings rebuttal, but we still have all next week, and we're going to be doing special coverage here on Law and Crime throughout all of that during the deliberations. So make sure to keep with us. And a lot of you have been and writing us amazing messages. And one of them I have to shout out, Reflections of Erica Charlotte. She's the one who wanted me to do an interview with the bag lady, which I'm going to try to do. By the way, she says, Sierra, please shout out Alexandra McDonald. She is amazeballs, which I can confirm. I've known Alex as long as I've worked here at Law and Crime. She was one of my first friends as a coworker. Absolutely agreed. Our entire team, 10 out of 10, wouldn't change a thing. All right, Smarty Pants 1225 says, who writes the closings, the lawyer presenting or as a team? So Nima, I'm going to ask you, based on your history working as a federal prosecutor, who does it? Is a collaboration?
Yeah, so here's how I used to do it. So I would draft it myself, but I would get input from the rest of my team. Hey, is there anything I should absolutely include? And let's not forget, they've been talking about this case for months, so they have their theory. And then you start practicing it in the shower, in the car, with your coworkers, right? And sometimes they'll even focus group it, right? They'll bring in a group of lawyers or staff that have nothing to do with the case. Because sometimes when you're in the case, you can get go down certain rabbit holes or tunnels, and you kind of lose sense of the forest from the trees. You think some things are important, but maybe people that or a little bit further removed, they have a different perspective. That's why it's important to get that outsider perspective. So once you deliver your closing to your team and then to some individuals who aren't on your team, but maybe in the office, then you start revising it. But that first draft is usually done by the lawyer who's going to deliver it. And one of the big things, not to say fights, right? But when you have a big case like this and you got a large team, you got to decide, hey, who's going to take opening, who's going to do closing, who's going to take the key witnesses, right? And I'm not saying people don't get along, but sometimes there's a little bit of jockeying and even some disagreement when it comes to which lawyer handles which witness or opening or closing.
I mean, we can all understand that, right? Like, we're friends with our teammates, or if we're in a play, or like, for instance, mock trial or something like that in high school. Okay, yeah, we're a team, but I want to be the one to do it. I want to be the star of the play. I want to do all of those things. And to your point, Nima, I mean, with a case like this, the entire world is watching. We know this based on the people who have been following our live streams. I think we had people in Sweden or Australia, all over the world, people are watching this. So if you are the prosecutor who has to go up, you're Comey or you're Slavic, and you have to go up and give this presentation, I mean, there's a lot riding on it. So I think you're right that they probably were practicing this over and over and over again. I want to go on to a court update right now because Maureen Comey is still presenting that rebuttal right now in the courthouse behind me. She says, Mr. Agnifilo said Cassie won a prize. What prize? This is what Nima was just talking about. Sex with a UTI, getting urinated in her mouth. It's ridiculous. They had a trauma bond. They were trapped. the cost of trapping them was a drop in the bucket for Mr. Number One on the Forbes list. That's what they're talking about right now in the rebuttal. We have another question too. This one's going to be for Afi, kind of based on the question I just asked for you. I think somebody liked your answer. They were asking about whether if the jury is hung, can the judge make a ruling? And I want to make sure that I shout out this viewer, Katie Joan McGuire. So she's asking, if the jury is hung, can the judge make a ruling instead, Afi?
If the jury is hung, can the judge make a ruling? I'm confused a little bit.
I think they mean, can it suddenly turn into a bench trial? Will it be up to the judge to decide the verdict?
Oh, can he make a determination? So I do believe the defense can ask that, but in this case, I doubt that it will happen. I think that it's going to be a mistrial, and the prosecution is going to refile.
We'll have to see. I think I might save this question for a bit down the line, whether what you guys think we're going to get, whether it would be a hung jury or a mixed verdict or what. So kind of keep that in the back of your mind. Sophia Zarazola, she says, thank you guys for everything and giving us updates about the case. You guys are amazing. Have a blessed day. Thank you, Sophia, for watching, and everybody who has been. We love seeing where you're watching from, so send us stuff. I mean, when I see something from Wisconsin or Massachusetts, I'm like, oh my God, hey, you guys, my home. So it's so cool to see that, and keep doing it too. Another update from the court as Comey continues on with her rebuttal. He pushed her to continue after she vomited. He knew she didn't want to. The Intercontinental Hotel, they claim he was intoxicated, that it was about a phone. He knew what he was doing. He kicks her. She calls security, so she stays to keep control of her. And Nima, this is a question for you. A lot of critics out there are saying people like Cassie and Jane, you guys are able-bodied adult women. This is something we even heard in the openings, again, from Tenny Garagos. She says, these are adult women who chose to do what they did. And so what would you say to critics? Would you talk about potentially Dr. Don Hughes' testimony? You know, why didn't Cassie leave? Why didn't Jane leave? They had free will. And I think maybe Don Hughes talked about it a bit. What are your thoughts, Nima?
Look, this is a compelling argument. I don't agree with it, but some people do. And here's the argument. These women, they were playing Diddy, right? Cassie had a burner phone, right? And she was dating both Kid Cudi and Diddy at the same time. She recorded 9 records because of Diddy, right? Or she wanted to. You know, the only reason she has a music career is because of Diddy, right? Jane, she's getting her rent paid. She's getting her lawyer paid. She's getting bags. She's getting jewelry. I mean, these women, they're not victims at all. If anyone's a victim in the city, again, I'm not saying I believe it, but whenever you have this gender violence, there are some people that have described this trial to me as Me Too, that's gone too far. Again, I'm not saying I believe it, but as long as some of those jurors do, this type of argument may resonate for them. These are women that are manipulating men, getting what they can out of them, and using sex as a weapon. So that's the argument.
It's so tough because I know what I think. We just heard what you think, Nima, and our viewers from all over have what they think, but it's really up to the jury, right? It's up to what the jury thinks about all of this. Did the defense do a good enough job, let's say, to prove that Cassie and Jane were willing participants, that there was consent? And we talked about this. I believe, actually, I talked with both of you prior to this, maybe even before the indictment here on Law and Crime, or perhaps on Scandal, about the fact that consent is so important. That's what the case hinges on. And yet again, we're seeing that. So I guess I'm going to assume that's going to be a pretty big topic of conversation when it comes time for deliberations. I do have another poll for you guys. Here's the question. Since no co-conspirators were called, red flag for the feds, which, by the way, sorry if my Wisconsin accent comes out on words like flag or big. I can't do it. Okay, the answer, 52% say yes, 48% say no. Afi, what are you thinking? The fact that no co-conspirators were charged in all of this, is this, good or bad for the jury in terms of deliberation?
I don't think you need a co-conspirator, and I heard earlier, I think we were talking about a chief co-conspirator. There are no levels of co-conspirators, a minor or major roles that they play. I think that they presented who they had and who they needed. I think if you want to say a chief co-conspirator is KK, I do think that, jurors are probably wondering, where is she why hasn't she testified on either side? Because remember, she's available to both sides. I think that's a huge question, but you've got tons of her messages in, and they weren't objected to. They weren't able to be objected to. So, I think that's sufficient. I think that the people who testified, you can call them co-conspirators, you can call them parts of the enterprise. I don't think that they need to be charged. I don't think you need to specifically say this here is a co-conspirator. I don't think you need any of that. I think they've done exactly what they needed to. Just don't get caught up on the terminology.
And I do wonder what jurors are going to be thinking. I mean, I guess we're all going to wonder what jurors are thinking, right, when it comes to that. But I think what you said, Avi, it makes sense to me that they aren't necessarily going to be hung up on all of this. And they're maybe not even going to be questioning the way that we have been throughout our show. Why wasn't anyone else charged? I don't even know if they're going to be thinking about that. You mentioned KK, who to me was the biggest surprise of the trial. I mean, maybe not biggest, but one of them. I thought for sure she's going to testify. She's going to flip. She's going to testify for the government. We don't hear that. Then I think, well, maybe she's just going to testify for the defense. We don't hear that either. Nima, that's my question for you. To me, I mean, I get it. The burden of proof rests on the government. Yes, I understand and respect it. However, I would be shaking in my boots if I was Diddy and my defense team doesn't call a single witness. What do you think? Was that the right move?
I think the defense felt very confident in their cross-examination of Cassie, Mia, and ultimately Jane, right? And what the social media posts, what the messages, and what the freak-off videos showed. And at the end of the day, I don't know if they had the credible witnesses that were willing to get up there on the stand and defend. So if you're not sure what a witness is going to say, it's really risky to roll the dice and put them on there. And certainly Diddy was going nowhere near the witness stand. That decision was made at the beginning of the trial. That would have subjected him to the longest and most grueling and aggressive cross-examination probably known to man. There's no way he can kind of defend all this and respond to all these accusations against him. So look, I think they have reasonable doubt, at least on sex trafficking. I think they have a puncher's chance on racketeering. I think they sort of took a Hail Mary type nonsensical argument when it came to prostitution, and they're hoping that the chips will fall where they may. And I think they're banking on maybe, hey, we can get out of this with just the Mann Act, in which case I think they would consider that a big win.
Nima, I hear you and I agree with you that it was in Diddy's best interest not to take the stand. But boy, do I wish that he would have. I mean, I loved seeing the cross-exam of all of the witnesses because, right, like we heard from Brian Steele earlier today. I believe it was Bradford Cohen. We're calling him Man of Steel. His cross-exam was wicked, to quote my people from Massachusetts, And I would love to see if any of the federal prosecutors would have amazing cross-exam of Diddy. I would have just loved to see it. By the way, I asked a little bit earlier who was watching from where. I say Massachusetts because that's where I'm at now. And we have people from really all over the world, okay? England, New Mexico, Netherlands, Nigeria, Las Vegas, Canada, of course, the United States. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And I did mention the UK, so people really from everywhere. And hey, we still have time in the rest of our live show, so keep dropping in those questions or comments that you have. I do have another update from court. Again, the rebuttal's still happening right now, and this is Maureen Comey who is presenting. She says, I want to be clear. They called Anton because he was the only repeat player in LA. They stopped with Cabral after he tried to extort Jane. Whatever words he used about a conspiracy between Jane and Anton, there is no evidence for it. So they're really just honing back in on all of these things that the defense said. They're turning it around, and I guess that's why they call it a rebuttal, right? Okay, on to a couple of viewer questions. Dub5 Movie Maven says, your reactions to victims of these crimes has been spot on, Nima Rahmani. I think that's just a statement, and I agree to it. That's why you're one of the best, Nima. I think that's why. And Mud K3997 says, what do you think? If this were a bench trial instead of a jury, would the government have any chance? Or is this all emotion with no legal weight? I got to ask you this one, Nima, too, especially because you have so much history in a federal courtroom. What do you think if this was bench rather than a jury trial?
I think bench is guilty, and this is why. A judicial officer understands that sex trafficking isn't human trafficking. It's not kidnapping someone, throwing them in a van, locking them up in a cage, and making them have sex with other people or you, right? It's just sex with force, fraud, or coercion, an interstate component. A judge understands that. Same thing with racketeering, right? We saw Agnifilo say this isn't a mob case, but yeah, racketeering is broad. We've seen it prosecuted in other sex cases. R. Kelly, Nexium sex cult case there in New York, right? We saw it charged in the Young Thug case, maybe wrongfully. We saw it charged in the Donald Trump Fulton County case, again, maybe wrongfully. But it is a broad statute. It's very powerful. A judge would understand that you don't need a criminal organization that's only purpose is to commit crime, right? It just has to be one of the purposes. And again, the fact that you need 12 out of 12, I'm not saying he's not guilty of sex trafficking. I believe he is, but you got to run the table if you're the prosecution. The standard is high. That's why I'm concerned about that count, because getting all 12 is very challenging.
I have a question.
It's a challenge overall. Oh yeah, go ahead, Afi.
Yeah, so sorry. I have a really big question. It's been itching, and it's actually for Nima as a former federal prosecutor. Why was KK not called? What is your theory on either side?
I think they were weak. Let me tell you, as a former federal prosecutor, when I was there, I put more than 1,000 people in federal prison. I can count on 2 fingers. 2. And I prosecuted drug cartels. So I was constantly flipping lower people to get to the head of the organization. There were only 2 people I was unable to flip. Because guess what? You lean on them, you charge them, they're on the hook for the sex trafficking, even if they don't participate in the Sex Act, right? It's Pinkerton liability, it's a Supreme Court case. So you can put so much pressure on these underlings, these lower people in the organization. That's why I've been so critical of the government. I think it was somewhat of a weak case in terms of how they handled some of the other victims. In terms of KK, I think it was a big, big miss. Hopefully it doesn't cost them at the end. But if it does, I'm going to say roll the tape. You guys made a mistake. You had to put KK on there. So, Afi, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense to me. Real head scratcher.
Gotcha.
Avi, that's such a good question too, and I loved your answer, Neiman. That's why we have people like you guys on our panel all the time, because you're giving us both great questions and answers. And I have another viewer question too. This one's going to be for you, Afi. It's JAM1035 says, given the long time needed to heal from trauma and unearthed memories, is there a statute of limitations for human trafficking or child sexual assault charges? And I think this is kind of a broad question and varies, but I guess generally, what's your response?
I'm not sure of the statute of limitations off the top of my head, but I do want to kind of address, what we talked about, the long time to heal and the psychological impact. And the fact that I think Cassie, I'm thinking of her testimony and when she said to Diddy that, she's somebody's child, and how he treated them like a rag doll, and how Jane said, why don't you just hire a prostitute to do the things that you're asking me to do? I don't want to do it. And it's so frustrating. And I think that's the reason, and Nima, you can correct me if I'm wrong, why there was an expanded law for the people who were violated as a child. The statute of limitations was expanded, I believe, in New York and California, and that's what allowed Cassie to bring her lawsuit, and that's what's allowed, and I think it was spurred by the Me Too movement, but that's what's allowed so many women who have these repressed memories to come back and say, hey, I was violated, I'd like some type of redress.
Yeah, you're talking about the Adult Survivors Act here in New York. Yeah. Sorry, Nima, were you going to reply?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So it actually started, when I started my legal career in the early 2000s, it was after the Catholic Church sex abuse scandal. The states opened up the statute of limitations for these types of crimes. They opened up both the civil and the criminal. They were litigated. The Supreme Court actually said you can't open the criminal. That violates the ex post facto clause of the Constitution. It's criminalizing something after the fact. But the civil was allowed to proceed. So there was this wave of litigation. That window closed, and then after Me Too and Harvey Weinstein and the problems in the entertainment industry and now the music industry, those windows were also reopened. And now in certain states like California, if you're talking about childhood sex abuse, so if you were sexually abused as a child, there really is no statute of limitations. There is one as an adult, and it can be 10 years or up until the age of 40. It really depends on when it happened, because the law, at least on the civil side, has been shifting. But as far as this case is concerned, what Sierra said is absolutely right. First, it was New York State, then New York City that opened up the statute of limitations. The New York State statute was closing at the end November 2023, and the New York City was closing sometime in March 2024, I believe. That's why you saw so many civil lawsuits within that period.
I mean, it's heavy what we're talking about here. I do have an update from court, though. Jurors have been dismissed for the day. Parties are still going. I'm going to give you guys a last update as we have it, as the rebuttal was kind of wrapping up. Comey says he coerced Cassie and Jane into this, and nothing happened. He raped Mia, and nothing happened. He beat Cassie, and then nothing happened. He beat Cassie in hotel on a tape, then bribed the guards to buy it, and nothing happened. He was untouchable. He did not think these women would speak, and that Kid Cudi and Deontay Nash and other men would back them up. The defendant is not a god. He stands equal before the law. Find him guilty. And with that, the jurors were dismissed. So mic drop there by USA Marine Comey. I mean, what a way to end a Friday. We're going to wrap it up here, too. We have our jury instructions Monday morning, and then into deliberation. We're going to have even more live coverage. I'll be here in the Southern District of New York, as will Elizabeth Milner. For today, our amazing guests, Nima Rahmani and Afi Patterson. Thank you so much for coming on with us today and chatting about all of this. Live stream viewers, make sure to tune back in with us next week. And by the way, Sidebar is coming up later tonight, so you'll hear from Elizabeth about what happened during the rebuttal, during all of it. So I'm going to close out with a tease that I have here for one of our podcasts we have. You're not going to want to miss it. The second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by none other than Jesse Weber, is back on June 17th, exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcast, Spotify, wherever you really get your podcasts. So subscribe now to be the first to know when we drop new episodes. I mean, Jesse will be breaking down each day of testimony with a compelling narrative featuring incredible reporting from some of our very own. Elizabeth Milner. Then we've got your favorite analysts, some of them like Natalie Whittingham-Burrell or even Dave Ehrenberg.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial,
exclusively on Wondery Plus.